This story starts with captures of Japan's modern anxieties: earthquakes, economic collapse, and a pandemic. The nation has long endured this harsh reality, but a single ray of light has appeared. Investors from all over the world are now focused on Japan's soaring stock market. The true reason for this hope is the country's unparalleled prowess in manufacturing. This power comes from the unsung corporate warriors whose skills support the economy. Their technical expertise can even reshape another world, as an army advances in a fantasy land. In that other world, a horde of grinning goblins charges into a chaotic battle. A human knight in full armor defends himself, his face a mask of terror. A goblin's sword violently shatters the helmet of a screaming human soldier. A knightly commander stares in disbelief, questioning why his forces are losing. One of his men panics, exclaiming that mere goblins are overwhelming them. The commander realizes the goblins' strength isn't physical, but lies in their armor. A goblin's simple sword shatters a human soldier's blade with a single, powerful impact. A soldier screams that the goblin's armor is impossibly hard and light, their attacks useless. A goblin leaps through the air, brandishing a pair of wickedly sharp daggers. Another goblin effortlessly cuts down a soldier, demonstrating the terrifying sharpness of their blades. The commander believes only a powerful sage could have created such magical equipment. As a modern Shu steps into view, he realizes the entire Demon Lord's army is so equipped. A group of Japanese factory workers and a horned woman observe the battle from a cliff. The elderly engineer notes that the FRP armor is performing well, despite production difficulties. The young woman Kondo agrees, adding that the swords also turned out nicely. The engineer explains the swords were forged with the same technique as a Japanese katana. The factory manager speaks into a microphone, addressing the villagers of the processing plant. Kondo remarks that while he complains, it's been a long and successful partnership. The manager yells at the Demon Lord's goblin army, telling them to stop slacking. On the opposing side, a female warrior rallies her troops, vowing to annihilate the demons. The horned demon commander looks for Kondo, wondering where she has gone. Kondo looks on with surprise, realizing her ally might be on her own. The elderly engineer, with grim determination, drives a forklift directly into the battle. The industrial machine plows into the human soldiers, sending them flying in a chaotic spray. The forklift carves a devastating path of destruction through the human army's ranks. The demon commander calls it a running iron box, as Kondo remarks on a forklift license's usefulness. A human warrior subordinate shouts that the machine is more than just a simple box. She yells that they must target the operator to stop the relentless machine. A group of goblins begins rolling a large bladed device forward on logs. The goblins cheerfully prepare their new, strange weapon for deployment. The bladed device is positioned directly in the path of the oncoming forklift. The forklift approaches the device, its forks lowered and ready to engage. The human warrior looks on, completely puzzled by the goblin's bizarre strategy. Powered by the forklift, the device spins into a horizontal whirlwind of death, scything through soldiers. The human warrior recoils in horror at the devastating and bloody carnage. The demon commander asks what the monstrous creation is, and Kondo calls it the spin blade. She explains that the engineer designed it overnight and built it in just 3 days. The engineer presents a detailed technical blueprint of his deadly invention. He explains the complex mechanical and electrical specifications to the bewildered demon commander. The demon commander is completely lost, unable to comprehend the technical jargon. Kondo, overhearing, says that she would also like to hear their story. The demon commander asks what kind of world the strange technicians came from. Her subordinate echoes the confusion, asking what an other world even is. The engineer Kondo-san looks on with a somber and weary expression. A flashback begins, taking the story back 1 month to a drab factory meeting room. President Serial, who will become the demon commander, looks grim and defeated. The portly factory manager is also present, his expression less than serious. Serial announces the unbelievable truth. It seems they have all been reincarnated into another world. Her colleagues react with varying degrees of shock, confusion, and utter despair. The manager addresses President Serial, referring to her as the company's second-generation leader. He nervously admits he doesn't know the exact cause of their bizarre situation. He gestures towards a mysterious, smooth white dome with a single button. The engineer identifies it as a mysterious piece of equipment from the US military. Serial explains that her father brought it back from America as a potential job for them. Kondo cheerfully suggests that if it's them, they can absolutely fix the device. The employees gather around the strange object, intrigued but cautious. Someone wonders what would happen if they pushed the single, unmoving button. Another suggests they should just repair it, since it's not working anyway. Serial, in tears, apologizes for failing to save the company her father entrusted to her. The COVID-19 pandemic had hit their main business lines hard, causing a severe downturn. A recent attempt to develop a high-end camping stove had failed miserably. The engineer exclaims that at 400,000 yen, their product could never compete. Another employee's simple aluminum back scratcher is a pathetic symbol of their impending failure. A client expresses shock that they have so many of the high-priced unsold items. The manager laments his own failed dreams of becoming a talent scout and marrying a movie star. Serial blames herself, believing her high salary was a burden on the failing business. Her face contorts with a mixture of frustration and incandescent rage. Overwhelmed, she unleashes a furious kick at the white dome, screaming for it to move. A brilliant pillar of light erupts from the device, engulfing the entire factory. The light fades, revealing the factory is now situated in a new alien landscape. The engineer calmly accepts the situation, stating they must now plan their next steps. Kondo pulls out her smartphone, observing that she has no signal in this new world. The manager panics, realizing he can no longer check the results of yesterday's horse races. In this new world, they are confronted by angry peasants who question what strange race they are. One of the workers frantically tries to explain they are from Japan as the peasants attack. A far more dangerous party of heavily armed adventurers emerges from the woods. The factory workers are scattered and overwhelmed by a small man swinging a hoe. A sharp-eared elf unleashes a blast of electricity, adding to the chaos. Later, the workers regroup, with the older man theorizing the elf's attack was a Tesla coil. The young woman quietly mentions that a handsome man was shouting at her during the fray. A close-up focuses on the beautifully crafted, almost futuristic-looking sword of an adventurer. The adventurer leader contemptuously declares the workers are a worthless race, now they're eternal slaves. The older man listens, realizing they are fated to work for them forever. The word slavers explodes in his mind as he processes the horror of their situation. The memory merges with one of him kneeling before a smug, blonde superior in a modern office. The superior mockingly asks why he is blaming a machine failure on operator error. He callously reveals that the device was intentionally designed with a flaw to set him up. The superior belittles him, telling him not to defy a subordinate like him. The older man's hand clenches into a tight fist, his knuckles white with suppressed rage. He seethes internally, vowing that he will never forgive this man for the humiliation. His co-workers look at him with concern, asking what's wrong as he trembles with anger. Inside their factory, a series of thunderous bangs against the metal door shatters the quiet. The workers are alarmed, wondering who it could be since no employees should be there. A commanding voice bellows from the other side, demanding they open up as the banging intensifies. A young woman panics, realizing that if they don't open the door, the intruders will simply force their way in. From the other side, a horned woman in armor announces her intention to force the door open. The factory workers stare in shock, wondering what kind of strange people have appeared before them. The horned woman identifies them as the new race, noting their unusual clothing. The older worker cautiously asks who they are, while the young woman fears they are slavers. Introducing herself as Cress, she firmly denies being a slaver and identifies as their enemy. The young woman nervously repeats the term Demon Lord, a bead of sweat on her face. The monstrous orc and goblins look menacingly upon hearing the name Demon Lord. The blonde man insists they didn't come to be captured and asks what she wants from them. Cress explains the Demon Lord's army has only come to observe them. He presents a large boxy machine, asking Cress what she thinks of the 3D printer. The machine's print head whirs as it finalizes the creation of a perfect plastic bird. The man hands the newly created bird to the astonished horned woman. Cress is utterly amazed by the object, exclaiming at the incredible magic power it represents. The older man humbly states their technology is still underdeveloped, as the woman offers to show more. He then demonstrates a machining center carving an unmoving metal slime, to Cress's shock. The older man shows Cress photos from a trade show on his smartphone. Cress is completely overwhelmed by the box that projects various things. She and her monstrous retinue begin to kneel before the factory workers. Cress is overcome, seeing their technology as an unbelievable form of magic. The three factory workers look on, stunned by the sudden display of reverence. Cress and her entire troop perform a deep, formal bow, begging to join the Demon Lord's army. The factory workers are left speechless and flustered by the desperate plea. The older man hesitantly asks if they are truly okay with this arrangement. The imposing dark castle of the Demon Lord looms, surrounded by fire and brimstone. Inside a cavern, goblins crudely hammer away at metal on primitive anvils. Other goblins toil, carrying baskets of rock and digging with shovels in the dark. A goblin works on a strange ring-like object with a grin on its face. Cress proudly presents this as their weapons factory, noting how well everyone works together. Kondo looks on with disapproval, questioning the terrible working environment. A goblin happily hammers away, claiming they are all enjoying their work. A group of goblins gives a cheerful wave, explaining they are powered by the Demon Lord's magic. Kondo explodes with indignation, demanding to know if they have toilets, breaks, or a cafeteria. His colleagues try to calm him, while Cress insists this environment is fine for goblins. A patch of dead, withered plants suggests a toxic, unholy atmosphere. The workers look on at the bleak environment, their expressions grim. Cress presents a crude sword and chess piece, asking for their help with improvements. Kondo and his colleague examine the primitive goblin-made equipment. The stout man suggests plaster, but Kondo proposes using 3D printers and FRP technology. Cress's face lights up with excitement, eagerly asking if they will really help. Kondo raises a single, determined finger, setting a condition for their cooperation. His expression is deadly serious as he states that there is a condition. He demands they first improve the horrible sweatshop-like working environment. Kondo questions why they force the goblins to work in such an inefficient, unclean place. Cress, taken aback, asks why he cares so much about the well-being of goblins. His face shadowed, Kondo states that he is done with that kind of era. A memory flashes of Kondo's toolbox and tools from his old factory. His former boss screams at him to finish equipment modifications within 2 hours. A younger Kondo snaps to attention, acknowledging the impossible deadline. Later, exhausted after a long shift, he and a colleague rest on the factory floor. The colleague gives him a weary thumbs up, telling him he's become a real pro. In the present, his colleagues look on, understanding the source of his passion. Cress, seeing his conviction, agrees to improve the conditions as he requests. A single tear of relief and pent-up frustration rolls down Kondo's cheek. Overcome with emotion, he accepts their offer, declaring that all-nighters are a vice without honor. The sound of a clashing sword signifies the beginning of their new partnership. 1 month later, human soldiers flee in terror from a goblin-driven forklift. Kondo sits calmly at the controls of the forklift, his expression focused. On a cliff, Cress asks the young woman about the man named Kondo. The young woman smiles serenely, explaining that in their world, he is a hero. Cress spots a new threat, shouting in alarm as she recognizes an approaching enemy. A blonde elf mage, Juna, leaps into the air, her staff glowing with power. The stout man points, recognizing her as the girl who zapped them before. Juna's staff crackles with immense electrical energy as she prepares her attack. She unleashes a powerful bolt of lightning directly at the forklift. The stout man screams in horror as his beloved forklift is about to be destroyed. Juna looks on with a smug, confident smile, her attack hitting its mark. Kondo collapses to his knees, utterly devastated by the loss of the machine. A warrior woman, the hero, congratulates Juna as the forklift burns behind her. From a distance, Juna calls out that her attack wasn't for the hero's sake. She tells the hero to hurry up with her own work so they can finish. The hero, fending off monsters, simply acknowledges that she is in Juna's debt. Cress points to the sky, ordering her goblins to unleash their goblin boomerang. A horde of goblins prepares to launch a volley of strange, diamond-shaped projectiles. Juna calmly gathers power, preparing to defend against the incoming attack. She conjures 2 immense, intricate magical circles, forming an impenetrable barrier. Cress and her aides stare in disbelief, realizing their attack didn't leave a scratch. The projectiles are completely nullified, their energy dissipating harmlessly against the shield. The human soldiers on the ground are thrown into confusion by the failed attack. High on a cliff, Kondo asks the hero what their next move should be. Juna lands gracefully, dismissing the enemy's new tactic as an inferior skill. She smugly declares that effort without talent is meaningless, and she is a mage. A group of goblins huddles together, whispering as if they know a secret. Juna levitates, proclaiming that mages are the beings closest to gods in this world. She winks, adding that the hero might be a close second. The hero looks on with a slightly perplexed expression, questioning Juna's assessment. A hand is raised decisively, signaling a stop to the magical spectacle. Kondo, his face a mask of grim determination, bellows the command to activate. Juna and the human army look on in confusion at a strange machine below. The massive cylinder of the industrial machine tilts upwards like a mortar. A goblin takes the driver's seat as the bizarre weapon prepares to fire. Juna's confident expression falters, replaced by one of surprise and confusion. The hero looks on with a worried expression as the machine powers up. Kondo continues to shout his commands, ordering the generator to start. The machine's generator rumbles to life with a powerful thrum. He then orders the motor to start, the machine's inner workings whirring. Finally, he commands the compressor to activate, building pressure for the launch. With a final sharp command, Kondo orders them to fire the projectile. With a propulsive blast, the machine launches a large pointed shell into the air. The physical projectile soars through the air, heading directly towards Juna's position. Juna, an elf mage, cries out in disbelief as a volley of dark projectiles rises to meet her. The physical objects slam into her intricate magical barrier, shattering the glowing sigils. Her defense is breached completely, and the foul substance splatters across her body. With her magic failing, she plummets helplessly from the sky amidst the dark muck. On the ground, her companion, the hero, screams her name in abject horror. Juna lets out a guttural scream of pure disgust as she is coated in the filth. She crashes to the ground, twitching amidst the splatters as human soldiers watch in shock. A demon aide cheers in victory while Cress, the commander, orders a counterattack. A massive horde of goblins and monsters surges forward, overwhelming the human soldiers. The hero, recognizing their defeat, desperately shouts the order for a temporary retreat. On a cliff, Cress's aide suggests they go down to support Kondo, and Cress agrees. The group on the cliff calls down to Kondo as he stands below, ready to greet them. Kondo turns to face them, calmly commending them on a job well done. Below, the human army is seen fleeing in complete disarray across the barren landscape. Cress grins, congratulating Kondo on their great victory. Her aide, a young woman in a work uniform, pumps her fist, celebrating their win over the mage. Kondo, however, looks pensive, stating that the elf made a huge miscalculation. He declares that the most godlike existence in this world is not a mage, but an engineer. His two human colleagues listen with a mix of surprise and pride. Cress asks him the crucial question, how did he break her incredible barrier? Kondo's answer is simple and direct, goblin dung. Cress stares in speechless disbelief, repeating the word dung as a question. He explains that goblin excrement has the unique property of corroding sacred things. He states that all he had to do was hit her with it. A flashback shows the disgraced elf flying away, covered in the foul substance. Cress begins to process the horrifying implications of this revelation. Kondo confirms her unspoken realization with a slight, knowing smile. His colleague explains that the weapon they used was a screw-type pump. A detailed technical diagram of the spiral cannon appears, labeling its parts. Another diagram shows its real-world application in sewage treatment plants. Kondo recalls the difficulty of persuading the local villagers to help build it. Cress is in awe, remarking on how complex this magic is. Kondo firmly corrects her, stating that it is technology. He looks out over the battlefield and tells Cress their work isn't done yet. Pushing his glasses up, he states there is more to do. He explains that the goblin dung is causing environmental destruction at her castle. His next project is to collect the dung and separate it into solid and liquid components. He unveils his grand vision, a return-to-nature system for biogas power generation. With a broad smile, he declares, this is the path to a bright future for this world. At the human citadel, the chapter ends with the defeated Yuna sitting alone. She laments her humiliation, covered in goblin poop. A group of elders listens as she mentions her former elders are now agitated. A bearded general approaches, asking who they are, beginning the next chapter. A young elf woman, Juna, glares defiantly, bruised and dirty. Kondo and his colleagues stare in bewilderment at a strange rocket-like weapon. The hero, a woman with long dark hair, clenches her fist, vowing this is her first humiliation. In the human throne room, a king and his advisor discuss their next move. The advisor stresses they cannot be seen losing to a weak demon tribe. The king agrees, declaring they must restore their honor. The hero kneels before him, drawing her sword with a flourish. She proclaims her sacred mission is to protect this beautiful land. She raises her gleaming sword high, ready for the coming battle. Still kneeling, she announces her plan to lead a perfect ensemble strategy. The captive elf, Juna, watches the scene with a flicker of amusement. The human observers are completely baffled by her dramatic pronouncement. The hero approaches Juna, telling her it is time to go. Juna snaps at her to keep her distance, complaining about a bad smell. The hero retorts that the elf's own dialogue is what truly stinks. An observer impatiently yells at them to get a move on. The ominous silhouette of the Demon Lord's castle looms in the distance. A legion of demons led by a wolfman thanks Kondo for driving the humans back. The wolfman, Storm, declares that the Demon Lord will be very pleased. Another demon, Shenkar, the Reformation chief, is introduced. Kondo's female colleague confirms that Shenkar's animal-like face is indeed real. The stout human man remarks to Kondo that he seems to have earned the demon's favor. Kondo agrees, stating that being useful is their best path to survival. Shankar touches his chin, thinking about his next move. He addresses Storm, noting that he himself was not on the battlefield. Storm asks Celes for her assessment of their new allies. Celes confirms that their techniques are indeed useful. She states that their army has a pressing need for what they offer. A diagram showcases a goblin now outfitted with advanced gear. Celes declares these humans are true innovators, capable of sparking a revolution. She proposes they be officially welcomed into their ranks. This praise enrages Shankar, who shouts that he is the innovator. Storm dismisses Shankar's claim with a laugh. He reminds the fuming chief that it was Shankar who scouted him. Shankar demands to know why Storm would bring in these outsiders. He accuses Storm of wasting time in strange meetings. A flashback shows Shankar leading a corporate-style innovation salon. Shankar argues that there is no need for two innovators. He boasts of having earned an MBA from a demon university. Kondo's human colleagues look on, shocked by his claims. Storm turns to Kondo and asks if Shankar's assessment is correct. Kondo, his expression serious, gives a simple, powerful response. "I can't do that." Shankar scoffs at this, a cynical smile on his face. Storm again turns to Kondo and asks why that is. Kondo's colleagues explain his cynical view on innovation and failure. Kondo touches his chin deep in thought. He refutes Shankar's premise, stating, "That's not what a technician is." Storm roars with laughter, thoroughly enjoying the confrontation. Shankar challenges Kondo, demanding to know what he can do. Kondo begins his stunning answer, improving the working environment for the goblins. He lists his goals: regulated hours, breaks, meals, toilets, and more. His human colleagues are aghast, pointing out that the demon tribe is a black company. Storm bellows in approval and declares Kondo will work under Shankar. Shankar is visibly shocked and dismayed by this decision. Kondo is equally stunned by the unexpected turn of events. The newly formed team proceeds to the factory, a dark, cavernous mine. Goblins toil relentlessly in the gloom as the group enters the harsh worksite. In a dark, rocky mine, two goblins labor as their human and demon observers watch. The technician Kondo expresses his disgust to the demon Cress, insisting this environment must be improved. His new superior, Shankar, condescendingly reminds Kondo of his subordinate status and the need for governance. Shankar asks if Kondo can handle the work, while the one-eyed Celes remarks he seems fine. The demon lord explains that his magic makes the goblins so fulfilled they forget basic needs. Celes notes that the goblins look more pained than fulfilled, a sentiment Kondo shares. Shankar argues that they cannot produce quality goods without such harsh measures, addressing Kondo directly. He insists that their sole focus must be on producing things as quickly as possible. To achieve this, Shankar declares that relentless, cruel labor is an acceptable necessity. He concludes that all that matters is raising the workers' consciousness to meet their goals. Kondo listens silently, his face a mask of quiet, simmering disgust at this philosophy. A massive orc foreman brings his whip down brutally upon a small, cowering creature. The small, rabbit-eared creature cries out in pain, tears streaming from its large eyes. Kondo shouts in horror, while Shankar laughs, identifying the orc as the site foreman. The enraged orc foreman accuses the small creature of trying to sneak away to eat. With a sudden, decisive motion, Kondo's hand intercepts the whip, stopping the blow cold. The hulking orc stares down at the human who dared to interfere with his authority. He glares with fury, demanding to know who this strange newcomer is. Kondo tells the orc to remember that this country and its ways are different now. The small rescued creature whimpers a quiet apology as it trembles on the ground. Kondo's two human colleagues watch the tense confrontation with wide, shocked eyes. Shankar steps in, telling Kondo to wait, as this is an important time. Kondo turns his attention back to Shankar, his expression grim and unwavering. Shankar explains that a great war with the humans is coming in a week's time. Kondo listens, his gaze fixed on a spiked club, a kanabo lying on the ground. The impossible deadline is revealed. They must produce 1,000 of these clubs in 7 days. His colleagues panic, exclaiming that making 1,000 in a week is an impossible task. Kondo explains their current, inefficient sandcasting method as Shankar outlines the slow process. Shankar's face twists into a sinister grin, stating that this is why the goblins cannot rest. He offers his handkerchief to the small, trembling creature, asking it to work for him. Shankar mockingly asks if Kondo truly believes he can succeed with such compassion. He challenges Kondo, asking if an innovator like him can really pull it off. With a determined push of his glasses, Kondo's resolve hardens. Sellers and Kondo's colleagues watch intently, sensing a pivotal moment is at hand. Kondo accepts the challenge, confidently declaring that he will show them what he can do. Shankar erupts in maniacal laughter, thrilled by his subordinate Kondo's bold declaration. His colleagues are horrified, believing that defying Shankar's consciousness reform is impossible. Kondo, with the small creature behind him, states he will take full responsibility for failure. Shankar reveals the gruesome, otherworldly punishment for failure: execution by an electric rabbit. Their modern factory building stands starkly against the barren, mountainous landscape of the other world. A young woman anxiously asks Kondo what their plan is for the impossible task ahead. In a meeting room, Kondo states that producing 1,000 maces in 6 days is their challenge. His portly colleague adds that failure means being executed by the electric rabbit. Kondo, rubbing his tired eyes, adjusts his glasses, deep in thought. He explains that they have no choice but to accept, as their survival is at stake. A colleague confirms that fulfilling their contract is the only way to get food supplies. The woman recoils in disgust as her colleague presents their grotesque meal from the demon tribe. A close-up reveals the meal: a grotesque, half-formed creature inside a cracked eggshell. The portly man has a horrified flashback, realizing he has seen something similar in Southeast Asia. The woman steels herself, vowing to eat it, while Kondo laughs, saying they're grateful for it. Kondo grimly states that their main problem, beyond food, is a lack of infrastructure. He notes that while they have a nearby spring for water, their other resources are limited. Shankar points out that their biogas generator relies on uncooperative goblins for fuel. The woman remarks on their current fuel-powered generator, wondering how long it will last. The portly man declares that this is why they must make the 1,000 maces for the reward. The woman turns to Kondo, asking if he has a plan to produce them quickly. Kondo confirms he does, but their current sandcasting method is far too slow. A diagram illustrates the laborious, multi-step process of traditional sandcasting. The woman, her expression a mix of hope and desperation, asks what they will do. With a heavy sigh, Kondo stands, his hands resting on a seemingly ordinary wall. He declares that it can't be helped. They will have to use that. With a heavy grinding sound, a massive freight elevator begins to rise from the floor. His two colleagues stare in utter shock, the woman exclaiming, "Wait, why is there an elevator?" The elevator's control shows buttons for multiple basement levels, B2 and B3. As they descend, the woman nervously comments that they'll be trapped if the power fails. With a powerful whoosh, the elevator doors slide open, revealing a breathtaking sight. Before them lies a vast, secret underground hangar filled with advanced modern machinery. They are speechless, spotting everything from strange machines to a JAXA rocket engine. The woman is bewildered, wondering how her father could have amassed such assets in secret. Kondo reveals it was a secret kept from her father, the previous president. He asks rhetorically why such incredible equipment would be hidden here. He delivers the stunning reason with a straight face. It was all to evade fixed asset taxes. The woman begins to cry, realizing her father was a shrewd man who prepared for their survival. The portly man, now full of resolve, tells Kondo to get that ready for activation. He agrees, stating that the time has finally come to use their secret weapon. The three of them walk with renewed purpose towards a massive, boxy machining center. Kondo announces that he will head to the worksite the next day to work with the goblins. The next day, a modern white van drives across a barren, rocky landscape. Kondo, already on site, thinks to himself that everything he needs is right here. The woman driving the van worries that Kondo may have run into trouble. She imagines a horrifying scene of him being beaten and overwhelmed by the goblins. The van screeches to a halt as she arrives at the chaotic worksite. She cries out his name in alarm, fearing the worst for his safety. Instead, she finds him laughing heartily, giving a small creature a piggyback ride among cheering goblins. He spots her van and calls out to President Seri, telling her it's a good worksite. He explains with a wide grin that the goblins are all good guys once you get to know them. She rushes over, reminding him that he needs to negotiate with the local workforce first. He gestures to the small creature, explaining that communication is key to improving relations. She points at the small creature, her expression shifting to one of recognition. She recalls seeing that very creature being bullied by the orc foreman the day before. Kondo formally introduces the small creature as his best friend, Gupkichi. He then points to a hooded human with a prosthetic leg, a skilled but solitary craftsman. A close-up shows the weary, detached face of the mysterious hooded man. The woman asks why a human is siding with the demon tribe, but Kondo dismisses her concern. The mood abruptly changes as Shenkar and his hulking orc foreman appear. Shenkar sneers, wondering what the slacking workers are up to now. The orc foreman turns his rage on the cowering Gupkichi, threatening another beating. Gupkichi whimpers on the ground, apologizing and calling himself a bad, lazy kid. The orc looms over him, ordering the terrified creature to get up immediately. Suddenly, Kondo steps between them, his back rigid and imposing, his voice dangerously low. An intense, questioning gaze from the older engineer, Kondo sets a confrontational tone. The hulking, pig-faced orc foreman expresses his annoyance, while the horned noble Shenkar looks on with confusion. Kondo directly confronts the foreman, asking why he addresses his workers with such disrespectful pronouns. With a dismissive laugh, the foreman admits he simply doesn't know their names. Kondo's face contorts in fury as he bellows that a manager must know his employees' names. The foreman is stunned into silence, completely taken aback by the sudden, passionate outburst. A young woman, Sari, nervously tries to de-escalate the situation, calling out Kondo's name. Shenkar mockingly asks if this is some kind of lecture on human rights. Kondo, his expression deadly serious, retorts that his concern is not just about rights. It is, he explains to the assembled goblins, a matter of improving production management and efficiency. He insists that this is precisely why all the workers must be given name tags. Standing before them, Kondo asserts his authority, a true manager taking control of the worksite. The confused foreman looks to Sari, who tells him they should obey Kondo's instructions. She vouches for him, declaring that Kondo is a professional when it comes to production. Kondo looks back at Sari, a hint of a grateful smile on his face. Shenkar complains that they are wasting time and will never meet their production deadline. Unfazed, Kondo calmly announces that it's time for a break, outlining a structured work schedule. Shenkar explodes in rage, questioning if they can possibly meet their quota with such methods. With perfect timing, Kondo glances down at his wristwatch. He states with quiet confidence that it is about time for the next phase of his plan. A sudden, deep rumbling sound startles both the orc foreman and the aristocratic Shenkar. A massive forklift appears, carrying a large metal block, leaving Shenkar and Sari utterly shocked. The intricately machined, multi-layered metal block sits securely on the forklift's tines. From the driver's seat, their portly colleague Suboy proudly credits their underground machining center. He boasts that the machine carved the massive component at incredible, super high speeds. The advanced machine's precision is so great that it's considered complete overkill for this job. Sari expresses her gratitude for the incredible legacy her late father left for them. Shenkar dismissively asks what this toy is and if it is truly necessary for their task. Pushing his glasses up, Kondo reveals his trump card. This is not a sand mold, but a metal one. Shenkar scoffs, his face a mask of sinister disbelief, certain they can't make 1,000 clubs in 5 days. Kondo slams his hand down on the mold's case with absolute conviction. He makes an audacious promise, declaring that he only needs 3 days to complete the task. A new chapter begins as modern construction vehicles arrive, ready to transform the barren landscape. Kondo confirms that all the parts have arrived, while Sari remarks on the project's large scale. Shenkar approaches, demanding to know what all this junk has to do with their goal. He angrily questions how these materials relate to producing 1,000 clubs in just 3 days. Kondo calmly explains that this equipment is for building the club-making machine itself. He reveals that they are about to construct a massive die-casting machine on site. The unfamiliar term leaves both Shenkar and his one-eyed companion Celis completely baffled. Tsuboy and Sari watch their boss with unshakable confidence, knowing his plan will succeed. Kneeling beside the case, Kondo explains that he will install the metal mold he brought with him. With a determined glint in his eye, he declares his intention to mass-produce the clubs all at once. Shenkar watches the construction begin, his expression a storm of doubt and disbelief. A horde of goblins works with surprising diligence, hauling massive steel I-beams into place. The goblin crew continues their work, setting up the structural supports for the new platform. One goblin is seen operating a lever on a piece of machinery with focused effort. Others scramble up the growing structure, working with impressive agility and speed. Celis remarks to Sari that she has never witnessed goblins working with such apparent joy. Sari smiles, explaining that it's because their leader, Kondo, is with them. Kondo is seen praising 2 small goblins, making their work feel engaging and fun. A small winged goblin with large curious eyes, Maul, looks on with fascination. The little goblin waves and calls out to a lone, hooded figure standing apart from the group. The hooded man, also named Maul, takes a long, weary swig from a woven flask. The small goblin runs happily towards the detached, isolated human figure. The goblin tugs at the man's cloak, excitedly inviting him to join their work. The man Maul dismisses the small creature, stating that he will not participate. Suri asks Celis why the man is only drinking and not lending a hand. Celis explains that he is a human who is receiving some form of special treatment. The little goblin continues to plead with the man, who simply walks away. Sari, her curiosity piqued, asks who this mysterious person is. Celis admits she doesn't really know, her expression remaining unreadable. The hooded man walks off, raising his flask as the small goblin waves a sad goodbye. He takes another long drink, declaring himself to be nothing more than a dropout. The small goblin, dejected, runs back towards the bustling construction site. Kondo watches the scene unfold, a small, cherubic creature perched on his arm. Shankar observes the happy, industrious goblins working on the new structure. He bites his thumb in frustration, questioning why this is happening. He grits his teeth, unable to comprehend how happy goblins could possibly be more productive. A small goblin explains that strictness raises awareness and sparks innovation, questioning Kondo's sweet management. Enraged, Shankar storms towards Kondo, who is calmly reviewing plans on a digital tablet. He accuses Kondo of simply being a sycophant before turning and walking away in a huff. Shankar's face twists in frustration as he calls out his own name. Shankar! A painful memory surfaces, showing a young Shankar being left out by his peers in a classroom. He asks why this happened, his face a mask of confusion and rejection. A classmate calls for their group to go, casually leaving Shankar behind. The classmate offers a hollow promise to invite him next time. The young Shankar watches them leave, questioning if they were ever truly friends. The memory is filled with the sting of being an outsider, left alone at his desk. The young Shankar looks on, his expression one of profound loneliness and hurt. The adult Shankar concludes that being popular is the most cruel and brutal thing in the world. The next day, a massive, fully functional manufacturing platform stands complete, ready for operation. Shankar is utterly shocked by the incredible sight before him. Kondo points to the central machine, explaining that the metal mold is housed within it. Sari rallies the goblin workforce, shouting for everyone to get to their positions. Goblins eagerly scramble up ladders, taking their places on the new platform. Two goblins stand ready at a large lever, awaiting the command to begin. A team of goblins prepares to pour a ladle of glowing, molten metal into a hopper. Kondo bellows the first command, ordering the workers to input the raw materials. The goblins pour the molten liquid into the machine with practiced coordination. Kondo then shouts for the lubrication process to begin. A powerful jet of steam or lubricant shoots from a nozzle on the machine. Two goblins push a large crank, activating the machine's complex inner workings. Another goblin team strains with all their might to pull a massive lever, opening the mold. The command is given to activate the ejector mechanism, releasing the finished product. With a powerful, resonant thud, a perfectly formed club slides down a metal ramp. The finished spiked Kanabo club lands with a solid, satisfying clang on the ground. Shankar is rendered speechless, stammering that such a thing is impossible. He and Celis stare in disbelief, unable to comprehend the incredible speed of the process. Kondo, adjusting his glasses, calmly states that this is the true power of metal molds. Celis and Sari look on with pure admiration, while Shankar remains completely bewildered. 2 days later, an enormous pile of 1,000 completed spiked clubs is revealed. The horned noble, Shankar, steps forward as Kondo observes him from behind. He lifts one of the clubs, a look of confusion on his face. Shankar expresses his astonishment, questioning what the club is and why it's so light. Kondo explains he used a light ore, can light, which is similar to aluminum. Shankar's face darkens into a sinister grin, declaring this outcome unacceptable. He angrily states that because the clubs aren't iron, they are all completely useless. Raising the club high, he prepares to smash the material to prove its worthlessness. With a powerful swing, he brings the club down towards the ground. Shankar stares in shock, his arm trembling from the unexpected impact. The club has smashed a large rock, completely unharmed by the blow. He is stunned by its hardness, wondering how it is possible. Kondo, covering his face in mock despair, tells him to look at the grooves. The grooved lines, Kondo explains, give the club a strength equal to iron. A look of dawning horror crosses Shankar's face as he realizes the innovation. Celis and Sariel shout in alarm, realizing the new weapon is a terrible development. Shankar clutches his head in denial, screaming that this isn't true innovation. Kondo calmly retorts that he is simply doing things differently than before. With a furious snarl, Shankar dismisses Kondo's work as a joke. Dark, crackling energy begins to form in Shankar's outstretched hands. He vows to obliterate the entire pile of newly forged weapons. Celis and Serial cry out, realizing he is about to unleash his magic. With a wicked grin, he declares he will destroy them with his power. Celis steps forward, vowing to stop him as a fellow clansman. Shankar unleashes his devastating rock-bottom cannon attack. His blast of dark energy hurtles towards the pile of weapons. The small winged goblin, Gobukichi, stands defiantly in the path of the attack. Kondo and his stout colleague watch in stunned horror. Celis and Serial look on, their faces masks of terror and disbelief. Shankar looks back, a bead of sweat on his face as his attack continues. The title page introduces the new chapter, a story of an old soldier's past. Gobukichi stands firm, vowing not to let anyone destroy what they all created. Kondo cries out the little goblin's name in alarm as a hooded figure appears. Shankar scoffs at the idea of a mere goblin standing in his way. Celis screams for Shankar to stop his reckless attack. The powerful beam of dark energy surges forward with immense force. Gobukichi shuts his eyes tight, bracing for the inevitable impact. The factory explodes in a cataclysmic blast of light and debris. Two of Kondo's colleagues shield their eyes from the force of the explosion. Celis and Serial stare in shock at the devastation. Gobukichi is still standing, wondering why he is unharmed. Shankar also looks on in confusion, questioning the outcome. A hooded figure has thrown himself in front of Gobukichi, taking the blast. The man, Mal, grunts in pain, his cloak shredded from the attack. Shankar recognizes the mysterious man who has intervened. Gobukichi cries out Mal's name as the injured man collapses. Celis is impressed by his bravery, while Serial asks if the human is all right. Lying amidst the rubble, Mal reassures the small creature that saved them. He looks up at Gobukichi with a gentle smile, praising his incredible courage. Celis rushes to his side, telling him to hold on as she prepares to use healing magic. Shankar stands over them, a new ball of energy forming as he calls Mal a nuisance. He prepares to strike again as Celis stands defiantly before him. Celis raises her armored hand, telling him to stop his attack. Shankar asks her if she understands why this man is still alive. He reveals Mal's identity. He is a former dragon striker. The scene shifts to the imposing silhouette of the Demon Lord's castle. In a throne room, Kondo discusses business with the Demon Lord, Sturm. Kondo explains that he can't believe they truly produced 100 gold coins. He asks about the energy source for the machine they used. A furious demon woman realizes he's talking about a plasma generator. Sturm calls out to Kondo, who is being held by the angry demon woman. Kondo formally apologizes for his interruption. The wolf-like Sturm offers to provide whatever Kondo desires. Serial and her colleague plead for proper food provisions. Kondo requests electricity and an animal used for electrocution. The demon woman is furious at the mention of the Elarebi, telling it to die. Sturm calmly agrees to the request, much to her shock. He notes that the Elarebi's previous keeper was a drunkard. Celis identifies the keeper as a human named Mal. It is revealed that the Elarebi follow Mal because he works on site. Sturm agrees to provide what they need, asking if it will be all right. A grim memory shows the previous keeper's neglect. In a dark cell, the Elarebi are chained near a passed-out drunkard. The man Mal lies unconscious on the cold stone floor. A flashback begins, showing a dragon flying between jagged peaks. The dragon roars, its maw filled with sharp teeth. In the heat of battle, a younger Mal leaps to strike the beast. His victorious squad cheers for their captain, Mal, for defeating the 12th dragon. Mal, kneeling, instructs another squad to deliver the final blow. With a sly grin, he suggests they have a banquet to celebrate. The celebratory mood shifts to a desolate, rocky canyon. Mal and his squad are surrounded by their former allies. A bewildered Mal demands to know why they are being subjugated. His former comrades coldly explain it's a direct order from the king. They declare that the dragon strikers are of no use to them anymore. Mal is struck down in a surprise attack, his armor shattering. He is sent flying from the edge of a high cliff into the abyss. His face is a mask of shock and agony as he plummets. In a cave, the older Mal awakens with a start, surrounded by the Elarebi. Kondo's team has found him, standing at the entrance to his cave. Mal warily asks the intruders who they are and what they want. Celis explains they have a request from Sturm. She asks if they can have some of his electric rabbits, the Elarebi. Mal demands to know what they intend to use them for. Kondo explains his plan to harness their electricity for their daily lives. Mal cynically tells them to stop, claiming they can't handle the creatures. He insists that only he is capable of controlling the Elarebi. Serial reveals that Mal was the one who protected their machine. Moved, Kondo vows to build Mal a new prosthetic arm and leg in gratitude. Maul is left utterly speechless by this unexpected and profound offer. At the Izumotani manufacturing plant, small electric rabbit-like creatures power the facility. Inside, the engineer Kondo examines the prosthetic leg of a hooded man named Maul. Maul wonders aloud about his location, and a woman cheerfully identifies it as their factory. Kondo carefully attaches a current clamp to Maul's leg, instructing him to hold still. Maul impatiently dismisses the procedure, demanding that he be given some sake first. The engineer explains this measurement is crucial for building the new prosthetic limb. Suddenly, a massive surge of raw electricity erupts between them, shocking Kondo. The current clamp is sent flying through the air, clattering uselessly to the floor. Kondo's colleagues cry out his name in alarm, stunned by the violent discharge. A shocked silence falls over the room as the two men process the incredible event. Kondo realizes that a custom prosthetic could unlock Maul's truly astonishing power. The horned woman Cress and her colleague look on with worried expressions. Maul, however, remains unimpressed, simply reiterating his gruff request for a drink. In the human kingdom of Liver, the stern king Black Moafiv plots his next move. He entrusts the upcoming Demon Tribe operation to two of his finest warriors. They are the hero Ryan and the C-class mage Juna. The king declares that they cannot afford to repeat their previous humiliating retreat. Ryan and Juna listen intently, understanding the gravity of their solemn mission. He then commands them to bring forth an assistant he has specially prepared. A large, dim-witted-looking orc emerges from a passage, waving cheerfully. Ryan and Juna are horrified, recognizing the creature as a demon and an enemy. The orc explains he defected because the humans offered much better treatment. The king asks the orc if he can help them with a small errand. From the darkness behind the orc, a massive winged dragon suddenly lunges forward. The beast crashes down with immense force, its terrifying target now clear. The hero and the mage can only watch in absolute shock and horror. The dragon's massive jaws, filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth, open wide. It snatches the terrified orc, crushing him instantly in its powerful bite. The beast lifts its head, the orc still clamped mercilessly in its teeth. The king calmly explains that this dragon is the true assistant he had prepared. Ryan is bewildered, shouting that he believed all dragons were extinct. The king confirms that he wiped out the dragon strikers 20 years ago. However, he secretly acquired an unhatched egg during that historic campaign. He affectionately pats the now-grown dragon, noting its deep attachment to him. Ryan's face lights up with a confident smile, seeing their powerful new weapon. The king's face twists into a manic grin as he declares his brutal strategy. He states that he has left an elite unit as the vanguard for good measure. Two other soldiers, Marty and Mua, express their confidence in the king's cleverness. The Izumotani factory sits nestled within a strange, mountainous landscape. Inside, the electric Elarabai creatures crackle with contained, usable energy. Maul takes a long swig of a strong alcoholic drink, exclaiming its incredible taste. Suboi panics that his prized drink was taken, but Kondo tells him to calm down. Kondo then asks Maul to teach him how to properly handle the electric creatures. Maul simply states that it's an easy task for him to accomplish. He vigorously shakes the can of alcohol, causing it to spark with energy. The electric creatures are immediately drawn to the energized drink, lapping it up. Kondo asks if they like alcohol, and Maul confirms that they absolutely love it. Maul explains the creatures will obey him as long as he is holding the drink. After drinking their fill, they fall into a deep sleep, making them easy to transport. Kondo is amazed by this simple and remarkably effective method of control. He marvels that their ears continue to generate electricity even while they are asleep. He eagerly instructs his colleague Tsuboi to bring a voltage tester to measure it. Maul gratefully thanks Kondo for his help and for providing the drink. Kondo, moved, vows to build him the finest prosthetic limbs in return. Maul stoically replies that he has no need for such things. Kondo is taken aback by his refusal, asking why he would turn down the offer. Maul's expression darkens as he questions Kondo's motives, stating that humans can't be trusted. A painful memory surfaces of a wanted poster, recalling that humans betray for money. His subordinates stand watch over their sleeping captain, plotting his downfall. They had intentionally plied him with alcohol to render him helpless. The captain's superhuman strength completely vanishes when he is drunk. A soldier muses on the massive bounty on the dragon striker captain's head. Another grins greedily, thinking of the life of leisure the reward will bring. The captain awakens groggily, finding himself surrounded by his treacherous men. His eyes widen in horror as he realizes their traitorous intent. He stumbles out of his tent, desperately trying to escape the trap. He grabs his greatsword, his face a mask of pained, dawning realization. A massive force of soldiers waits for him just outside the tent. He understands he has walked right into a trap, like a moth to a flame. His former comrades lead the army, ready to claim the 7 million blood bounty. Back in the present, Maul trembles with remembered rage, crushing a small pouch. Kondo understands, admitting he too has experienced betrayal driven by human desire. A flashback shows Kondo in his old factory, confronting a rival company's employee. His colleague asks why their rival's equipment is identical to their own. The rival smugly explains that's why their second order for the machine never came. Kondo's colleague furiously accuses them of stealing their technology. The rival coolly denies it, claiming their machine is merely a similar design. Kondo sees, reminding him of the years they spent on its development. The rival taunts him, saying it was foolish to submit their detailed blueprints. Kondo explains to his current team that he has faced such betrayals before. His colleague Sari asks what happened to that rival company in the end. Kondo reveals their entire factory was burned to the ground in a mysterious fire. He explains the rivals were naive and failed to replicate a key laser component. He speaks with pride of his company's unparalleled lens polishing technology. It was a God's hand skill, capable of achieving nano-level precision. Sari is shocked that such a thing could happen to a skilled company. Kondo states that for a craftsman, betraying their craft brings divine punishment. He declares that true technicians would never betray their comrades. Maul listens intently as Kondo explains the true reward is making something good. Kondo concludes that receiving a simple thank you is the ultimate compensation. Maul seems to understand the sentiment, a slight, knowing smile on his face. He turns and walks away, stating he's returning to the demon worksite. Kondo and Sari watch him go, a sense of mutual understanding between them. The scene shifts to the fiery industrial worksite of the Demon King's castle. Maul works at a foundry, pouring molten metal alongside small winged goblins. He suddenly winces in pain, clutching his side in discomfort. A small goblin, Gofu, asks if he is still hurt from his encounter with Shenkar. Maul smiles gently, reassuring the little creature and thanking it for its concern. Gofu offers Maul a small root-like object with a bright, innocent expression. He explains it's a memento from their sales, hoping it will heal Maul's wounds. In a desolate landscape, a weary hooded man named Maul kneels before a small winged creature. The creature Gobkichi insists he is strong and will protect Maul with all his might. Maul is visibly touched by the small creature's selfless declaration of loyalty. As they walk through a jagged canyon, the ground suddenly begins to shake violently beneath them. A massive explosion of fire erupts from the earth, sending both of them flying backward. Maul grits his teeth, his face a mask of pained effort amidst the chaos. Gobkichi lies unconscious on the cracked ground, knocked out by the force of the blast. The raging inferno consumes the silhouettes of other small creatures, their screams filling the air. Trapped amidst the flames, Maul kneels and desperately cries out for someone to help him. His face becomes a portrait of pure horror as he looks up at the source of the attack. A massive dragon, a formidable foe from his past, is silhouetted against the fiery sky. In a modern workshop, a technician works at his desk while a female colleague observes. The technician, Kondo, explains that he is creating a custom-made prosthetic limb for Maul. He meticulously assembles the mechanical hand, stating that it will be a groundbreaking device. His colleague questions his meaning, assuming it's just a cosmetic or simple assistive device. Kondo clarifies that it is a functional model that receives signals directly from the brain. She asks what makes it so revolutionary, to which he replies that it's the electrical current. A diagram shows how a normal prosthetic needs an external power source for weak brain signals. Maul's brain, however, produces an unusually strong current, potentially unlocking immense power. The colleague worries if this current broke his old equipment and if a motor can handle it. Kondo confirms he has already integrated a powerful motor into the prosthetic's joints. He reveals it uses advanced tech like NASA-developed coils and powerful neodymium magnets. His colleague panics, warning that using such technology is a contract violation. Kondo calmly dismisses her fears, stating it's fine since this is another world. She is left aghast and speechless at his overly convenient explanation. A persistent beeping sound interrupts them, and the colleague asks what it is. A device on his belt displays an alert. The injection molding machine has a temperature anomaly. Colleague asks with concern if there has been an accident at the Demon Tribe's worksite. A bead of sweat runs down Kondo's face as a terrible feeling washes over him. In the other world, a dragon flies over a landscape that is completely engulfed in flames. The monstrous beast unleashes a powerful, concentrated beam of fire from its gaping maw. The fiery blast incinerates the jagged, crystalline ground, consuming small figures in its path. Maul is trapped in the inferno, clutching a small creature and desperately crying for help. He holds the creature protectively, his face a mask of pained determination. From a safe distance, a female knight and an elf mage watch the widespread devastation. The knight Juna remarks on the terrifying and incredible power of the dragon. The elf mage can only manage a weak sound of agreement, her face pale with fear. Juna is shocked that the dragon's fiery breath could reach so far and burn so much. She grimly notes that their vanguard has been completely wiped out in the destruction. A smug, elf-like man named Mora dismisses the small creatures he's fighting as pathetic. His companion, a burly knight with a bowl cut, agrees that this is no laughing matter. A bicycle wheel suddenly rolls into the frame on the cracked, desolate ground. Kondo arrives on his bicycle, wearing a hard hat and looking concerned. He stares in horror at his injection molding machine, now a burning wreck. His face contorts in disbelief and fury at the sight of his destroyed equipment. The bowl-cut knight holds up the impaled head of a goblin-like creature. He casually remarks that all of these creatures are weak and offer no real challenge. His gaze shifts, his expression one of contemptuous recognition as he spots a figure. Mora, his former comrade, identifies the situation as a surprising encounter. He points out the human Maul, crouched in the flames with a small creature. The two adventurers stand before the downed mole, their presence menacing and cruel. Maul looks up at them, sweat beading on his face, his expression tense. The knight looks closer at Maul, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He asks if that isn't the captain of the Dragon Strikers, which Mora confirms. Mora boasts with a cruel grin that Maul is the one whose limbs he cut off. Maul remembers barely escaping with his life after losing his bounty in their last encounter. The knight mocks Maul for surviving only to be found in such a pathetic state. Mora asks if they should just kill him, but the knight dismisses him as useless. Maul is told that without a bounty, he is a being of less value than a goblin. The two adventurers agree and turn to leave him to his fiery fate. Gobkichi bravely steps forward to protect Maul, telling the adventurers not to be foolish. Maul cries out for Gobkichi to stop as the small creature confronts the knight. The knight viciously kicks the small creature aside with a powerful, contemptuous blow. He snarls in disgust, telling the filthy goblin not to touch him. Maul lurches forward to intervene, but is easily shoved back to the ground. Mora erupts in cruel, maniacal laughter at Maul's helplessness and humiliation. Maul's face is a picture of shock and disbelief at their unprovoked cruelty. Mora glances back at him with a smug, utterly satisfied expression. Kondo bursts onto the scene, his bicycle scattering the adventurers' men in a flash. Gobkichi and Maul cry out Kondo's name in a mixture of shock and profound relief. Kondo pedals with astonishing speed, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. His face is a mask of righteous fury as he vows that he will not forgive them. The bowl-cut knight turns and demands to know who this newcomer is. Kondo yells for Maul to take the package he is about to throw to him. A bag containing the new prosthetic arm and leg lands on the ground before Maul. Kondo shouts that these are his new limbs, a perfect replacement for what he lost. He urges Maul to put them on for the future of their worksite. Mora contemptuously kicks Kondo's bicycle, sending the technician flying through the air. The bowl-cut knight's boot comes down on Kondo's hand, pinning him to the ground. Kondo cries out in pain as the knight destroys his precious, jet-powered Mamachari. The knight dismisses the bicycle as a worthless, insignificant toy. He looms over Kondo, threatening to do the same to him right now. Lying on the ground, Kondo tells his attackers they don't understand what they've done. The knight is unimpressed, letting out a dismissive and mocking, "Huh?" Kondo begins a passionate lecture on the immense human effort that went into the bicycle. A flashback shows the intricate process of design, procurement, and assembly. Another memory shows the bike undergoing rigorous and grueling endurance testing in a lab. The final product is shown, carefully packaged and ready for distribution and logistics. Kondo explains that the souls of the workers are imbued in the bike. He just added an engine. He vows that for stealing that soul, they will pay on this very day. The knight looks on, a flicker of recognition and perhaps unease in his eyes. Mora is asked if this is the man from the stampede incident they were involved in. He leans in for a closer look, confirming his suspicion with a slight nod. A fully restored Maul rises to his feet, the new prosthetics seamlessly attached. In a blur of motion, he dashes past his two astonished adversaries. He lands behind them, his sword already sheathed, his movement impossibly fast. Mora and the knight are frozen in place, their faces a mask of utter confusion. Blood erupts from their bodies as they collapse, defeated in an instant. Maul looks back coolly, his face intense, and his vengeful mission finally complete. His former comrades choke on their own blood, their expressions of shock frozen on their faces. Over his fallen foe, Maul coolly declares this to be a divine punishment. In the aftermath, he stands resolute amidst the cracked and desolate landscape. A stunned Commander Ryan asks Juna if she saw the impossibly fast attack. Kondo, seeing a new threat, shouts a desperate warning and points upwards. Swooping from the sky, a dragon appears, taking the warrior Maul by surprise. A close-up reveals Maul's prosthetic leg, a piece of modern technology. Amidst the fiery destruction, Kondo stands calmly with a small goblin creature. A winged humanoid rider is seen from behind, about to be intercepted in midair. Maul leaps onto another dragon, swiftly striking down the enemy rider. His opponent defeated, Maul allows himself a small, confident smile. Kondo and the goblin watch the victory with an expression of quiet pride. The title page shows a burning land leading to a distant, dark castle. Now Kondo and his goblin allies look upon a massive, decapitated dragon. His face is grim while the goblins cheer, beginning a new, difficult chapter. Maul examines his new complex prosthetic hand as its mechanical fingers whir. The small goblin, Gobukichi, runs to Kondo, cheering about the dragon's defeat. Adjusting his glasses, Kondo expresses relief that his prosthetics are a perfect fit. Maul flexes the hand, amazed that it moves precisely as he wills it. He asks Kondo what kind of powerful magic he used to create it. With a knowing look, Kondo corrects him, stating it is simply technology. From a high cliff, Commander Ryan and her troops watch the distant battle. Ryan is shocked a dragon fell in one blow, wondering if it's him. Her elf companion asks if Ryan recognizes the mysterious warrior. She confirms she does, recalling a time when dragons plagued their kingdom. King Black Moa V had dispatched his elite dragon striker subjugation squads. The strikers were unstoppable, successfully annihilating the entire dragon threat. Ryan recounts a rumor that the unit went rogue after their mission ended. King Black Moa, fearing them, then put a bounty on their leader's head. A look of horror dawns on Ryan's face as she realizes who they face. She identifies the warrior as Maul, the former captain of the Dragon Strikers. Her entire army stands frozen in fear before the legendary figure. Ryan's composure shatters as she screams for an immediate, panicked retreat. Her soldiers' faces are masks of terror and confusion at the sudden order. The elf mage, Juna, questions the command, noting the perfectly clear weather. Ryan insists an enemy is coming, trusting her special ability to sense it. She knows they cannot possibly win a direct confrontation with such a foe. She identifies the approaching threat: Maul, Kondo, and the Goblin Corps of Anger. Panic erupts in the ranks as her troops scramble to flee the storm. Far away, Kondo watches the enemy forces withdraw from the battlefield. He stares after them, his expression one of cold, unwavering determination. Maul watches the burning landscape, the enemy having torched the entire site. Clenching his fist, Kondo vows that he will not forgive them for this. Maul asks if they should give chase, but stumbles, his prosthetic leg failing. He curses in frustration as his leg refuses to move as he wishes. Kondo calmly tells him to rest, promising to adjust the prosthetic later. Maul then asks how they can possibly arm a pursuit force without weapons. Kondo reassures him, revealing he has the first weapons they ever created. He unveils a massive pile of 1,000 reinforced spike clubs. Maul and the goblin Gobukichi can only stare in stunned silence at the arsenal. The formidable clubs are distributed, ready for their new goblin army. Kondo leads a roaring horde of goblins, each armed with a heavy club. The human commander Ryan screams warnings of the approaching enemy. Her soldiers look back in horror at the impossibly fast goblin army. Kondo roars from the back, demanding they fulfill their dark responsibilities. Ryan screams back defiantly that she won't be killed by them. Just then, the elf mage Juna descends from the sky, her staff glowing. Juna declares that she will handle the rear guard and finish the fight. Ryan cries out her name, begging her to stop, warning of the danger. But Juna is resolute, vowing not to lose. Her pride as a mage on the line. Kondo, holding his own club, stands ready for the magical assault. He watches as Juna hovers in the air, gathering immense magical power. Juna's expression is one of fierce determination as she prepares her spell. Kondo's gaze is steady and unwavering, meeting her challenge head-on. "This is payback," Juna shouts, vowing he will atone for his sins. She unleashes a colossal bolt of lightning that engulfs Kondo completely. The surrounding goblins are thrown back by the sheer force of the blast. Juna watches, confident she has hit her mark and won the fight. As the smoke clears, the club is revealed, smoking but perfectly intact. Kondo stands completely unharmed, holding the club in a grounding wire. Juna's eyes go wide with disbelief, demanding to know why it didn't work. Kondo offers a wry, pitying smile, telling her it's too bad for her. He explains he connected the club to the ground just before her attack. A wire is shown leading from the club to a stake in the earth. Juna is left speechless, her ultimate attack rendered utterly useless. Kondo explains the principle of electricity following the path of least resistance. He declares that her attack won't work. The current won't flow through him. Seeing her friend in peril, Ryan screams for her to fall back immediately. Far away in his throne room, King Blackmoa V receives the news. He is aghast, sputtering that his dragon and garrison were defeated. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he orders a full military retreat. His forces are pursued by the demon tribe towards the town of Leftorf. The king's face is grim as he realizes his only hope is a barrier. Standing on his balcony, he commands his mages to raise the barrier. The scene shifts to the human territory of the town Leftorf. The townsfolk look on with grim expressions as the mages prepare. A line of robed mages gathers, their staffs glowing with power. They activate a massive magical sigil on the ground, chanting in unison. A shimmering hexagonal pattern of light rises from the earth. The barrier rapidly expands, enveloping the entire town just in time. Inside the city, Commander Ryan sighs with relief, believing they are saved. Outside, Kondo and his relentless goblin army charge toward the town. The goblin horde's clubs crash against the invisible, impenetrable wall. They pound futilely against the glowing hexagonal shield. Kondo stares at the barrier, marveling at its hardness and transparency. His mind immediately compares it to the giant tank at Shiraumi Aquarium. Ryan, behind the barrier, is baffled by his talk of acrylic. She taunts the demon tribe, declaring that they cannot break the barrier. Her troops laugh, safe behind the impenetrable wall. Kondo stands before the barrier, on the verge of cornering the human army. He remains in awe, exclaiming that it's just like the giant aquarium tank. An older man marvels at a giant aquarium, recalling its impressive technical specifications. A diagram illustrates the special lamination technique used for the massive acrylic S. The man's face becomes grim as he realizes this technology is now an enemy's weapon. He shouts to his goblin allies that the acrylic wall is unbreakable, and they must retreat. The frustrated goblins cease their attack, their clubs useless against the transparent barrier. From a wide view, the massive curved barrier has halted the entire goblin army's advance. An enemy commander looks on in shock, finally understanding what she is facing. The scene shifts to a desolate, dragon-scorched battlefield, the aftermath of a different conflict. A shaggy-haired man, Maul, kneels to tend to an injured horned woman named Celis. With concern in his eyes, Maul calls out her name. The injured Celis looks up, her one eye closed in pain as she lies on the ground. A small winged creature asks Selly how she could have lost to a dragon. She explains that her ice magic is weak against the dragon's powerful fire. Maul gently tells her not to push herself. Celis reveals that she has been watching him for a long time. She says she was waiting for him as a defeated dragon flies away in the distance. A memory begins, showing a platoon of armored dragon strikers on horseback. Villagers watch them pass with resentment, warning each other of their brutality. The platoon leader, a younger Maul, looks back with a grim expression. His gaze is cold and resolute as he observes the village. A small horned demon girl, a young Celis, looks up with pure admiration. She runs towards the departing soldiers, excitedly calling out a name. Her mother grabs her, warning that the soldiers will kill her like the dragon. The little girl asks her mother if she can become strong like them. Maul, hearing her words, makes a decision and turns his horse around. He draws his massive sword with a look of firm determination. Suddenly, a second dragon attacks, sending the villagers into a panicked frenzy. The mother desperately calls for her daughter, Celis, amidst the chaos. A soldier cries out for their platoon leader, Maul, as the beast descends. The dragon unleashes a torrent of fire at the terrified mother and child. Maul raises his hand, preparing to intervene in the deadly attack. A massive, transparent shield materializes, completely blocking the dragon's flames. The devastating attack is rendered harmless, parting around the protected family. Maul looks back at the mother and child he has just saved. He gruffly tells them that no thanks are necessary for his actions. The little girl stares in pure, unadulterated awe at her heroic savior. He charges towards the beast as she reaches out a hand towards him. Her face is a portrait of heroism witnessed, filled with innocent joy. In the present, the adult Celis formally offers her thanks to Maul. They sit together, a moment of quiet gratitude passing between them. Maul appears flustered by her thanks, brushing it off awkwardly. The scene shifts to Kondo and his colleagues surveying the destroyed worksite. His colleagues grimly observe the devastation, calling it a burnout field. A woman with him wonders how they can possibly restore the land. Kondo's team discusses the need to rebuild using the local resources. He proposes a deal. They will rebuild in exchange for provisions for his employees. Celis, now in her demon general regalia, confidently tells Kondo to leave it to her. In a demon throne room, Celis furiously demands to know why she wasn't warned. A long-haired demon explains that their leaders, Sturm and Shenkar, were away. Celis fumes that their trip yielded no results, a clear neglect of their duties. The formal demon, Shenkar, blames her for neglecting the front lines. Shenkar looks on with disdain as the argument continues to escalate. He turns his scorn on Kondo, demanding to know what he contributed. Kondo calmly replies that he simply provided backup. Celis reveals it was Kondo's prosthetic leg for Maul that defeated the dragon. Shenkar is stunned into silence by this incredible revelation. The Demon King Sturm lets out a hearty laugh, impressed by Kondo's skills. Sturm declares he wants to appoint Kondo as the new Reformation Captain General. Shenkar objects, arguing that Kondo is a newcomer and the promotion is too sudden. Sturm overrules him, stating he has high expectations for Kondo's restoration work. Kondo's female colleague raises her hand to state their conditions. She explains their employees require necessities like proper food and clothing. Sturm roars in agreement, promising to provide whatever they need if they rebuild. Kondo and Shenkar stare each other down, a new rivalry forming between them. Shenkar seethes, refusing to acknowledge the presumptuous upstart. Kondo and Maul stand in the ruins, discussing their new responsibilities. Kondo asks Maul if he's truly okay with being the site supervisor. He notes the abundance of ore and stone and the need for basic facilities. Maul admits that he has only ever known how to fight and feels useless. Kondo tells him that a warrior cannot remain a warrior forever. He suggests Maul become an engineer, promising he'll never worry about food again. Maul, surprised and touched by the offer, agrees to Kondo's request. He looks at his own prosthetic arm, acknowledging Kondo made it for him. Kondo's colleagues smile, witnessing the moment of connection between the two men. Maul looks at Kondo with genuine gratitude and says thank you. Kondo, moved by his words, says that this makes him happy. He declares that for a technician, that is the greatest reward. The small winged creature asks Kondo's team where they came from. The small creature expresses its curiosity about their mysterious origins. Kondo explains they are from a world that Maul doesn't know. He gestures to a dome-shaped device, explaining they were transported while repairing it. His stout colleague passionately declares their fervent wish to return home. Kondo explains their analysis revealed the device was missing a fuel source. He holds up a small, glowing capsule-like object they salvaged from it. Maul looks at the object, speculating it could be their way home. He examines the tiny shimmering crystals inside the capsule. A look of recognition dawns on his face as he identifies it as a dragon's tear. A new chapter begins titled To Purchase Supplies. The team gathers around the transportation device to discuss their next move. Kondo confirms the fuel source has been identified as dragon's tears. Tsuboi enthusiastically agrees, trusting Maul's identification since he was a dragon striker. Maul recalls seeing something similar when a dragon was crying. He confirms with certainty that it is indeed a dragon's tear. Tsuboi, fired up, suggests they capture a dragon to get more. He declares they must find a dragon somewhere and capture it for its tears. His colleague reminds him of the danger, making him panic. He then remembers the dragon they defeated and suggests they extract its tears. Kondo holds up a hand to stop his frantic outburst. He reveals the dragon's corpse was devoured by a horde of goblins. The team's hope crumbles as they realize their easy path home is gone. A close-up reveals the stern, bespectacled face of an older man named Kondo. Kondo suggests that it's all right for them to go home, shocking his colleagues. A woman named Sati frantically explains that all the remaining employees are desperate to leave. Her stout companion, Tsuboi, worries aloud about their lack of salary and their concerned families. Kondo suggests their families should be more grateful, further upsetting his co-workers with his detached view. In a moment of frustration, a foot stomps down on the ground with force. 3 new employees, Masui, Aikawa, and Ichinos, arrive to confront Kondo about his leadership. Aikawa passionately pleads for more cooperation from everyone to ensure their collective survival. She lists their harsh living conditions, lamenting the lack of electricity, beds, and showers. Kondo calmly begins to explain his strategy of befriending the local demon tribe. He reveals that they have been receiving regular supplies in exchange for their contributions. His colleagues hopefully wonder if these supplies include necessities like shampoo or retort pouch curry. A large crate is opened, unveiling a grotesque assortment of alien creatures and vegetables. Aikawa and Masui recoil in disgust from the horrifying food supply. Kondo, however, calmly states that he has grown quite accustomed to the strange diet. Ichino's, looking ill, complains that Kondo's recent behavior has been very strange. He questions how they can possibly get proper nutritional evidence from such unidentifiable food. Kondo turns to Ichinos and asks if he has been eating anything at all. Ichinos confidently states that he would, of course, never eat such things. He triumphantly reveals his personal supply of multivitamin supplements. Crying with manic joy, he declares his nutritional plan is perfect, as his colleagues look on, concerned. Masui, the manufacturing chief, interjects, stating that he understands Ichinos' point, but there are other issues. Sadie asks if he is referring to some kind of technical problem. Masui explains their power source. The Ella rabbit is fine when it is drunk and sleeping. The rabbit-like creatures are shown discharging electricity erratically, a dangerous and unreliable system. Kondo, pinching the bridge of his nose, realizes they need a more structured and reliable solution. His expression hardens as he decides on a new course of action to solve their power crisis. He announces his plan to build a hydroelectric generator using a nearby waterfall. Sadie is excited by the idea, but Tsuboi frantically asks where they will get the necessary materials. The group gathers around a table as Kondo prepares to reveal their newfound funding. Kondo turns to a large chest, stating that its contents will be their key to success. He heaves open the lid, revealing a massive, overflowing trove of strange, glittering currency. The employees stare in awe at the mountain of demon money, a fortune beyond their imagination. Tsuboi marvels that in this other world, just like in his own, money is everything. The group stands under the high ceiling of their workshop, their new mission decided. Kondo proposes they take their new funds and go shopping in the demon tribe's town. Tsuboi is shocked, asking if the demons actually have a town of their own. Kondo confirms that they do. Not far from their factory, Izumitani Manufacturing. A vast, jagged landscape is shown, with the imposing castle of the Demon King looming in the distance. They enter a bustling, prosperous demon city with unique, domed architecture and lively streets. Tsuboi is amazed by the incredible variety of different races in the thriving city. Sadie spots a marketplace where a bird-headed vendor sells strange, one-eyed pineapples. Kondo observes two goblin-like creatures enjoying a drink at an outdoor table. The group is surprised to see humans mingling freely and happily with the various demon races. A grizzled old vendor with a knowing smile notes that they seem different from other humans. He rests his chin on his hand, his expression one of weary, worldly amusement. The vendor correctly identifies them as human, just like himself, much to their surprise. Kondo asks why a human would be living in a demon town instead of with his own kind. The vendor scoffs at the question, calling the human lands a stuffy and unpleasant place. He explains that he would much rather sell his junk here, finding it far more enjoyable. Tsuboi is thrilled by this philosophy, exclaiming that the demons are so free. The bustling street is filled with various beast-like humanoids going about their day. Tsuboi, filled with excitement, calls out to the old vendor, ready to do some business. The vendor offers to sell him a love potion made by a witch from a cursed forest. Aikawa and Ichinos are immediately suspicious, warning Tsuboi not to believe such a shady scam. Tsuboi, blushing furiously, fantasizes about giving the potion to a woman named Cress. While Tsuboi is lost in his romantic daydream, Kondo calmly asks the vendor for the price. The vendor grins, naming the outrageous price of 100 million broad for the tiny vial. Sadie explodes in anger, declaring the price is an absurd ripoff and that they don't have that kind of money. The vendor's friendly demeanor vanishes, and he threatens them for their disbelief. He hurls a knife that embeds itself in the wall, terrifying the group. The team scrambles away in a panic, fleeing from the angry old man. A view of a tall domed tower with a spiked top rises against the sky. The group stops in a quieter alley to catch their breath after their narrow escape. Ichinos, still shaken, suggests they split into two teams to be more efficient. Kondo agrees, stating that he brought something just for this purpose. He reveals a pair of old-fashioned, short-range wireless communicators. Ichinos explains they can use the devices to regroup if they find what they need within a 30-meter range. Sadie agrees to the plan, and she and Kondo decide to look for construction supplies. Tsuboi is tasked with purchasing daily necessities for the rest of the group. His team wanders down a seedy-looking back alley filled with strange characters. Tsuboi complains that the alley is getting suspicious and decides they should have some fun instead. He declares that since they're here, they should enjoy themselves freely. An alluring demoness with small horns and a gothic dress asks where they are going. Tsuboi, Ichinos, and Aikawa are completely captivated by her stunning appearance. Tsuboi excitedly points out a sign for what he believes is a demon girls' bar. The demoness seductively invites them for a drink, promising a cheap place nearby. Tsuboi is completely won over, eagerly agreeing as Ichinos tries to stop him. Aikawa and Ichinos grab him, reminding him of their mission to buy necessities. Tsuboi declares that for him, the beautiful demoness is a daily necessity. He gleefully drags his protesting colleagues along with him towards the establishment. The demoness leads them through an archway flanked by two large round golem bouncers. She glances back at the golems with a sly, knowing look. The golems' eyes glow as they activate, their gaze following the newcomers into the bar. Inside, the group sits at a table, with Tsuboi happily raising his glass to his good fortune. Aikawa, looking thoroughly unimpressed, asks if the drink is wine. Ichinos questions Tsuboi for coming here instead of buying necessities. Tsuboi dismisses his concerns, calling this a valuable learning experience. Aikawa grumbles about his boisterous stories of his youth. A beautiful demon hostess with a charming smile asks if they are having fun. Carrying a tray, she introduces herself as Emasa and offers to join them for a drink. Tsuboi is completely smitten, calling out her name with absolute delight. He enthusiastically pats the seat next to him, urging her to sit down beside him. She accepts, and Tsuboi begins to serenade her with a cheesy love song. Ichinos, ever practical, cuts in to ask how much the place costs. Emasa explains it's 1,500 broad for an hour of all you can drink. She adds that this is a bargain, as a single fruit juice outside costs 500 broad. Tsuboi declares the pricing to be incredibly conscientious, though Aikawa remains suspicious. With Emasa mentioning she has liquor worth 50,000 broad, they raise their glasses to drink. Outside, the golem bouncers stand silently, waiting for their cue to act. In a bustling demon city, various horned and winged races go about their day. Salihe, an older man in a work uniform, examines a strange talking plant. His female subordinate expresses her desire to find useful items for their mission. She then voices her concern over whether their colleague, Tozawa, is handling his task properly. Salihe confidently reassures her, stating that Tozawa is an excellent and capable man. The subordinate, however, privately thinks Tozawa is completely useless at his job. Salihe explains their need to find production materials, as their own company's inventory is limited. His attention is suddenly captured by a large round figure moving through the market. He asks his subordinate about the strange rock person he sees working nearby. The articulated stone golem continues its methodical work, its design simple yet functional. Salihe notes with fascination that the golem repeats the exact same loading motion. A young man with a ponytail proudly identifies the creature as a golem. He explains that as a golem user, he can make the rock doll perform his commands. A profound realization strikes Salihe as he recognizes the golem as an industrial robot. He excitedly grabs the golem user, asking about the programming language with modern terms. The young man is completely bewildered by Salihe's unfamiliar technological jargon. He simply clarifies that the golem is controlled by incantations. Elsewhere, in a stone tavern, a drunken Kondo cheerfully calls out to someone. His face is flushed with drink as he continues to enthusiastically call for Ichinos. Tozawa warns Kondo about his excessive drinking, but Kondo insists he understands something. He drunkenly declares that their colleague Kless must be secretly in love with him. Busi scoffs at the absurd notion, chugging her drink in disgust. Kondo turns his attention to the crying hostess, Emasa, promising to listen to her. Emasa slyly asks if he will truly listen to anything she says. He eagerly agrees, offering to pay 50,000 broad for an after-party. Emasa then reveals the true bill as a staggering 171,500 broad. Kondo is shocked into sobriety, his money pouch suddenly feeling very empty. Tozawa stares in wide-eyed horror at the unbelievable sum. Busei is equally aghast, a single tear of despair rolling down her cheek. Kondo tries to laugh off the bill as a joke, but Emasa insists it's real. She presents the itemized list, including a massive charge for her company. Emasa smiles sweetly, demanding that he pay the bill in full. Kondo recoils from the table, his expression one of utter shock. He slumps back in his seat, declaring it a ripoff and refusing to pay. Busei sighs in exasperation, having suspected something was amiss. Emasa's expression turns cold as she reminds him of his promise. With a sharp crack, she snaps her fingers, activating a spell. Her eyes glow as she chants a strange arcane incantation. Two massive stone golems lumber into the tavern in response to her call. The group recoils in terror, wondering what the monstrous creatures are. Emasa introduces her cute golems, revealing herself as a golem user. One of the golems stares forward with blank, menacing eyes. She boasts that her creations will obey her every command. A golem smashes the table with its fist, sending everyone scrambling. The terrified group cowers in a corner amidst the wreckage of the tavern. Kondo, sweating profusely, pleads for them to be pardoned. Imasa informs them they will be turned into meatballs for non-payment. Kondo repeats the horrifying word meatballs in utter disbelief. She explains they will be sold as food for the beast tribes. The group panics, realizing their gruesome fate is to be eaten. Imasa gives him a final choice: pay the bill or become a meatball. The group despairs, believing it's all over, as a beeping sound interrupts. Imasa looks around, confused by the sudden electronic noise. A new voice calmly states that there is no need to pay such a bill. Salihe and his assistant arrive, Salihe holding a beeping device as Kondo cries in relief. Imasa looks on with a slight, unimpressed smile, her composure returning. She addresses Salihe as the parent, asking if he intends to pay the bill. Salihe calmly asks what will happen if he refuses her demand. Imasa orders her golems to turn them all into meatballs. A golem lunged forward, its massive stone fist ready to crush Salihe. Salihe shouts a command in a strange arcane language. The golem's fist stops just inches from his face, its motion frozen. Imasa stares in utter disbelief, her confidence completely shattered. The rest of the group looks on, equally bewildered by the turn of events. The golem's hand remains frozen in place, suspended in midair. Salihe reaches into a small rectangular slot in the golem's head. Imasa demands to know why he is able to control her creation. He calmly pulls a thin, rectangular card from the golem's head. Salihe identifies the command he used as a universal emergency stop incantation. His confused colleagues ask him to explain what is happening. Salihe reveals that the golems are controlled by her, just like robots. He explains that the card is a memory card containing her program. Salihe hands the card to Tasawa, the programmer, for his expert analysis. Tazawa examines the card, his expression one of dawning understanding. He deduces it contains a simple visual program to attack non-paying customers. The group marvels at the revelation that the creatures are just like robots. Imasa, defeated, demands to know how Salihe learned the stop code. Salihe reveals he bought the code from the other golem user for 200,000 broad. His colleagues are aghast at the price, calling it higher than the scam bill. Salihe looks at Imasa, stating that the high price proves her value. He looks at her intently, asking if she is having trouble with money. Salihe extends an offer, asking if she would be interested in joining them. The chapter title is revealed amidst the wreckage of the tavern. Salihe smiles, directly asking the golem user what she thinks of his offer. He states that her golems move according to her incantations, which her golem confirms. He explains that in his world, this is equivalent to an industrial robot. Salihe's team discusses how her programming could revolutionize their manufacturing process. Salih pushes up his glasses, his expression serious and determined. He tells Imasa that her incredible skills deserve proper compensation. Imasa stands with her golem, listening intently to his business proposal. She explains her past, dispatching golems to human mining sites for work. However, she recounts how the humans eventually stopped paying for her services. She reveals the current king outlawed her slave magic, forcing her into servitude. Ultimately, she was cast out from the goblin's mine, unable to make a living. She recalls being forced to scam people, like the man Kondo, just to survive. She had to sell her simple incantations at exorbitant prices just to eat. She clarifies that she is capable of using far more advanced incantations. Imasa leans in with a sly smile, asking if he's saying she's worth a lot. His subordinate excitedly tells him to consider it, as it's within their budget. Salih, with passionate intensity, makes his offer, a monthly salary of 1 million broad. A woman with a bob haircut shouts in disbelief at the sheer size of the proposed salary. A stout man wonders if this is for a section chief, while his colleague admits he has no frame of reference. The subject of their discussion, a woman with small horns named Emma, smiles coolly. Later, a truck pulls up to the unassuming Izumatani manufacturing plant building. Cheerful factory workers begin unloading crates filled with fresh, exotic-looking fruit. The bountiful harvest promises the welcome relief of a proper meal at last. Inside, the manager Kondo and his colleague Sari sample the fruit, remarking on its delicious taste. Kondo holds a small white round fruit, examining it closely. He comments on its exceptional freshness, and Sari identifies it as a high-class delicacy called suide. She adds that this very fruit is also used as an annual offering to the Demon King. From her golem throne, Ima confirms this, explaining the difficult selection process for the offering. Kondo and Sari listen intently, processing the gravity of this offering. Ima warns of disaster if the offering fails, then strangely wishes she could become a golem. Sari is surprised by the confirmation of the Demon King's existence, while Kondo seems to understand. Examining the fruits, Kondo notes their varied shapes, realizing the sorting challenge. A confident, mischievous smile spreads across his face as he declares, "This could be interesting." Sari looks at him with alarm, asking what he is planning to do. Crushing a fruit in his hand, Kondo simply tells her to watch and see. In a modern office, Kondo tells his programmer, Ichinos, that it's his time to shine. Ichinos complains about Kondo's crazy ideas, while Emma sits on a golem chair nearby. Ima casually eats a piece of fruit, observing the programmer with detached amusement. Ichinos groans about being hungry while having to learn an unknown programming language. He gestures towards Ima, getting her attention to ask a question. He asks her directly how she creates her golems. Ima gestures to her golem chair, confirming that's what he's asking about. Ichinos explains he understands the basics, but senses a deeper secret to their fine movements. Ima confirms his suspicion with a simple, "That's right." She explains that she injects complex incantations into the clay as she molds them. Ichinos translates her magic into technical terms, thinking of sensors and joint adjustments. He understands her basic structure is a simple program as she shows him her talisman code. She explains the talisman doesn't command it to walk, but provides a sequence of commands. He looks intently at the magical code displayed on the talisman she holds. He confirms that he understands the concept she is explaining. Admitting his lack of confidence, he humbly asks her to teach him this new language. Pleased, Ima praises his quick grasp of the concepts, joking about his high salary. The scene shifts to the ominous silhouette of the demon tribe's worksite. A new magnificent stone fortress is being constructed under their supervision. Kondo praises the structure, and the one-eyed demon Mal admits she's impressed. The rugged foreman Mal explains that the goblins inexplicably listen to everything he says. A crowd of goblins and orcs eagerly awaits Mal's next orders. Mal explains to Kondo that the goblins obey him simply because he defeated a dragon. Kondo and Sari observe the happy goblins, noting they've even installed plumbing. A wooden cart rumbles forward, its wheels kicking up dust. A furious aristocratic demon named Shenkar arrives, pushing a massive cart of fruit. Kondo and Mal watch his approach, recognizing the cart is full of sweetie fruit. Shenkar erupts in fury, demanding to know what they are doing at this critical time. Mal realizes this is about the offering to the Demon King, which Kondo confirms. Shenkar screams that if they fail, they will incur the Demon King's wrath and bring disaster. He commands them to stop building and start sorting the fruit immediately. Kondo, stroking his chin, calmly states that there is no need to panic. Shenkar is baffled by his calm demeanor, questioning his sanity. Kondo explains that he has assigned the sorting task to the goblins as part-time workers. Shenkar scoffs at the idea, but Mal and another worker declare they will oversee the process. Kondo counters that this makes the goblins the perfect candidates for the job. A sudden heavy thud echoes through the worksite. Shenkar looks around in confusion, asking what he means by perfect. He looks on in surprise as a new procession arrives. Emma is carried forward on her golem throne, flanked by two larger golems and Ichinos. Shenkar and Mal stare in shock, exclaiming, "Golems!" Shenkar furiously demands to know what these useless constructs can possibly do. He dismisses them, stating they can only follow simple commands. Ichinos presents a set of labeled plates to Kondo, asking him to proceed. Ima gets down from her throne as one of the golems approaches a box. Ichinos places a plate labeled damaged on the side of a large bin. He then places plates for S, M, and L sizes. The next plates are for LL and top grade. The final plate, special grade, completes the sorting station. Ichinos and Emma present their fully prepared fruit sorting station. Shenkar and Mal look on, utterly confused, asking what they are trying to do. Ichinos' eyes glow as he chants in an arcane magical language. At his command, the two large golems whir to life, their arms moving towards the fruit. Shenkar stares in disbelief as Kondo smiles, watching the magic and technology about to be unleashed. The golems plunge their multi-fingered hands into the massive pile of fruit with incredible force. Shenkar can only watch, his mouth agape, as Kondo looks on with quiet satisfaction. The scene is a breathtaking fusion of magic and technology, a peerless factory in another world. The golems begin sorting at an incredible speed, tossing fruit into the special grade and LL bins. Shenkar exclaims in astonishment that the golems are performing high-speed sorting. The blemished fruit is tossed into its own bin with equal precision. One of the golems works tirelessly, its simple face betraying no emotion as it carries out the impossible task. Kondo, Ichinos, and Ima watch their creation work, a portrait of collaborative success. Schenker examines assorted fruit, marveling at how perfectly the golems have separated everything. Kondo explains that golems can only do what they are told. He clarifies that a golem is like a robot, and the incantations on its talisman are its program. He credits the breakthrough to the collaboration between Emma and Ichinos. Ima coolly states that she only taught them the necessary words for the talisman. Ichinos, however, is still in awe that she could learn and implement the system so quickly. Kondo, pinching his tired eyes, agrees that Ichinos has done exceptionally well. Ichinos dismisses the praise, stating that his work is still amateurish. Ima observes one of the golems shuddering, admitting she doesn't know what might cause a malfunction. A stout man named Cress panics, shouting that an error could be a disaster and they must strive for perfection. Ima watches him with annoyance, wondering why he's so pleased by the potential chaos. Ichinos speculates that Cress is simply aiming for an even more perfect system. Ima glares, thinking that if the system becomes too perfect, her own job will be at risk. She vows to herself that she will never teach them the art of creating golems from clay. Cress, oblivious, enthusiastically praises Ima's genius. Ima snaps at him to not touch her, threatening to bury him inside a golem. Cress is shown with his head and hands sticking out of a golem's body, apologizing profusely. Schenker takes command, shouting that they are out of time. He orders the goblins to prepare the sorted fruit for shipment immediately. The one-eyed demon warrior, Mal, and Sari watch with satisfaction, Mal remarking that things worked out after all. Goblins and orcs are hard at work while Kondo and Schenker observe the sight. Schenker admits they received help, but not solely due to Kondo's own power. Kondo humbly agrees, giving full credit to his excellent subordinates. Once weapons manufacturing is finished, Schenker declares they will proceed to the next task. Kondo interjects, suggesting that simply moving on would be a waste of potential. A confused Schenker demands to know what he could possibly mean by that. Kondo explains that their current profits are merely a starting point for a larger business. When pressed for details, Kondo simply tells the bewildered noble to just watch. Schenker notes the best fruits go to the Demon King, but Kondo insists that's not enough. The engineer unveils his plan to sort fruit by grade and vary prices accordingly. Schenker realizes this strategy would better cater to the needs of different customers. A crate filled with blemished, seemingly worthless fruit is shown. Kondo points out that even these damaged goods can be efficiently used for jam or wine. A shocked Schenker understands they've been selling all but the best fruit indiscriminately. With a confident smile, Kondo states that this is where things get truly interesting. He then poses a critical question about what would happen if the harvest failed. A worried Schenker confirms that such a disaster would enrage the Demon King. Kondo confidently presents a metal can, declaring it to be the solution. Schenker stares at the strange iron container, asking what it is. The engineer introduces the object as a kanzume, a canned good. A baffled Schenker stammers the unfamiliar word as Kondo prepares to open it. He pulls the tab, revealing the perfectly preserved fruit segments inside. The demon noble identifies the contents simply as fruit. Kondo carefully picks out a single piece to offer. After trying a piece himself, he encourages Schenker to taste it. Schenker hesitantly accepts the offered fruit segment. He brings the glistening piece of fruit to his lips and takes a bite. His eyes fly open in surprise as he exclaims how delicious it is. Kondo then reveals the fruit is 4 years old, causing Schenker to spit it out. A furious Schenker demands to know why Kondo would feed him rotten food. Kondo calmly corrects him, insisting that the food is not rotten at all. He explains the modern canning process of vacuum sealing and heat sterilization. Holding up the can, he states that it won't spoil as long as it's sealed. This, he explains, ensures a stable supply and avoids the Demon King's anger. A stunned Schenker processes the idea that the food could, in theory, last forever. Kondo gestures grandly, declaring his plan to build a canning factory on the spot. The demon noble's mind reels, realizing the immense profits this could generate. Kondo looks on with a determined, satisfied smile, his vision clear. Schenker understands that this isn't just a new product, it is a revolution. A massive, shadowy figure suddenly appears behind them, its presence commanding. The powerful wolfman, Storm, arrives, commenting on the pleasant scenery. Schenker and Kondo are startled by his sudden and unexpected appearance. Their colleagues, including the one-eyed warrior Klessa, also look on in surprise. Klessa finds it strange for him to be here, as a colleague frets nearby. Storm grins, revealing that he has a special proposal for them all. He grandly announces a company trip to a hot spring to deepen their bonds. Kondo and Schenker are taken aback by the sudden suggestion of a hot spring. A portly employee asks if such a facility even exists, which is confirmed. Storm explains it's a tourist spot for healing weary bodies after battle. The portly man is immediately lost in a fantasy of getting closer to Klessa. His lecherous daydream expands to include another female colleague, Emasa. Klessa, thoroughly unimpressed by his advances, coldly asks who he is. She then turns to the quiet, dark-haired Maul, suggesting he should go too. A surprised Maul questions if she is speaking to him. Klessa, blushing slightly, notes that his wounds probably haven't fully healed yet. The jealous portly man insists the hot springs are said to be very effective. A female factory worker cheers with delight, excited for a proper bath. Kondo agrees it's a good idea and tells her to inform the other employees. A man in a suit seems unenthusiastic, while a gothic woman asks if he's going. Unseen, a hooded figure watches from the woods before slipping away. The hooded scout is seen running across a field carrying the news. His message is destined for the formidable fortress of the human kingdom of Liver. A spyglass is shown, observing the distant scout's signals. Through the lens, a scout is seen waving a flag, reporting on the hot spring trip. King Black Moafev seethes, furious about his slain dragon and their vacation. He grits his teeth, his expression one of pure, unpleasant rage. The elf mage, Juna, asks if he's considering what she thinks he is. In his throne room, she questions if he plans another reckless attack. The king dismisses the idea, knowing the dragon striker is now on high alert. Juna listens intently, her expression serious and unreadable. The king's face twists into a malicious grin as he reveals his new strategy. The factory workers discuss their situation, one noting it's not difficult. A man with a buzz cut seethes with internal rage, vowing to find a betrayer. The imposing fortress of the human kingdom of Liver is shown again. King Black Moafev confidently tells Juna to rest assured about his clever strategy. A shocked Juna questions if she is truly capable of such a grand task. The king walks up the steps to his throne, his presence dominating the hall. He looks down at her with unwavering confidence, assuring her that she can do it. He addresses the kneeling elf by her name, Juna. He reveals that he is aware of her struggles to pass the B-rank magic user exam. Juna is stunned into silence, asking how he could possibly know that. The king boasts that he sees everything in his country, being close to a god. He then states with finality that he is, after all, the king. Juna looks on, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple. The king offers her a deal, suggesting he could arrange for her to pass the exam. He tells her she could pass with her eyes closed, but there is a price to pay. Juna nervously asks what role she must play in return for this favor. The king commands her to use her skills to ferret out the betrayer among them. He tells her with chilling intensity that she will do it with her own hands. The team arrives at a large, grimy settlement nestled in the mountains. The workers are unimpressed with the accommodations, one asking if they're staying here. Kondo reassures them, though his colleague worries about ghosts and bugs. They are greeted by Storm, who is being chided by other demons for drinking already. Storm calls out a welcome to the newly arrived members of Izumatani Manufacturing. A demon noble explains that this is Storm's regular lodging. He adds that it was even used for the demon tribe's baseball team training camp. Kondo steps forward, bowing deeply and expressing his sincere gratitude for the invitation. He explains it's an honor, as they haven't had a proper bath since arriving. The demon noble tells Storm not to complain after being so graciously invited. A pleased Storm praises Kondo's words and declares it's time for the hot springs. An empty, traditional Japanese inn hallway sets a quiet, reflective mood. Three men in work clothes relax in a tatami room, one remarking on the nostalgia. Murata, smoking, thinks back to a company trip to Atami. Kondo smiles, agreeing that a lot of things happened back then. The stout man looks on with a knowing, slightly mischievous expression. Murata recalls a specific, interesting incident, but Kondo tells him not to bring it up. Kondo's mind is already drifting back to the chaos at that karaoke bar. The memory begins. A young drunk salesman is making a scene at a company party. He drunkenly demands gratitude from the factory workers for selling their products. A younger Kondo, sitting at the table, glares with growing irritation. A cheerful colleague drunkenly encourages the annoyed Kondo to sing. The salesman stumbles over to Murata, forgetting his name and being disrespectful. Murata's patience snaps and he violently smashes a tambourine over the salesman's head. The salesman collapses to the floor as his colleagues watch in shock. Murata justifies his actions, stating that disrespecting fellow workers is unforgivable. He grabs the man's hair, yelling that someone who's never worked the factory floor is getting cocky. Back in the present, Murata tries to dismiss the story, but the stout man is amazed by the violence. Murata grimly states he was punished for laying a hand on him during a meeting. Kondo continues the story, explaining what happened to the salesman afterwards. The salesman began visiting the factory every day, diligently taking notes and learning their work. He showed a genuine, eager desire to understand their craft. Murata, despite his earlier anger, took him under his wing, offering to teach him. A younger, resentful Tsuboi sits with them, wondering why he's stuck with these old men. Kondo proudly concludes that the salesman became their top performer, a reliable asset. Tsuboi's eyes burn with a desire for more power, to become something greater. The scene shifts to the entrance of the women's hot spring, marked by a demon emblem. The hot spring is a natural, rock-lined pool with steam rising from the water. A human woman and a horned demon girl, Emma, relax in the bath, sighing in contentment. The woman playfully suggests that Emma and their colleague Tsuboi would make a good couple. Emma becomes flustered, denying any connection, but her blush betrays her feelings. Emma tries to deflect, mentioning she is on a business trip with someone named America. She seems to have heard the name America somewhere before, finding it familiar. The human woman realizes they are having some girl talk. A colossal, powerfully built demon woman with an eye patch emerges from the steam, exclaiming she's huge. The other two women are completely stunned by her intimidating size and presence. The giant woman announces she's getting in as the others stare, mouths agape. She settles into the water, her expression calm despite her imposing figure. The human woman asks the giant, Kless, if she and Mal are getting along well. Kless's expression becomes distant and worried as she thinks of him. She frets that he has been drinking alone in his room all day, and she doesn't know what to do. She believes that without her there to support him, he will fall apart completely. A close-up shows Mal looking troubled and alone. The human woman smiles knowingly at Kless's concern for her companion. A lively banquet hall is filled with humans and demons celebrating together. A massive wolf man and the human woman raise their mugs, toasting to their shared prosperity. The older men enjoy the party, the atmosphere filled with joyous revelry. Tsuboi wanders down a quiet, empty hallway, away from the celebration. He notices that Kless disappeared during the party and wonders where she went. Peeking around a corner, he sees Kless supporting a stumbling, intoxicated figure. She helps the drunken Mal, asking where his room is as he struggles to walk. Tsuboi watches the scene unfold from his hiding spot, his expression unreadable. Mal mutters incoherently, completely lost in his drunken stupor. Kless scolds him, asking if this is how a former striker captain should act, whispering his name, Dragon. Deliriously, Mal asks if the dragons will come for him anymore. Kless looks down at him, her expression softening. He confesses that he's scared, his hands clasped together in fear. He whimpers that he's afraid of returning to the strikers. He finally passes out from the alcohol and emotional exhaustion. Kless's exasperation melts into a gentle, affectionate smile. She cradles the vulnerable warrior in her arms, a silent, protective guardian. Tsuboi continues to watch the intimate, secret exchange from the corner. The scene shifts to the men's outdoor hot spring entrance. Tsuboi soaks alone in the steaming rock-lined pool. He reflects on the events of the evening, his expression pensive. Gazing at the starry sky, he whimsically wishes for an angel to appear. In the sky, a small figure on a staff can be seen approaching. Tsuboi's face breaks into a hopeful, goofy grin. The figure descends rapidly from the night sky. A beautiful elf woman crashes into the water with a massive splash. Tsuboi is completely startled, demanding to know who she is. He recognizes her as an enemy from the opposing army. He realizes with a jolt that she is an elf from the enemy forces. She coolly retorts that elves want to use the bath too. Flustered, he points out that this is the men's bath and asks what she's doing here. She gives him a sly, unreadable smirk, ignoring his protests. Tsuboi, stammering, confesses that he's been interested in her for a while. The elf, Juna, looks at him intently and asks if he will be her friend. Tsuboi is completely overwhelmed by the sudden, romantic proposal. The sound of a distant horn echoes through the mountains. Stunned, he points to himself, asking if she truly wants to be friends with him. His face flushes with hope and disbelief. She splashes water at him playfully, asking why it's a problem. He nervously explains that they are enemies and it's impossible. She suggests they could just meet up occasionally, calling him by her name, Juna. She leans closer, whispering that it will be their little secret. Tsuboi panics, realizing how dangerous it would be if they were discovered. A massive splash of water erupts as she moves closer to him. She gently pats his head with her staff, asking what's wrong. A faint blush appears on her cheeks as she looks at him. Tsuboi is sent into a state of pure, blissful delirium by her touch. Juna whispers that love is what transcends the wall between enemies. Completely won over, he wholeheartedly agrees with her. Suddenly, Kondo and Murata appear at the edge of the bath. Kondo's voice booms with disapproval, shouting Tsuboi's name. Tsuboi snaps back to reality, frantically denying that anything was happening. He stammers that his body was just moving on its own. Looking around the now empty hot spring, he wonders where she went. He asks in confusion if she is already gone. Kondo points out Tsuboi's beet-red face, accusing him of being flustered from drinking too much. From a distance, Juna flies away, her mission to ensnare the gullible man a complete success. An elf woman, Juna, is shown with a serene and knowing smile. In a hot spring, Kondo and Murata discuss how Juna, being a mage, can fly. Murata details the complex three-step mechanical process for making cans. He points out that without a motor, a goblin or golem must power the roller. Murata clutches his head, overwhelmed by the immense engineering challenge ahead. Kondo smiles, reassuring him with complete confidence in his ability to build it. Tsuboi sits alone, lamenting that this is not how he wanted to spend his time. He feels hopeless, as his colleagues are only interested in technical matters. At a dusty quarry, an army of goblins works to construct a stone fortress. Ima, the golem user, snaps her fingers with a sharp sound to issue a command. A massive stone golem's hand grips a heavy beam with incredible strength. The golem effortlessly lifts the beam, watched by Kondo, Schenker, and Emma. Kondo cheerfully remarks on how helpful the golem's immense power is. Two of the powerful constructs carry heavy materials up a ramp with precision. Kondo gratefully thanks Ima, crediting her for the smooth progress of the work. At the worksite, Kondo notices something is amiss, his earlier motivation gone. He approaches the slumped figure of Maul, asking if he is feeling all right. Maul clutches his head, admitting he is still suffering from a hangover. Kondo gently reminds him to be careful, as he is the site supervisor. Maul's expression becomes grim as he senses a familiar, unsettling presence. He explains that a lingering aura makes him tense enough to need a drink. Kondo, concerned, asks Maul what kind of presence he is sensing. Maul looks up toward the sky, identifying the ominous presence as a dragon. Schenker scoffs at his concern, dismissing it as just some big monster. Kondo reassures Maul, saying the creature won't approach with Gobkichi nearby. Schenker watches their exchange with a cynical, annoyed expression. A woman tells everyone to stop their idle chatter and get back to work. Gobkichi skillfully chisels a precise groove into a block of sandstone. Kondo watches with approval, commenting on how practiced Gobkichi has become. He explains the full technical process of quarrying stone with wedges. Gripping a pickaxe, Kondo states that this is all manual labor for now. He strikes the stone with great force, demonstrating the quarrying technique. His expression hardens as he vows to mechanize the process for efficiency. Gobkichi explains that the quarried stone will be used for the surface buildings. The stone blocks are already being used in the construction of a goblin dormitory. He declares their ambitious project to build their own stone canning factory. Gobkichi sings a cheerful song about canned goods while diligently working. The cool underground location is also perfect for preserving their food supplies. Schenker sneers, privately plotting to take over when their ambitious plan fails. Dust and small pebbles begin to fall from the cavern ceiling. The quarry shakes violently, and Kondo and Maul shout in alarm about an earthquake. After the tremor subsides, Kondo asks about the strange low sound he hears. Maul looks on with a grim, knowing expression, confirming the sound's presence. Cress stirs a massive cauldron of curry over a fire for the workers' meal. A crowd of goblins drools in anticipation as the curry simmers. President Serial announces that the food is ready and tells them to line up. Kondo praises her, calling this the first step towards a company cafeteria. Cress explains that she used the curry roux the company provided. The bubbling curry contains a variety of strange, unfamiliar ingredients. Serial explains to Kondo that she had Cress choose the ingredients. She confronts Kondo, furious, saying Cress was a terrible choice for the task. Kondo asks her what happened during the ingredient selection process. Cress had suggested a grotesque unicorn head bug, which horrified Serial. She also proposed poison tongue grass, which Serial found equally repulsive. Serial complains that her own sense of taste is completely different from Cress's. Cress lists the bizarre final ingredients, such as human-faced potato. A bowl of the finished, strange-looking curry is presented. Gobkichi happily eats the curry with bread, exclaiming how delicious it is. Kondo takes a tentative bite, his expression thoughtful and unreadable. Tsuboi sits alone, quietly eating his portion amidst happy goblins. His face is lost in a dreamy, love-struck expression. He recalls Juna's words about love transcending the wall between enemies. He holds his bowl of curry, a goofy, romantic grin on his face. He thinks that her magic has made him unable to even eat his meal. Looking up at the sky, he calls Juna his sinfully deep angel. He wonders when she will descend to him again, ready to fight for her. He feels his heart pounding, convinced their relationship has surpassed love. A deep rumbling sound echoes through the quarry as the ground trembles. The floor erupts, revealing a monstrous, toothed maw bursting from the earth. In a peaceful room, the small winged creature Gubkichi sleeps soundly. Kondo, Mal, and Serial reflect on finally sleeping in proper beds. Kondo smiles, glad they built a dormitory for the workers. Gobkichi snores, resting up for the next day's labor. Serial asks Kondo if he is truly okay working alongside their former enemies. Kondo asks what would happen if the project's creator wasn't on site. Serial looks down at the sleeping workers, saying she is incapable of such things. The sinister demon noble, Shenkar, approaches Tsuboi from behind. He mockingly calls out to Tsuboi, remarking on his bad luck. He notes that Kondo has all the skill but is treated coldly. Tsuboi nervously insists he's not being treated lightly, but is loved. Shenkar suggests it would be better if Tsuboi became his power. Tsuboi is confused, asking what Shenkar means by power. The powerful, eye-patch-wearing warrior Serial stands confidently. Shenkar asks Tsuboi with a wicked grin if he desires her. Tsuboi's eyes gleam with a sudden intense interest. Shenkar suggests they team up to get on Serial's good side. Tsuboi lets out a soft, knowing chuckle, surprising Shenkar. Tsuboi strikes a pose, apologizing but saying he already has someone. Shenkar is utterly shocked, demanding to know who it could possibly be. Tsuboi turns and walks away, saying he has to go. He speaks poetically of a promise to have stars for dessert. Shenkar realizes with horror that Tsuboi is raising a death flag. Tsuboi and Juna sit together on a large tree stump under the stars. They sit in a comfortable silence, a small creature resting beside them. Juna looks at Tsuboi with a soft, gentle expression. Tsuboi, blushing and stammering, says he's glad he got to meet her. Juna smiles, saying they were able to talk about a lot of things. She recalls him telling her about his father and his family home. She also remembers him mentioning Kondo's plan to build a canning factory. Tsuboi admits he doesn't usually talk about his private life with others. Under a sky full of stars, Tsuboi wonders if they heard his words. Juna looks up, realizing he knows about her personal struggles. He acknowledges that her mage exam must be difficult. They sit together as he notes King Blackmoa's cruelty. He offers his earnest support, telling her not to give up. Overwhelmed by his kindness, Juna suddenly bursts into tears. A startled Tsuboi asks what's wrong, seeing her distress. She sobs about the terrible king and a beloved dragon that was killed. Juna explains that Kondo's group destroyed something important to her. As a result, she wails, her mage license is being revoked. Tsuboi understands he can't solve this with words alone. With newfound determination, Juna watches as Tsuboi stands up resolutely. He turns to her with a kind smile, telling her not to cry. He promises that he and the stars will find a way to help her. Juna looks up, her face filled with a fragile, tear-streaked hope. At a vast stone quarry, golems and goblins are hard at work. Kondo kneels down, carefully placing a new name tag on a small goblin. The goblin, now named Gobsuki, looks at his ID with wide-eyed confusion. Sari happily notes that all the goblins are getting names and tags. Kondo smiles, explaining time cards will further increase their efficiency. A low, persistent rumbling sound echoes through the quarry. Sari and Kondo look around, wondering about the unsettling noise. Kondo decides it's fine as long as it doesn't disrupt their work. Outside, the team gathers by their van near stacks of quarried stone. A sporty woman announces lunchtime, while a horned woman declares she's starving. Tsuboi peeks from behind the van, his expression hardening with resolve. His face is flushed with determination as he whispers Juna's name. His hand clenches into a fist, deciding to delay the work. He forcefully shifts the van's gear selector into drive. With a manic grin, he believes he can achieve his goal. Sari smiles, her work for the day seemingly complete. She calls out to Kondo, telling him she's heading to lunch. Kondo explains he'll stay behind to organize his precious tools. Sari looks back, slightly annoyed that he's staying behind alone again. The van suddenly speeds toward the quarry entrance, scattering the goblins. Maul and Cress watch in stunned disbelief at the approaching vehicle. Tsuboi panics behind the wheel, losing control of the van. Sari shouts in alarm, wondering why a car is at the entrance. The van screeches and flips onto its side, blocking the only exit. Ima notes grimly that only a golem can move the wreckage now. Sari calls out to Kondo, pointing as the rumbling suddenly intensifies. Kondo looks up, his expression turning to alarm as the shaking worsens. The stone walls of the quarry begin to crack and splinter. Kondo's eye widens in shock as he senses the impending collapse. A massive block of stone breaks free from the quarry wall. With a deafening explosion, the entire wall shatters inward. A monstrous, circular maw lined with teeth bursts through the rubble. Sari lets out a blood-curdling scream as the creature emerges. The sporty woman and the horned woman cry out in terror at the sound. The warrior Crest stands ready, his expression grim and focused. He identifies the beast as a worm, a creature that consumes everything. The grotesque, toothed maw of the worm fills the frame. Kondo has a flash of insight, identifying a part as a shock absorber. His glasses glint as his engineering mind analyzes the monster. Crest screams for the others to save Kondo from the creature. Ima looks on, her expression a mix of shock and concern. The worm lunges, not for the people, but for Kondo's tools. Its multiple jaws snap open, ready to devour the equipment. Kondo stands before the massive beast, his tools in his path. He furiously declares that swallowing his tools is an unforgivable offense. He plants his pickaxe defiantly in the ground before the monster. He vows that if it wants his tools, it must take him too. He is pulled into the swirling vortex of teeth, staking his pride. Sari screams his name in horror as a single work shoe is left behind. A memory begins, with the old president asking Kondo about workshop injuries. A younger Kondo is confused by the sudden question from his president. The president repeats his query about when workers get hurt most often. Kondo pushes up his glasses, pondering the answer to the question. He tells the president that the answer should be obvious. Kondo states that the most dangerous time is when one becomes overconfident. He compares it to driving, when skill becomes second nature. The president explains this is when accidents are most likely to occur. The old president smiles, adjusting his cap with a knowing look. He tells Kondo that he's close, but not quite right. He explains that overconfidence emerges from the subconscious. Kondo wonders when this subconscious state takes over. The president holds up 5 fingers to illustrate his point. He reveals the most dangerous time is 5 minutes before and after work. The old president asks if Kondo understands this crucial lesson. Inside the worm, Kondo realizes he forgot his mentor's words. He recalls getting carried away with pride just after work had ended. The president's voice echoes, calling Kondo's name in his mind. He declares that the price for this mistake is a high one. Kondo's eyes widen with the dawning, painful realization of his error. He regains consciousness on his hands and knees inside a fleshy tunnel. He looks around the grotesque organic chamber, wondering where he is. He slowly gets to his feet on the pulsating, sticky ground. Looking down the long-ribbed gullet, he understands his fate. He realizes he was swallowed by the monstrous creature. He concludes that he must be inside the worm's stomach. A wave of nausea washes over him as he feels the heat. The ground beneath his foot is soft and squelches unpleasantly. His thoughts turn to his colleague, hoping Sari is safe. He looks toward the light at the end of the tunnel. He wonders if she is all right, his concern overriding his own fear. Outside, the colossal worm thrashes wildly in the quarry. Sari screams in terror as the monster rampages through the worksite. A worker flees, yelling that a monster has appeared. Sari cries out that the crashed van is blocking their only escape. She screams that Kondo has been swallowed by the beast. A young woman with a bob haircut peeks from cover, shouting that they must rescue their friend before he's digested. Her stout, buck-toothed colleague panics, realizing his action of blocking the exit caused this entire disaster. His terror intensifies as he spots a serene, elf-like woman sitting on a staff high above the chaos. The mysterious elf woman smiles calmly, observing the unfolding events from her high detached vantage point. A woman with small horns, Emma, points forward, shouting a command in a strange language to her 2 golems. At her word, the 2 round golems strain to push a white van that is blocking a narrow passage. The bob-haired woman, her face a mask of terror, urgently pleads with them to hurry up. Now on the ground, she screams for help as the monster's drill-like maw lunges directly toward her. A horned woman in armor, Cleese, shouts the name Maul and declares she is charging into the fray. A rugged man named Maul, his face strained, asks her how she could possibly defeat such a beast. Klez explains her plan to freeze the worm with her ice magic, then turns to Maul with a command. She hands him a greatsword, ordering him to cut open the worm's belly and rescue the trapped Kondo. Maul's expression is hesitant, his eyes filled with doubt as he considers the dangerous task. After a moment, he looks down and grimly agrees to her plan, stating that he understands. Klez watches him, her single eye wide with anticipation, as his gauntleted hand grips the sword's hilt. In a moment of vulnerability, Maul is seen being comforted by Klez, confessing that he is scared. Klez grabs him, desperately reminding him he's their only hope, and that he once defeated a dragon. Maul reflects on his actions, unsure if it's the joy of battle or gratitude to Kondo driving him. His resolve hardens. He decides that now is the time to save Kondo and takes up the sword. Klez roars his battle name, Dragon Striker, swinging him forward into the fight. The massive toothed maw of the worm lunges forward, a horrifying vision of imminent destruction. A blur of motion cuts across as someone acts with incredible life-saving speed. The woman on the ground despairs, believing it's all over and that she is utterly doomed. Maul snatches her from the jaws of death, pulling her into a protective embrace with his sword raised. He glares at the monster with fierce determination, shielding the terrified woman behind him. Kless's face lights up with a triumphant, fanged grin as she shouts that he did it. Her party stands ready as she gathers her power, preparing to unleash her ultimate ice spell. With a powerful cry, she unleashes the ice trance, avalanche, Zrania, her eye glowing with energy. A cataclysmic blast of frigid energy erupts, freezing the entire area in jagged, crystalline ice. Maul stands before the now frozen worm, asking Kless if she managed to freeze it solid. The worm's head is completely encased in a tomb of ice, confirming her spell was a success. The rescued woman, breathless with relief, urges Maul to hurry and save Kondo from inside the beast. Kless, panting with exhaustion, admits her magic is at its limit and tells Maul it's his turn. Suddenly, Maul is surrounded by a group of armored soldiers, his former comrades who have drawn their swords. A bewildered soldier asks why Maul would betray them after they had fought together as comrades. Another soldier explains their bitter motive. Maul has simply become too strong for them to handle. A scarred knight raises his sword, blaming Maul for becoming a famous dragon striker with a bounty. Kless, still kneeling, screams Maul's name, begging him to hurry and cut the worm open. Maul looks utterly lost and betrayed, his face a mask of anguish and confusion. Kless stares at him, her single eye wide with a mix of fear and desperation. Maul turns to her, his voice trembling as he asks if she too will betray him. He stands alone before her, a vulnerable figure in a moment of profound crisis. Kless's face contorts in a furious roar of loyalty, shouting she's not foolish enough to betray someone she admires. A faint, sad smile touches Maul's lips, his expression softening at her unwavering words. He turns and walks with purpose toward the massive, frozen head of the worm, raising his sword. Ignoring the advancing mercenaries, he leaps into the air, bringing the blade down with immense force. The great sword strikes the frozen head, shattering the ice with a deafening explosive crack. Klees and Maul can only stare upwards in abject horror as the ice explodes outwards. The worm, now free, erupts from the glittering shards of its prison, its maw gaping wide. A swordsman is sent flying backward from the sheer force of the creature's thrashing. The horned woman realizes with terror the immense power required to shatter her ice prison. The worm's fleshy, puckered tail end whips through the air, spraying a fine mist. The mist sprays outwards as the creature prepares to make its escape into the earth. Maul is now on his knees, his expression one of shock and utter disbelief. He grips the hilt of his greatsword, his knuckles white with frustration and failure. A close-up on his eye reveals the crushing weight of his defeat in this critical moment. The camera reveals his blade has been snapped clean in two. He curses his useless weapon. The ground begins to rumble and shake violently as the creature starts to burrow downwards. The worm coils its immense body, creating a powerful vortex that grinds the stone floor. With a final earth-shaking tremor, the monster plunges into the darkness it has created. Maul and the horned woman stand on the precipice of the new abyss, watching it escape. The massive, perfectly circular tunnel it carved into the earth vanishes into blackness. Kless asks if they should give chase, but Maul, looking grim, says they had better not. He explains that fighting the worm in its own burrow would give the creature an overwhelming advantage. Glancing down at his broken sword, he laments that with this blade, he can't cut anything. He thinks to himself that if only he had a better sword, he might have defeated it. The bob-haired woman panics, asking if they are just going to abandon Kondo to be digested. The stout man is consumed by guilt, wondering what will happen to Kondo and blaming himself. Kless states that an immediate rescue is impossible and far too dangerous to attempt now. She proposes they gather an elite squad, a plan the stout man enthusiastically volunteers to lead. He shouts with comical fervor that he will do it and that he must get Kondo back. A young woman cries with joy, thanking a man named Suboi as a horned woman wonders why he's so sweaty. The scene is filled with a static-like texture, representing a transition or intense effort. Two abstract, leaf-like symbols appear against the static, representing physical exertion. A powerfully built man is revealed, pedaling furiously on a wooden stationary exercise machine. A close-up shows the man's bearded face beaded with sweat, his expression one of immense strain. The power he generates keeps a pot simmering on a small stove in his humble workshop. It also provides light for his simple wooden bed, where sketches hang on the wall above. A large fan, also powered by his efforts, spins in a window, providing ventilation. The full view of his workshop reveals an entire ecosystem powered by his relentless pedaling. The machine groans and shudders under the immense strain of his constant, powerful effort. With a loud snap, a drive belt breaks. He curses in frustration as the entire system fails. Standing with hands on his hips, he wonders what to do, questioning if a gentle touch might fix it. A sound at the door of his ramshackle shack suddenly draws his attention. He wonders who could possibly be visiting at a time like this, questioning if he is expecting someone. The powerfully built bearded man opens the door to his strange and isolated dwelling. The view pulls back, revealing his shack is built inside the massive fleshy gullet of the worm. Lying unconscious on the rippling ground is a man in a work uniform, Kondo. From inside, a voice remarks with disappointment that it's just a drenched, middle-aged man. A simple oil lamp flickers on a wooden table, illuminating a humble, rustic interior. Kondo is now resting in a simple wooden bed, slowly beginning to regain consciousness. His eyes flutter open, his expression dazed and confused as he awakens in this strange place. He sees the back of his host, a muscular, bearded man, who is busy cooking at a stove. The man, Zach, turns and asks if he's awake, telling him to wait while he finishes the meal. A steaming plate of food is placed before a bewildered Kondo, its strange aroma filling the air. Zach identifies the meal as a stir-fry made from the third stomach wall of the worm. Kondo, still disoriented, asks where he is, his gaze shifting to his strange muscular host. Zach, taking a large bite of his own food, begins to explain their bizarre location. He casually informs Kondo that they are inside the worm's stomach, and this is his castle. Kondo, utterly baffled, asks who he is and why he hasn't been dissolved by the stomach acid. A powerfully built dwarf with a magnificent beard introduces himself as Zach, a longtime resident of the worm. He explains his survival is due to a ventilation fan that protects him from the creature's acidic fumes. The man in glasses, Kondo, adjusts his spectacles, acknowledging the dwarf's ingenuity with a look of understanding. Zach points to a filter membrane on the ceiling, explaining it purifies the air drawn into his makeshift home. Kondo looks on, a sense of admiration on his face as he murmurs his approval. Inside the workshop, Zach offers Kondo a plate of food, asking his new companion why he is here. Kondo recalls being swallowed by the monster, explaining he is a technician from the nearby mining site. Taking a bite of the strange food, he formally introduces himself as Kondo. Zach asks if Kondo intends to escape, but advises against it, claiming he is happier staying here. A grim vision shows the silhouettes of previous escapees dissolving in pools of acid. Zach explains that despite his warnings, the others never listened and met their horrifying end. Kondo, however, senses a hidden meaning in his words, realizing there must be a possibility of escape. The dwarf scoffs at the idea, saying it's as unlikely as a god and a demon lord going on a date. Kondo's expression hardens with determination, seeing a sliver of hope in the dwarf's dismissal. The ventilation fan begins to rattle erratically, drawing both men's attention to the failing machinery. A close-up reveals the fan's blades spinning with a strained, unstable motion. Zach stands with his hands on his hips, complaining that the machine's drive belt now comes off constantly. Kondo looks at the dwarf with concern, asking if he has a home to return to. Zach turns away from him, quietly stating that his home is gone now. He explains his dwarf kingdom was annihilated by the human forces of King Blackmoa. His people, he laments with a sad expression, were scattered and lost. The camera lingers on the weapons hanging on his workshop wall, remnants of his past life. Zach touches his chin, worried that the worm's acid is growing stronger and his house is at its limit. Kondo offers to fix the fan, but Zach roars back that it's not so simple. He proudly declares he built the entire house and its machinery himself from scavenged parts. With a boastful grin, he challenges Kondo, questioning if he can fix what Zach himself cannot. Unfazed by the challenge, Kondo walks with purpose toward the malfunctioning device. Zach watches as Kondo inspects the machinery with a practiced, confident eye. Kondo confirms that he understands the mechanism of the device perfectly. A technical diagram illustrates the pedal-powered belt and pulley system that operates the fan. Zach looks on, a hint of grudging respect in his expression as he sees Kondo's confidence. Kondo opens a housing on the machine, preparing to reveal the core problem within. Inside, he points to a frayed belt on a grooved roller, identifying it as the source of the issue. He states plainly that the trouble is the belt slipping off this specific pulley. Zach can only grunt in silent, frustrated agreement at the correct diagnosis. Kondo reaches in with a decisive motion to remove the problematic part from the machine. As Kondo pulls the component free, Zack shouts at him to stop. Kondo holds up the grooved roller, the source of all the dwarf's trouble. Zack points furiously, demanding to know what he's doing with the important gear wheel. The dwarf questions what Kondo intends to do with the piece he so carefully crafted. Ignoring him, Kondo begins to file down the roller's surface with an expert's touch. Zack lunges forward, yelling for him to stop the seemingly destructive act. The dwarf demands to know who this man is and what he's doing. With intense focus, Kondo states simply that he is a technician. The chapter title page is set against the backdrop of the ramshackle house inside the worm. The grating sound of the file continues as Kondo meticulously reshapes the metal roller. Zack yells at Kondo, asking what he thinks he is doing. A title page declares this a new chapter, with Zack decrying the shaving of his pulley. The dwarf demands to know if this act will truly fix his equipment. Kondo announces his work is complete, confident the fan will now work as intended. He presents the newly modified part, identifying it as a drum-shaped pulley. As Kondo reinstalls it, Zack complains that he's ruined a perfectly straight part. Kondo confidently slots the new pulley into its housing, stating it will now work. He gestures to the pedals, instructing a skeptical Zack to begin pedaling. Zack looks on with doubt but prepares to test the modification. The dwarf's powerful legs begin to pump the machine's pedals with great effort. He pants, asking if the belt has come off yet. Kondo calmly reports from his observation post that it is rotating normally. The fan spins smoothly, and Kondo confirms its successful operation. Zack demands to know how such a simple modification fixed the persistent problem. A diagram explains how the crown pulley keeps the belt centered, unlike Zack's flat one. Zack admits that, as a weaponsmith, this kind of applied mechanics is beyond his expertise. He looks at Kondo with awe, wondering if he possesses some kind of genius. Kondo adjusts his glasses, preparing to explain the true source of his skill. He refutes the idea of genius, stating his skill comes from experience and countless trials. Looking at the house, Kondo acknowledges that Zack's creation is also a crystallization of hardship. He tells the dwarf that he senses the same smell of a fellow craftsman from him. Zack smirks, acknowledging they are in the belly of a worm. He questions the absurdity of having such a conversation in this first circle of hell. The dwarf clenches his fist with a new shared sense of purpose. Far away, a portly man named Iwai rallies his troops, announcing the formation of the Kondo Rescue Squad. A motley crew of warriors looks on, with Kless questioning Iwai's competence and Maul asking about the team. Iwai stands before them, declaring that of course he has a plan. The first member of the team is revealed, the stoic warrior, Maul. Next is the horned woman with an eye patch, Kless. Finally, the goth-looking Amasa and her two golems are introduced. Iwai explains his miraculous plan to freeze the worm and have Maul cut it open. Amasa explodes in fury, screaming that there's nothing miraculous about endangering her golems. A woman reminds her that Iwai happily considered them disposable robots for customer trouble. The woman recalls how Iwai was a smooth talker with clients, but Amasa is not impressed. She furiously screams that their opponent is a worm, not a customer. Kless confronts Maul about his callous attitude toward the golems. Maul, looking lost, simply asks if she doesn't have a sword. In response, Kless presents him with a magnificent greatsword, telling him to use it. She reveals it is a memento of her father, and she is willing to entrust it to him. Maul accepts the weapon, a look of profound responsibility on his face. Kless smiles, her trust in him absolute. Back inside the worm, the makeshift house stands within the fleshy walls. Kondo argues with Zack, telling him his proposed method is no good. He insists they need to add another belt tensioner, holding up a hand drill. Zack protests, calling it a hassle and insisting the board must be perfectly balanced. Kondo explodes, explaining that drilling directly will get shavings into the pulley's bearings, causing damage. Zack roars back, telling Kondo not to criticize the way the master of the house does things. Exasperated, Kondo tells him to do it his way, saying he doesn't care what happens. He turns his back and sits at his workbench, stubbornly crossing his arms. A heavy silence falls over the workshop as Zack returns to his forge. Zack's hands tremble as he tries to work, his body shaking with an unseen emotion. The fan continues to spin with a strained, rattling sound. Zack is visibly distressed, unable to continue his work. Kondo turns to look at him, sensing the dwarf's inner turmoil. A powerfully built, bearded dwarf throws his head back and lets out a hearty, amused laugh. When asked why, he apologizes, explaining that the situation has made him feel nostalgic. A memory surfaces of him bickering with his son while forging a sword together. In off, Kondo asks if the dwarf had a son, causing the warrior to flinch. With a sorrowful expression, the dwarf, Zack, admits he doesn't know his son's fate. Zack then points to a magnificent greatsword, explaining it was a blade they made together. He identifies the weapon as a dragon striker, a popular dwarven sword that sold very well. Kondo, his expression now serious, asks the question of why the dwarf kingdom fell. Zack's face darkens as he begins his tale, stating his people built their kingdom underground. He explains that as masters of forging, they expanded their dungeon realm with a specific purpose. Their ultimate objective was a legendary dragon's hoard, a vast sea of glittering treasure. However, they found a nest of dragon eggs, which they decided to raise as a powerful army. His son points out a strange, shimmering liquid, and Zack sternly warns him not to touch it. It is a dragon's tear, he explains, said to grant great power but also cause an incurable disease. Zack speculates that a dragon guarding its treasure hoard might be nearby. A caption signals a sudden turn of events as the sound of marching feet echoes. A menacing army of human soldiers appears in the cavern, their faces hidden by helmets. The humans attack, having learned that the dwarves had found the precious dragon eggs. The assault was ordered by the cruel and infinitely greedy King Blackmoa. The dwarves were overwhelmed and defeated, the survivors forced into slavery by the human kingdom. Zack recounts miraculously surviving and being swallowed by a worm while pursuing the human army. Kondo listens to the tragic story, his expression somber and filled with empathy. Zack resigns himself to his fate, stating that rebuilding his kingdom is now an impossible dream. At that moment, the ramshackle structure they inhabit begins to shake violently. The force of the tremor is so great that it throws Kondo off his feet. Kondo asks what's happening, and Zack grimly declares they are at their limit. He explains the worm is preparing to pupate, a process that will dissolve them with acid. With a sad smile, Zack says it's all over, but he enjoyed their final, lively argument. Kondo refuses to give up, insisting with fierce determination that they will escape together. When a skeptical Zack asks how, Kondo points upwards with a look of sudden inspiration. He identifies a filtration membrane on the ceiling, declaring that it will not let acid pass. Kondo explains that if they wrap themselves in it, the damage will be halved. Zack challenges him, questioning if he truly understands how potent the creature's acid is. Ignoring the warning, Kondo begins tearing down the membrane with great effort. Zack watches, his tone shifting as he tells Kondo that he must not give up. With a passionate fire in his eyes, Kondo declares that relentless trial and error defines a technician. Zack looks on, calling him an idiot, but with a hint of admiration in his voice. A slow, genuine smile spreads across the dwarf's face as he accepts the one-shot plan. Kondo finishes pulling down the large sheet of protective material from the ceiling. Zack gives a determined thumbs up, now fully committed to their desperate escape attempt. He takes up his greatsword, the dragon striker, his grip firm and ready. With gratitude in his eyes, Kondo calls Zack his savior, vowing they will escape together. Now wearing the membrane as a cloak, Kondo pleads for Zack to rebuild his kingdom. A flash of steel signals the start of their new, solemn pact. Zack, holding his sword, agrees to the quest, but asks why Kondo is wearing the cloak. Kondo, hooded, explains they must escape, but Zack notes only one can wear the filter. The technician explains that by taking turns, they can halve the damage from the acid. Zack looks on, his expression unreadable as he processes the logic of the plan. The dwarf questions why Kondo, not the master of the house, wore the cloak first. Kondo becomes flustered, his face a mask of panicked exertion under the scrutiny. He apologizes profusely, admitting he got carried away and insisting Zack should wear it. Zack, annoyed, tells him it's fine and that he'll take it, grumbling about stubborn dwarves. Kondo protests that Zack isn't listening, while Zack holds the cloak ready to take it. With a strained grin, Kondo insists he's fine and that Zack doesn't need to be considerate. Zack grits his teeth, telling him again that he doesn't need the protective garment. Their disagreement devolves into an undignified physical struggle over the precious cloak. Kondo pants with exhaustion, his face beaded with sweat from the ridiculous fight. Zack grimaces, putting his full strength into yanking the cloak free from Kondo's grip. He finally overpowers Kondo, yelling at him for messing around at such a critical time. Kondo collapses to the floor, defeated and utterly exhausted from their absurd struggle. Lying on the ground, he pants, acknowledging the truth in Zack's words. Zack points to an axe embedded in the wall, stating their shelter is at its limit. He warns that if they don't leave now, they and the shack will be dissolved into gel. With a look of grim resolve, Kondo declares that it is time for them to depart. The two men set off down the long, ribbed and fleshy tunnel of the worm. With every step, their feet squelch in the slick slime covering the organic floor. Zack, now wearing the cloak, explains their grim escape route to the creature's anal portals. Kondo hopes for a short journey, thinking they can get out of the creature quickly. Zack disabuses him of this naive hope, warning the acid gets stronger near the exit. Kondo asks how he knows this if no one has ever managed to escape before. Zack explains he's heard the final, agonizing death screams of those who have tried. He describes the horrifying sound of them being slowly dissolved over several days. He compares their fate to a morbid rondo of agony and ecstasy, a duet of torment. Kondo admits the metaphor is difficult to grasp. Zack says it's beyond some people. Zack's heavy boots tread on the uneven, fleshy ground of the creature's innards. They arrive in a bubbling, steaming cavern Zack identifies as the second stomach. He points to a narrow, treacherous ledge clinging to the slimy wall as their only path. Zack warns that if they fall into the pits below, they will become nourishment for the worm. Kondo gulps, his face pale with fear, realizing it's over if he makes a single slip. They begin the perilous traverse, shuffling carefully along the slippery path. Zack cautions Kondo to be careful, as the footing is incredibly slick and dangerous. Kondo pants with exertion and terror, acknowledging the stark warning. His foot begins to slip on the slick, pulsating organic surface of the ledge. He loses his balance completely, his foot sliding off the narrow path. Kondo cries out in sheer panic as he begins to fall towards the acidic pit below. Zack's hand shoots out, grabbing his shirt and hauling him back from the brink. He pulls Kondo to safety, remarking on how close that was to being the end. Kondo's foot finds purchase once more on the slimy ledge, his heart pounding. Zack asks if his companion is lacking in physical training. Kondo, shaken but safe, explains that it's a matter of technique, not just muscle. As they continue, Kondo reflects that physical strength is needed to maintain one's skills. He realizes Zack's strength is a raw life force honed by this harsh environment. Kondo vows to have Zack demonstrate this life force for others when they finally escape. Zack glances back over his shoulder at Kondo, sensing his thoughts. He stumbles to his knees, announcing they have broken through the second stomach. When Kondo asks how much further, Zack grimly states they are only halfway. Kondo's concern deepens, seeing the acid fumes are damaging Zack's lungs. Zack dismisses his own suffering, grabbing his cloak with renewed resolve. He tells Kondo that his own well-being is irrelevant. Kondo's survival is what matters. Zack points a resolute finger, vowing that Kondo will absolutely make it out of here alive. With a gentle smile, Kondo expresses his refusal to leave his companion behind. The powerful dwarf warrior, Zack, grins back with grim understanding. Kondo gasps in horror as they enter the grotesque third stomach of the beast. Inside, a horrifying tableau of writhing, assimilated bodies lines the fleshy walls. Horrified, Kondo asks what this place is. Zack explains they are the worm's victims. Zack continues his grim narration, calling them mere lumps of human-shaped flesh. A sweat-drenched Kondo wonders how they can possibly pass through this nightmare. Zack's hand tightens on his sword, recalling the torment of their nightly death cries. Drawing his massive greatsword, he tells his companion to wait for him. Zack charges into the wall of bodies as Kondo watches, his face a mask of shock. Kondo cries out a warning, yelling that it's too dangerous for Zack in his weakened state. Ignoring the plea, Zack's face is a mask of pure determination as he prepares to strike. The assimilated figures reach out with desperate, silent screams as he closes in. With a powerful two-handed swing, Zack brings his immense blade down. A brilliant flash reflects in Kondo's glasses as the powerful blow connects. The sword's arc clears a path through the grotesque wall in an instant. Zack now stands amidst the still, severed forms, the way forward open. Kondo marvels at the incredible sharpness of the blade, asking if it's natural. With pride, Zack declares it a dragon striker, a sword he forged for a king. His companion is visibly impressed by the weapon's legendary status. They press onward, Zack leading the way through the unsettling, organic landscape. Finally, they arrive at a pulsating, sphincter-like opening, the exit. Kondo asks his companion if he understands how they can possibly open it. Zack points out that a draft of outside air is already being drawn in. His companion, still anxious, asks how they are meant to force the door open. Zack explains the worm is puppeting, so they don't need to open the door themselves. Instead, he suggests that some kind of stimulus might trigger a reaction. Zack is momentarily confused by Kondo's modern term for this. Sensing. Kondo explains the concept using the crude analogy of inducing vomiting. The dwarf understands the idea of stimulating a sensor to force a stomach reaction. Kondo points to the fleshy protrusions on the ground as their potential trigger. With a look of grim resolve, Zack prepares to enact the bizarre plan. He slams his clenched fist into the fleshy mound with a sickening squelch. Instantly, the distant exit bursts open in a brilliant flash of light. Both men shout in shocked excitement as their desperate gambit works. Just as quickly, the sphincter slams shut again, plunging them back into darkness. Zack curses, realizing the opening only lasted for a single impossible second. Defeated, Kondo slumps to the ground, the brief flicker of hope extinguished. His mind racing, he begins calculating the distance to the door using his own foot size. He concludes that at 10 meters, even a full sprint would take too long to reach it. With a look of utter despair, he states that they will never make it in time. Zack's expression becomes somber as he proposes a terrible alternative for one of them. Kneeling together, he declares that only one of them will be able to escape. Far away, a modern van is parked near a stone fortress in a barren land. A portly man named Iwai rallies his troops, vowing to rescue their comrade Kondo. The newly formed rescue squad, a motley crew of warriors and mages, stands ready. The stoic swordsman Maul grips the hilt of his massive greatsword. He unsheathes the gleaming blade, his expression calm and determined. The horned warrior Cress questions Maul, noting their untrustworthy leader is their only hope. She grimly accepts that their own fates are now tied to this uncertain mission. Iwai boasts with confidence that if his plan goes well, they are sure to succeed. He sweats, a look of greedy excitement on his face as he anticipates his reward. Cress glares at him, disgusted by the lecherous intent she sees in his eyes. Iwai is lost in a fantasy of being a popular student leader adored by girls. His face contorts into a creepy grin as he imagines his own great talents. Ima, the cat-eared golem user, looks at him with disgust, wondering what he's smirking about. She complains about the annoying mission and questions if they can truly succeed. Leaning towards the small goblin, Gobkichi, she asks if he feels the same way. Gobkichi's face is a mask of pure terror, sweat beading on his brow. Ima dismisses his fear, telling him he wouldn't understand her concerns. A flashback shows the van crashed at the quarry entrance as she wonders why it happened. She sighs, calling the entire situation a complete and frustrating mystery. Her expression suddenly shifts as a horrifying thought begins to dawn on her. Gobkichi whispers that Iwai is scary, unable to believe he would do such a thing. Ima leans in close, asking the terrified goblin what he knows. She listens intently as he reveals a dark and terrible secret about their leader. The scene cuts to a deep, dark, and menacing pit in the earth. A monstrous, grub-like larva squirms its way down into the darkness. The creature's grotesque, fleshy head fills the frame with unsettling detail. Trapped inside the worm, Kondo and Zack stare down the long, organic tunnel. Zack grimly accepts that only one of them can escape through the 1-second opening. The distance to the exit is simply too great for them to cross in time. The dwarf warrior states that there is only one possible course of action left. He tells Kondo to wait by the exit. He will be the stimulus, sacrificing himself. Kondo is aghast, refusing the plan and insisting they will escape together. Zack tells him they must be willing to try every single possibility, no matter how slim. Kondo presents a small dragon striker blade, declaring it to be their shared hope. Zack admits it might be possible to cut their way out, but it would take too long. He adds that such a feat is far easier said than done. With a grim smile, he asks if Kondo is willing to be forcibly birthed from the beast. Kondo sweats but agrees that their wills to survive are not so different. They prepare for their desperate attempt, their eyes fixed on the distant exit. As Kondo shouts the signal, Zack raises his fist to strike the ground again. Suddenly, a corrosive acid shower begins to rain down from the fleshy ceiling. Zack cries out in alarm, recognizing the deadly downpour. He panics, realizing the exit was a sensitive lure that has now sprung a fatal trap. He screams that they can't endure the acid and must retreat immediately. Kondo yells in pain as the corrosive liquid pours down around them. The two men huddle together for meager protection under Kondo's cloak. Kondo realizes with horror that the acid won't stop. They can't get any closer. Zack, coughing and weakening, admits that it's over and they can't both escape. He collapses to the ground, his strength failing as he calls out Kondo's name. He urges his friend to take his sword and escape alone from this hell. He says he doesn't have much time left and will only be a burden to their mission. He begs Kondo to survive and fulfill their shared dream of rebuilding the dwarf kingdom. Bowing his head in the acid rain, he resigns himself to his fate. He insists that Kondo must not give up on their shared goal. Kondo looks at his friend, stating that life itself is a product to be completed. Zack agrees, declaring that to give up on it would be a disqualification for a technician. His face is a mask of profound, weary resolve, ready to make the ultimate sacrifice. With a nonsensical preamble, Kondo begins to unveil his audacious escape plan. His companion Zack skeptically asks if he has any good ideas for their predicament. Kondo reveals the key to their survival is Zack's legendary greatsword, the Dragon Striker. His strategy involves them both waiting by the exit before he hurls the weapon. The moment the blade pierces the sphincter, it will force the passage open. This incredibly brief window will allow them to escape at the same time. Kondo looks at Zack, his expression confident in their shared success. However, Zack dismisses the good idea as an impossible story. He declares that the sword forged with his son is too precious to abandon. A shocked Kondo questions Zack's words, reminding him of his own survival philosophy. Zack clarifies that the life to be survived he spoke of was Kondo himself. Kondo desperately argues back, insisting that Zack is the one who must live. Zack clenches his fist, his resolve hardening as he prepares for the ultimate sacrifice. Refusing to accept this, Kondo tries to pull the kneeling dwarf to his feet. He cries out Zack's name in anguish, his face a mask of disbelief. Zack musters his remaining strength, preparing for a final, powerful act. His face becomes a mask of grim determination as he makes his decision. He wraps his friend Kondo and the precious sword in a protective cloak. Kondo's eyes are closed, accepting the heavy weight of his friend's sacrifice. With a final farewell to his fellow technician, Zack holds him aloft. A poignant look of goodbye crosses the dwarf's face as he says his last words. A memory of happily working at the forge with his son flashes through his mind. With a final roar, he launches Kondo towards the distant illuminated exit. Kondo hurtles through the air, a human projectile wrapped in the protective cloak. The cloaked figure soars down the long, fleshy tunnel towards the light. Zack watches him go, his hands outstretched in a final, supportive gesture. He clenches his fist, his sacrifice complete, thinking of what they could have built. A defiant roar of effort and emotion escapes him as his act is fulfilled. From the worm's perspective, the cloaked figure ascends towards the bright exit. The creature bids a silent farewell, vowing they will meet again someday. Kondo's unconscious face is shown, wrapped in the cloak in a world of craftsmanship. The camera pulls back to show the vast, empty tunnel left by the worm. In a cavern, Kondo's companions gather around a large, ornate chrysalis. A dark-haired man expresses his disbelief that someone could have escaped the worm. A stout man and a small creature marvel that he broke out on his own. Kondo's face is revealed as the chrysalis is unwrapped, looking disoriented. A horned woman with an eye patch asks if he is all right, as another confirms he's alive. Barely conscious, Kondo asks where he is, his winged companion beside him. The dark-haired warrior warns him not to move, as his body is weakened by acid. Kondo's first thoughts are for his friend, asking where the dwarf is. The two horned women look at each other, confused by his question. He frantically insists Zack is trapped inside and they must rescue him quickly. The warrior tells Kondo to give up, though Kondo insists Zack must be nearby. He explains the grim biology. The worm dissolves its victims when it pupates. The dwarf has become one with the very cocoon from which Kondo emerged. Kondo understands his only hope for revenge is to wait for the worm to emerge. A small creature wonders why such a kind and excellent person had to suffer this fate. A magnificent greatsword lying on the cavern floor catches a woman's eye. The eye patch-wearing woman identifies the weapon as Zack's very own sword. The warrior whispers Zack's name in stunned recognition. He realizes this is the very Dragon Striker sword Zack was making. The warrior takes the blade, confirming it was the one Zack had with him. He declares it an authentic masterpiece by the master craftsman, Zack Milligan. The group stands before their workshop, ready to hear Kondo's full story. The exterior of the unassuming Izumatani manufacturing plant is shown. Inside, the entire team gathers around a large table for a debriefing. An elegant demon scoffs at the idea of rebuilding the Dwarven Kingdom now. Kondo, his expression resolute, states that he has heard it is still possible. He explains that a vast treasure guarded by a dragon holds the key. Kondo recounts the tragic tale of the dwarves' desire for revenge against the humans. The greedy King Blackmote is shown, coveting the dwarves' dragon egg. A young woman is horrified to learn the kingdom was destroyed for a biological weapon. The eye patch-wearing woman grimly notes, this is the king's ruthless method. A stout man worries about what other schemes the king might be planning. The young woman expresses her gratitude that Kondo is alive, thanks to Zack. Kondo slams his fists on the table, his resolve hardening. He declares that this is precisely why they cannot move forward without a solid plan. His expression is grim as he states that they must now advance. His strategy involves improving working conditions at their new factory. He intends to establish a mass production system after construction is complete. His plan focuses on expanding distribution to generate steady profits. Only then, a demon girl notes, can they prepare to excavate the dungeon. The young woman asks what kind of equipment he means. With a sly smile, Kondo reveals his secret weapon, a shield machine. The stout man is flabbergasted, recognizing it as a massive tunneling machine. The young woman agrees, noting it's a huge infrastructure project. Kondo addresses her as President Sari, his expression weary but determined. Sari asks him directly if he no longer wishes to return to Japan. Kondo explains that the dragon's hoard contains the tears needed for their return. He reveals the fuel for their transport device is part of the treasure. The stout man, Tsuchi, has a flash of sudden, manic understanding. He declares that they have no choice but to go through with the plan. From a doorway, a young elf girl, Juna, peeks in with a sad expression. Another woman calls out Juna's name, noticing her distress. Juna looks as if she's about to cry, telling someone not to go home. Tsuchi begins to flail about, his resolve collapsing into despair. He wails that he cannot possibly leave his girlfriend behind and go home. Juna from the doorway claims it's because he likes her. Tsuchi collapses to his knees, sobbing that he can't bear such a sin. Suri smiles, noting that Kondo is the one who truly needs a rest after his ordeal. A cat-eared woman, Kless, raises her hand to interject with a question. She questions the horrible experience of the van blocking the exit. She points out how unnatural the crash seemed. A goblin-like creature agrees, believing it was intentional. Kless directs her gaze at Tsuchi, her suspicion clear. A small, winged creature named Gobkichi looks on with a knowing expression. Tsuchi tries to be constructive, suggesting they should look to the future. He winks, saying they should live more elegantly. Gobkichi, riding on Tsuchi's shoulder, shouts that Tsuchi was the one driving. Sari and the eye-patch-wearing woman erupt, demanding to know what Tsuchi did. A woman with small horns, Serial, speaks in a harsh, alien tongue. Her colleague, a stout man named Tsuboi, is shown in a state of extreme panic. He screams in terror as a large, round golem raises its stone fist to strike him. Tsuboi performs a deep bow of apology, confessing his guilt and shocking his comrades. Serial, accompanied by a small winged creature, states that she had expected this outcome. Sweating profusely from the ground, Tsuboi insists that the situation is not what it seems. A woman with a bob haircut argues that Tsuboi, their longtime comrade, would never betray them. Serial voices a darker suspicion, wondering aloud if he was bought off by the human army. Still bowing, Tsuboi frantically explains he lost control of the car while trying to create an escape route. A woman with an eye patch, Cress, questions if his story is plausible, warning of severe consequences. The elegant demon, Shenkar, appears with a cruel smile, confirming the punishment is death. Tsuboi is horrified at the sentence, insisting he only tried to move the vehicle. Shenkar kneels, explaining that while betrayal is taboo, he will personally handle the punishment. He sadistically details how he will turn Tsuboi's skin into a baseball glove and his bones into a bat. The terrified Tsuboi clings to Cress for help, who calls Shenkar a demon for his cruelty. The older man, Kondo, calmly steps in, telling Shenkar that Tsuboi acted without malicious intent. Shenkar smirks dismissively, thinking to himself that he cannot comprehend this man's feelings. Kondo makes a powerful declaration, identifying his group as the technicians of Izumatani Manufacturing. A flashback shows the team's shared passion for constantly improving their craft through collaboration. In another memory, Kondo explains the vital importance of helping comrades in their work. Tsuboi, trembling, clutches Kondo's jacket from behind, recognizing him as a true technician. With tears of righteous fury, Kondo roars that it's impossible for a technician to commit such a betrayal. He then pulls the sobbing Tsuboi into a comforting, reassuring embrace. Tsuboi's relief quickly curdles into a new, creeping sense of fear. An ominous, dark castle looms in the distance, smoke rising from its many spires. A massive curved stone structure rumbles and shifts, hinting at a large-scale construction project. The newly built Otherworld factory is revealed, a simple stone building with a large water wheel. Inside, a woman in an athletic jersey, Masui, asks her colleague Aikawa for a status update. Aikawa confirms the motor is spinning well and asks her to take a reading. Masui, preparing her multimeter, marvels at Kondo's clever idea for their power source. She expresses her amazement at using a water wheel to generate power for their canning factory. Aikawa explains the principle of reversing a motor's function to create a generator. He states that they are essentially using one of their company's motors for the task. Masui's device beeps, and she happily announces that the voltage is successfully rising. Aikawa considers the next steps of adjusting the voltage and converting the power to AC. Masui notices his worried expression and asks him what is wrong. Aikwa looks at the spinning motor, expressing his concern about whether this will be enough. Masui admits that she, too, is worried about the ambitious scale of their project. Sometime later, the completed factory building stands ready in the barren landscape. Inside, the team and their demon allies are gathered before the newly installed machinery. Kondo proudly announces the completion of their magnificent factory for mass-producing cans. He explains that the most important challenge is figuring out how to mass-produce the cans themselves. He presents the inverted body maker, a device created by their colleague Muramura. Aikawa, looking exhausted, complains about how difficult it was to build 4 of the machines. The demon noble, Serial, expresses her deep skepticism about the device's supposed effectiveness. A female colleague asks Kondo how they will handle the process of filling the finished cans. The small goblin, Gofkichi, excitedly suggests using a goblin-human wave tactic. Kondo calmly explains that a semi-automated conveyor system will be far more efficient. The woman with the bob cut points out that the machinery will require a lot of electrical power. Serial approaches Kondo with a condescending smile, taunting him about the power issue. He sneers, asking where they could possibly get the electricity they need to operate. Serial reminds them that their electric generating creatures are already in use at another factory. He questions if they can truly operate a canning factory under such limited conditions. Aikwa is annoyed by Serial's constant taunts while the president tries to reassure him. Serial asks them to consider the cost of building the factory in goblin dormitories. He reveals his plan to halt their weapons production by diverting their labor force. Serial furiously blames Kondo for the massive financial loss this failure will cause. He demands to know how Kondo plans to recover from this impending disaster. Serial asks Kondo directly if he can possibly salvage the situation. The factory's large roll-up door begins to rattle and open with a loud clatter. Masui cheerfully lifts the door, announcing that her work is done for the day. Sadi and the president are surprised and relieved, asking if the water wheel is ready. Masui holds up a pair of thick electrical cables with terminal connectors attached. She proudly announces that she has brought the electricity they need. Serial looks on, sweating and confused by this unexpected turn of events. Kondo thanks Masui, who asks to be connected to the main breaker to power up. Serial scoffs, certain that the meager power from a single water wheel can't run the factory. Masui, at the breaker box, worries that the power might not be enough for all the work. Putting her faith in Kondo's plan, she prepares to flip the main switch. The overhead lights flicker on, successfully illuminating the entire factory floor. Kondo looks up with a satisfied smile, noting that it's now bright enough to work. Sadie suddenly points out that only the lights are on. The machinery is still dead. Masui checks her equipment, realizing with a start that the machines are indeed not moving. Serial looks on with a puzzled but expectant expression. His confusion turns to mocking laughter as he gloats that their prized machines are not working. He throws his arms up in triumph, declaring that the canning factory is a complete failure. Saudi asks why this is happening, while the president looks grimly at Kondo. The president mutters that this was a secret plan, meant to expose a human spy. Sati and the stout man are shocked at the mention of a spy in their midst. Serial declares that he will take over, restarting weapons production immediately. He taunts Kondo, suggesting he take responsibility for the failure with the death penalty. Serial calls out to Kondo, waiting for his response to this crushing defeat. Kondo, perfectly calm, states that this was all expected and the device will now start. Serial is baffled, asking how the machines can possibly work without any electricity. Kondo gives a sharp command to Muramura, telling him to begin the next phase. Muramura takes down a massive, thick belt from a hook on the factory wall. Serial watches, confused, asking what he's doing with a broken-down machine. She yells at them to give up, believing their failure is absolute and final. Muramura calls up to the small goblin, Gofkichi, who is waiting above. Gofkichi peeks out cheerfully from an opening high in the stone wall. Muramura skillfully throws the long, heavy belt up towards the waiting goblin. Gofkichi catches it, acknowledging that he has been entrusted with the important task. Down below, Muramura fits the other end of the belt around a large pulley on a machine. Serial can only stare, completely speechless at the bizarre preparations. She looks around the factory, demanding to know what is happening now. She points to the belt system, asking why they are hanging a belt from the ceiling. Kondo begins to explain that the machine is a simple, interconnected pulley system. He elaborates that turning the pulleys cuts and forms the cans, with all mechanisms linked. Kondo explains that in an era without motors, they relied on a single rotational source. He reveals the name of this Industrial Revolution-era technology, a line shaft system. A woman and a stout man express their utter shock at a new revelation. The horned demon lord, Shenkar, furiously demands to know how they will generate rotational energy. A finger points to the factory ceiling, noting the absence of a steam engine or water wheel. The stout man, Suboi, protests that they lack the electricity to power Kondo's motor. Kondo calmly states that electricity is unnecessary, as the 4 can-making machines will run without power. Suboi and Serial stare in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend his seemingly impossible statement. With a determined look, Kondo turns and makes a formal request to Ichinos and Emma. The programmer Ichinos and golem user Emma, flanked by their golems, confidently accept the task. Emma, with a cool and knowing expression, snaps her fingers to activate her power. At her command, 2 small, simple golems approach a large crank connected to a line shaft system. One of the golems grips a wooden bar attached to the crank, preparing to push. As the crank begins to turn, the belts and pulleys of the line shaft start to move. Shankar watches in shock as the machinery overhead clanks and whirs into motion. Suboi and Serial cheer with excitement, exclaiming that all 4 machines have started up perfectly. The 4 large can-making machines thunder to life, their complex mechanisms moving in unison. Kondo, his face a mask of concentration, holds up a flat sheet of metal. He carefully feeds the sheet of metal into the first machine on the production line. Shankar looks on, still bewildered, as the machine begins its work with a loud clatter. With a final, powerful stamp, the machine ejects a perfectly formed metal ring. The entire factory floor is now a scene of mechanical motion, heralding a new strategy. The finished metal can rolls across the floor, a symbol of their incredible success. Kondo looks on with a satisfied smile, his audacious plan having worked perfectly. Shankar's face is a picture of pure, uncomprehending shock at the sight. A spiky-haired worker carefully feeds a stack of metal sheets into another machine. A continuous stream of empty cans tumbles out of a chute onto a collection tray. Shankar mutters in disbelief, marveling at how the cans are being made one after another. Kondo explains that this is the can manufacturing device powered by a single rotational force. With a knowing look, he pushes up his glasses and identifies the technology as a line shaft system. He gestures to the golems above, explaining their powerless operation is achieved with their strength. The 2 small golems diligently push the crank, their simple labor powering the entire factory. Emma proudly states that the golem's work is all thanks to her as a golem user. Ichinos calmly interjects, clarifying that he was the one who wrote the program for them. The golems continue their circular march, though he admits the system is not yet perfect. He points out that their walking speed must be constant to avoid production inconsistencies. Ichinos critiques his own work, admitting the program is still too simple and lacks follow-up. He wonders aloud about the source of a golem's energy, questioning the nature of their fatigue. Emma dramatically declares that their energy source is the very breath of life. Ichinos is baffled by her mystical explanation, asking if she means something like nuclear fusion. A memory shows Emma in a field, gently healing a large resting golem. She explains that her affection, the creator's love, is what gives them life. She concludes that, in essence, she herself is the energy source for the golems. Ichinos' mind reels, realizing this is a power unattainable with modern technology. He understands with dawning horror that Emma's presence is absolutely indispensable for controlling golems. His thoughts reveal his past as a freelance golem programmer, now seeing his own work as incomplete without her. He sweats, admitting to himself that he is not very good at this sort of thing. Emma, noticing his strange behavior, simply asks him what's wrong. She takes a step closer, her heeled boot tapping the floor with impatience. He becomes flustered, trying to explain that he pours his own life into his programs. She dismisses his struggles, saying he is much more sublime than he realizes. Ichinos is left stammering, completely at a loss for words in her presence. Emma's patience snaps, and she furiously demands that he speak clearly if he has something to say. He throws his hands up in a gesture of surrender, completely overwhelmed. Blushing, he mutters that he can't possibly add a spice called love to his work. Emma's face flushes with a mix of anger and embarrassment at his bizarre interpretation. She explodes, calling him an idiot and questioning his sanity. She clarifies that for her system to work, a programmer like him is an unnecessary component. With the machinery proven, she states all that remains is to set up the production line. In a meeting, Serial and Suboi discuss using goblins for labor. The first question is what kind of canned goods they should mass produce. Kondo suggests to Shankar that they should focus on sortie, a specialty of the demon tribe. Shankar agrees, stating he can procure as much of the fruit as they need. The president asks him to also handle distribution throughout the stomach country. Shankar eagerly accepts, declaring that this is his area of expertise. Serial reminds him they also need to handle conveyors, vacuum sealing, and labels. Schenker realizes he almost got carried away by his own enthusiasm and sense of purpose. He internally resents being ordered around by these model students. He vows to prove his business acumen and force them to reevaluate his capabilities. The scene shifts to the imposing fortress of the human kingdom of Chemo. Inside, King Slackmore V addresses his mage, Juna. He demands to know what the demons are making besides weapons, finding their actions suspicious. Juna reports that they are creating a product that allows for the long-term preservation of food. An ancient advisor steps forward, identifying the technology as canned goods. The king repeats the term, questioning what it means. He asks the former head of the Royal Academy if he is familiar with the concept. The advisor explains it involves vacuum sealing food in iron containers to prevent spoilage. The king is shocked, realizing the dire implications if such a product becomes widely available. The advisor warns that it could lead to the collapse of the human food business. The king declares that he will not allow such a thing to happen, turning to Juna. He berates her for failing to delay the demon's construction efforts. Juna looks horrified, remembering her failure to eliminate Kondo and his team. The king laments that her failure has cost her dearly, and that excuses are pointless. He reminds her that she has yet to even pass the C-rank exam, and she apologizes profusely. The advisor offers the useless mage one final chance. The king orders Juna to infiltrate the Demon Lord's army once more, warning her it's her last chance. Back at the factory, the production line clatters away, now fully operational. A machine presses lids onto the filled cans with mechanical precision. The cans move smoothly along a conveyor belt, the process automated. Another machine seals the cans, ensuring their contents are preserved. The finished products roll off the line, ready for the next stage. A large crate is filled with the round, pale sword fruit. Goblins wearing masks diligently fill the empty cans with the fruit. Schenker watches the process, satisfied that everything is proceeding according to plan. A perfectly sealed can slides down a chute, ready for labeling and distribution. The president inspects a finished can, noting that while there are still adjustments to make, it's a good start. He and Serial express their hope that they will sell well, trusting Shenkar to handle it. The scene shifts to the stone archway of the Demon Lord Army Reform Office. Inside, Shenkar meets with the disguised Juna, identifying her as the new merchant. Juna humbly admits she is still a novice and asks what he wants to discuss. She reveals she knows he's making canned goods and questions why a mage is posing as a wholesaler. Shenkar leans back, impressed, confirming he knows she distributed free samples throughout the stomach country. Juna, disguised in a turban, asks Shenkar about the reputation of their canned goods among humans. Leaping to his feet, Shenkar excitedly reports that the long-lasting product is a massive success. Juna smiles, confirming she has heard people calling it a food revolution. Shenkar proudly takes credit for the free samples and promotional flyers he distributed. Juna flatters him, praising his business acumen and growing reputation in the demon world. She winces privately, complaining about the pain of hiding her long elf ears in the turban. Shenkar explains the product is ahead of its time, a preparation for future wars or disasters. Internally, Juna scoffs, noting that the brilliant marketing idea was actually Kondo's. Shenkar's expression darkens with fury at the mention of his rival, asking what her point is. He regains his composure, leaning back confidently to ask how many cans she wishes to purchase. Juna begins to state her offer, a slight, knowing smile on her face. She proposes buying 10,000 cans for 1,000 floored each, a truly massive order. Shenkar's eyes bulge in pure shock at the staggering number she has proposed. His mind races, calculating the immense profit that will surpass their entire yearly earnings. He sees this as his ultimate chance to finally prove he is superior to Kondo. His hand is shown, a symbol of the ambitious decision he is about to make. With a manic grin, Shenkar declares he will get 10 times that amount, 100,000 cans. Juna watches him, her mission a success, a sly, triumphant smirk on her face. A fork lifts a piece of fruit from one of the finished cans of Tsutonomi. In his grand hall, King Blackmoa samples the fruit, marveling at its incredible freshness. His gaunt advisor confirms that rumors of the canned goods are already spreading among the populace. The king takes a sip from his goblet, stating that this new development is a problem. The can sits on a plate before him, a symbol of the coming economic conflict. He declares that goods from uncertified factories will not be permitted to circulate in his kingdom. The chapter's title card is displayed over a bustling, automated factory production line. An exterior shot shows the simple stone factory building in a desolate, mountainous region. Inside, a line of masked goblins diligently fills cans with small, round fruit. The large machine operates, sealing the cans with a powerful rhythmic press. Kondo proudly reports to his team that production is going smoothly, projecting a 3-week completion time. A stout colleague tells Cresta that this massive order will greatly benefit the demon tribe. Cresta, however, expresses her deep suspicion, finding it strange that Shenkar accepted the deal. A female colleague dismisses her concerns, praising Shenkar's diligent study of business. Kondo focuses on his clipboard, managing the production details with a serious expression. Cresta internally worries that Shenkar is getting carried away by his recent success. Kondo looks up from his work as a shadow passes overhead, sensing an arrival. Shenkar descends from the sky on a magnificent white griffin, theatrically greeting the laborers. 2 of the factory workers stare up in shock, exclaiming at the size of the bird. Cresta identifies the mount as a high-class black bird, worth a staggering 10 million floored. Shenkar winks, smugly explaining that he bought the expensive creature on loan. The griffin lets out a proud cry as it carries its master through the air. Cresta is aghast, demanding to know why he would make such an extravagant purchase. She yells that the demon tribe is grateful to him for securing the 100,000 can order. Shenkar gives a thumbs up, announcing that he will be issuing a special bonus to the workers. Cresta is disgusted by his simple-minded arrogance, unable to believe he fell for the deal. Kondo steps forward, reminding Shenkar that they haven't been paid and the farmers are still owed money. Shenkar snaps at Kondo to be quiet, telling him to just focus on mass production. He declares that this proves his superiority over Kondo as his 2 colleagues look on. With a final command for the workers to respect him, Shenkar prepares to depart. The team watches as the blackbird soars away, becoming a speck in the sky. Cresta tells Kondo not to worry, but he admits that something feels off about the situation. The small goblin worker, Gofu, joyfully balances a finished can on his head, showing it off. Kondo turns his attention to the small creature, his expression softening. Gofu proudly presents the can, showing how well he applied the label. Kondo explains to Gofu that canned food is important for surviving the winter, bringing joy to everyone. Gofu is ecstatic, realizing this is the first time he's made something that makes people happy. A female colleague has a flash of realization, noting that their main product until now has been weapons. Kondo gently pats Gofu's head, thinking that perhaps they've finally understood true manufacturing. 3 weeks later, the scene shifts to the imposing fortress of the human kingdom. A fire crackles and hisses, its flames licking at the dark night sky. King Black Moa watches a colossal pyre of wooden crates burn, congratulating his mage, Juna. He confirms that this is the entire shipment of canned goods being destroyed. Inside the burning crates, thousands of cans are visible, being consumed by the inferno. A single scorched can lies on the ground, its lid peeled back, a symbol of the betrayal. The king stands tall, declaring that the demon tribe doesn't understand that humans rule this country. His advisor agrees, stating that goods from uncertified factories will not be permitted to circulate. The king adds with a sneer that paying for them is out of the question. His advisor obsequiously agrees with the king's decision, bowing his head. The advisor muses that the foolish demons are unaware of the king's grand design. Back at the factory, Kondo pinches the bridge of his nose, looking stressed and weary. He sits across from the disguised Juna and her masked companion in a tense meeting. Shenkar slams his fan on the table, demanding to know why they can't pay for the 100,000 cans. Juna calmly explains that a new law was passed, invalidating all products from uncertified factories. Kondo protests, stating that the goods have already been delivered. Juna's companion adds that since no contract was signed, there is no obligation to pay. Shenkar, sweating with rage, demands they return all the cans immediately. Juna explains that because they violated the law, the goods had to be dealt with. A single scorched can is placed on the table, a stark message that the shipment has been disposed of. Shenkar realizes they've been set up, as Kondo glares at him with suspicion. Kondo seethes, asking how they could do such a thing after his team worked so hard. The 2 merchants dramatically rip off their disguises. They reveal themselves to be the hero Ryan and the magic user Juna, striking a confident pose. Ryan mockingly tells the demons that they should have just stayed in their place. Shenkar is enraged, recognizing them as members of the human army. He conjures a fireball, vowing that they won't leave alive. Juna moves in a blur, her sword deflecting the magical blast with a crash. Ryan yells for her to turn Shenkar to ash, telling her to handle the rest. As Juna engages Shenkar, Ryan lunges past them, his target Kondo. Kondo recoils in shock as the hero closes in on him. Ryan declares that close-quarters combat is his specialty. Shankar reacts just in time, blocking the hero's blade with his arm guard. The force of the blow sends a shock wave through Shankar, but he holds firm. Juna calls out to Ryan, telling him to go. Ryan disengages, promising to be right back as he runs for the exit. Shankar is furious, demanding to know if they are running away. Ryan leaps onto Shankar's prized blackbird mount, declaring he's taking it. He and another demon woman make their escape as Shankar shouts for them to wait. Soaring away, Ryan taunts the foolish demons, calling them cow-eared humans. Kondo and Shankar are left breathless, realizing their technology is useless against this world's power. Ryan boasts that the hero and the magic user make the best team, as Juna looks embarrassed. He gives a confident thumbs up as he pilots the stolen mount, sealing his victory. With a sneer, the horned demon offers a pity payment for their troubles. A single human one-broad coin lands in the dirt as an insult. Shankar seethes at the mockery, while Kondo stares with cold, silent fury. High above the mountains, the hero's party makes their escape on the stolen bird. Shankar clutches his head, wailing over the loss of his prized blackbird. His composure shatters as he panics over his immense unpaid debts. Kondo stands with his back turned, his posture rigid with contained anger. His colleagues rush over, asking what happened, identifying the elf as Juna. Kondo states grimly that something unforgivable has just transpired. His expression hardens as he declares this an insult to the spirit of manufacturing. Sari is confused by his words, while Cleese insists Juna wouldn't do such a thing. Kondo, clutching his arm, realizes their company has been deliberately targeted. He stands firm, his resolve solidifying in the face of this attack. The small goblin, Gofu, approaches tearfully, holding the can he proudly made. He asks if the can was bad, wondering if his label was the cause. The sight of the innocent creature's heartbreak shatters Kondo's composure. Tears stream down his face as he vows he will never forgive them. He laments how they trampled on the pure, heartfelt efforts of his workers. Klez asks what he intends to do, sensing his desire for retribution. Kondo pushes his glasses up, his eyes burning with a new, cold resolve. A single tear falls as he vows to bring about their utter destruction. He holds up the insulting coin, declaring his plan to forge counterfeit currency. In a ruined chamber, Shankar sits in despair, the title promising a story of trust. He trembles with fear, certain his master Sturm will have him killed. He remembers the 100,000 cans all destroyed and discarded. The memory of his stolen bird and the taunts of his enemies haunt him. He grits his teeth, knowing his master, Sturm, is surely aware of his failure. He imagines Sturm's fury, vowing to tear him to pieces in an instant. Crouching in the rubble, Shankar panics, trying to find a way out. A desperate idea suddenly flashes in his wild, terrified eyes. He decides he will blame Kondo for the entire disastrous affair. Kondo and his team stand ready, their expressions grim and determined. The wolf-like demon king Sturm skeptically asks if they can truly do it. Kondo calmly confirms it is possible, thanks to the sample the hero provided. He explains that with a flat metal plate, their stamping technology is sufficient. Sturm listens, intrigued by the mention of this stamping technique. A diagram illustrates the two-step process of punching blanks and striking the design. Sturm understands, noting that the faster they can produce, the better. Sari interjects, asking for an explanation of this world's currency system. Sturm summons Cleese, the eye-patch-wearing demon, to explain. Klez presents both the human and demon one-broad coins for comparison. A chart shows the nearly identical denominations, differing only by their crests. Cleese explains the value of their canned goods in the local currency. Tsuboi fantasizes about buying a house for Juna with 100 million broad. Kondo asks a crucial question: where are these coins actually manufactured? Cleese explains they are made in a distant land that supports the world. Sari asks who controls the currency supply, like the Bank of Japan. Klez reveals it's a nation of brilliant minds who manipulate the economy. Kondo is surprised to learn there are other nations beyond this one. Cleese asks if their plan is to cause hyperinflation in the human kingdom. Kondo confirms this but reveals his true target is King Blackmoa. He wants to inflict direct economic damage for the king's unforgivable actions. Sturm reveals the existence of a super high-value 100 million broad coin. Kondo and Tsuboi are shocked by the existence of such a denomination. Sturm explains this is a treasure unique to the human race. It is a peerless work of art, forged by the greatest human craftsman. Cleese adds that the craftsman is long dead, making the coins incredibly rare. Sturm reveals that King Blackmoa jealously hoards the few that remain. Kondo asks if they have a model they can use for their forgery. Sturm grins, saying he doesn't, but he can draw it from memory. Sari and Suboi are hopeful that they can work from his drawing. Sturm lets out a booming laugh, ready to reveal his artistic talent. He proudly presents a laughably crude, childish scribble on the paper. The team stares in disbelief as Sturm admits he's terrible at drawing. Kles gives up in disgust, telling them to do whatever they want. Sari worries that without a proper drawing, their plan is doomed. Kondo, however, decides they have no choice but to infiltrate the castle. Sari is horrified by the dangerous plan, certain they will be killed. Kondo clarifies they don't need to steal it, only see it. He reveals his secret weapon, a 3D scanner to capture the data. Tsuboi and Sari realize this means they can get the data without theft. Kondo assures Kles that with his machines, carving a replica is no problem. Sturm warns that infiltration will not be easy. He explains that the fortress is designed like a labyrinth to thwart intruders. Schenker, who has been silent, asks if they can truly pull it off. Kles smirks, seeing this as a convenient opportunity for them. The team approaches the fortress, Kondo noting the favorable wind. He decides this is their chance. They must go now. Sturm tells them not to worry about the infiltration. Schenker steps forward, revealing he has already acquired a map of the fortress. Kondo praises his subordinates' excellent and proactive work. Suddenly, Sturm erupts in fury, confronting Shenkar for his earlier failure. He accuses Shenkar of causing a massive loss with the can deal. He declares Shenkar dismissed and sentences him to execution on the spot. Schenker frantically tries to blame Kondo and the goblins for the deal. Sari screams at Shenkar, calling him shameless for his deception. Kles tries to intervene, admitting she opposed the plan but was overruled. Sturm's furious expression shows he will not be swayed. Kondo steps forward, accepting Sturm's assessment that it is their fault. Sturm admits his own guilt for not stopping the suspicious deal sooner. Kondo declares that he is the one who will atone for this sin. Sari protests, insisting it's not his fault and he shouldn't take the blame. Kondo approaches the bound and terrified Shenkar. He tells Shenkar that he was the one who secured the budget for the cans. He stands before the seated man, acknowledging his crucial role. Sari and Suboi listen as Kondo praises Shenkar for also getting the map. He declares that Shenkar's actions are worthy of commendation. Shenkar looks up, stunned, asking why Kondo is protecting him. Kondo explains simply that it's because they are comrades who work together. Sari recalls Kondo's lesson. Their team is the most important thing they build. A man gently pats his young daughter's head as she smiles, assuring her father she understands. An older man, Murata, expresses his desire for the best manufacturing comrades, not personal accolades. The wolf-like demon lord Sturm approves the audacious plan to counterfeit human currency. A horned demon woman with an eye patch looks on with a slight, knowing smile. A stout man panics, asking who will infiltrate the fortress since their faces are known. A young woman agrees, stating that even disguises would not be enough to fool the enemy. Murata confidently reassures them, stating their company has the perfect person for the job. The exterior of the Izumatani manufacturing plant is shown, a buzzing sound emanating from within. A boisterous salesman, Yoda, dramatically declares he will be unrivaled in otherworldly sales. A gruff colleague, Kondo, slams a desk, asking if Yoda wants another beating with a karaoke book. Murata calmly tells the furious Kondo to let the matter go for now. Yoda salutes, introducing himself as a veteran sales manager, ready for the jump-in sales mission. A female colleague tells Kondo that Yoda is simply eager to be working again. Murata clarifies the gravity of their mission, stating it is not for sales but for infiltration. Yoda cheerfully explains their objective: to 3D scan the legendary 100 million broad coin. Kondo grabs Yoda by the collar, accusing him of always slacking off. A flashback shows Yoda sleeping soundly in the company van at a park. Kondo yells at Yoda, who nervously insists that he has his own established routine. Murata explains that Yoda, trained on the factory floor, has grown into a fine salesman. Yoda points, emphatically agreeing with Murata's assessment of his capabilities. A flashback shows Yoda successfully selling expensive equipment to a university professor. He explains that he sealed the deal by bonding with the professor over drinks. Murata reflects that Yoda is a classic, old-school type of salesman who builds relationships. Yoda passionately declares that in any era, sales is all about legwork. Kondo groans, telling Yoda to stop with his personal philosophies and sales talk. The female colleague asks how they plan to approach the heavily guarded Black Moa King. Murata states their strategy is a direct, head-on sales pitch. His colleagues are bewildered, asking what they could possibly sell to a king. Murata reveals their product is exactly what the king desires: human resources. The young woman asks what kind of human resources they are offering. Murata clarifies that they are not offering a magic user, but a technician. Kondo expresses his disbelief that Murata will actually meet the infamous king. Murata explains he wants to meet the king since they don't know each other personally. The team worries they'll be killed if caught, but Yoda asks if Murata has a plan. Murata confidently confirms he does as they approach the imposing human fortress. The team walks across the massive drawbridge towards the castle entrance. Yoda stands beside the stoic craftsman, who is now dressed in a simple robe and bandana. The castle guards eye them suspiciously, asking if they are here to sell slaves. Yoda enthusiastically presents the craftsman, imploring the king to purchase him. The guards look on with weary, unimpressed expressions, letting them pass. Yoda and the craftsman are told by the guards to wait for judgment. A council of elders questions why they were summoned for a mere craftsman. Yoda gestures for them to come closer and see the amazing thing he has brought. He dramatically reveals a modern cordless drill with a small propeller attachment. He explains that the tool activates with a simple pull of the trigger. The drill whirs to life, creating a gust of wind that shocks the elders. The guards murmur in amazement at the tool's power and variable speed. The head elder, a man with a magnificent mustache named Pakoma, stares in awe. Yoda boasts that this is just the beginning of what the tool can accomplish. He makes the fantastical claim that with this tool, one can even fly. The elders are completely captivated, asking if his incredible claim is true. The head elder turns and shouts for them to be brought before the king. The elder Pakoma declares that he will permit the audience with the monarch. Kondo is shocked at the audacity of Yoda's bluff, who just gives a confident thumbs up. In the throne room, the king asks if this slave girl can even use the tool. The elder explains that these visitors have brought a most unusual and powerful tool. The king leans forward, asking what they can do with it in his presence. Yoda glances at the large ornate shield mounted on the throne room wall. The elder explains the shield is a national treasure made of priceless Hiltite ore. The craftsman's hand reaches for a tool, his mind made up for the demonstration. He proposes to punch a perfect hole in the shield using only one hand. The king finds the challenge interesting, intrigued by the craftsman's audacity. The craftsman calmly accepts the challenge, fully aware of the risks involved. The king adds a deadly condition. Failure means a hole in his head. The craftsman calmly opens a briefcase, revealing his array of modern tools. He lays out a hydraulic puncher with a series of metallic clicks. He selects a specific drill bit from the case for the task ahead. He prepares the clamps and a center punch with practiced precision. The tools are laid out on a table with meticulous care. With his tools ready, the craftsman announces he is about to begin. The king watches, noting he has never seen such strange tools before. The craftsman meticulously clamps a wooden guide onto the priceless shield. The king scoffs, certain the shield cannot be pierced by any means. A close-up shows the sharp, spiraled tip of the high-quality drill bit. The craftsman presses the spinning drill against the shield with intense focus. The king's eye widens in shock as the drill begins to bite into the metal. The craftsman's eye is steady, his concentration absolute as he works. The drill punches through the shield, creating a clean, perfect hole. The craftsman calmly attaches a different tool to the shield's surface. He prepares a magnetic chuck, securing it with a solid clank. He hands a tool to Yoda, telling him he's counting on him now. The craftsman thinks to himself that he has bought them about 10 minutes. The magnetic chuck's internal timer counts down the precious seconds. The king stares, his expression one of utter disbelief at the impossible feat. Yoda is urged to hurry with his part of the covert mission. He sprints down a long, lavish corridor, briefcase in hand. He frantically checks his map, searching for the king's bedchamber. He hopes the craftsman is creating a good distraction for him. He clutches the briefcase containing the handheld 3D scanner. He finally arrives at the correct ornate door, recognizing it from the map. He cautiously peeks inside the room, checking if it is empty. He enters the magnificent empty bedchamber, filled with opulent furnishings. Back in the throne room, the magnetic chuck detaches with a loud "Paka." The craftsman calmly removes the device from the shield. The king looks on, a dawning horror on his face as he whispers, "No way." Inside the bedchamber, Yoda is frantically searching on his hands and knees. He wonders where the coin could be, dismissing cliché hiding spots. His eyes widen as a new idea strikes him, a book. He turns his attention to the large bookshelf against the wall. He spots a row of unusually thick books, remembering his own hiding places. On a bookshelf, a single ornate volume stands out among the plainer ones. The book is opened, revealing with surprise that its thick pages are completely blank. A man's face appears, his expression a mask of manic, triumphant glee. Inside the hollowed-out book, he discovers a large, intricately carved dragon medallion. A voice from afar urges him to hurry and complete his task. He holds up a modern, handheld 3D scanner, its light projecting a grid. Leaning over the medallion, he begins the high-stakes scanning process with intense focus. His eyes are wide with panic as he mentally screams for more speed. From outside the grand chamber door, a soft knocking sound echoes. A woman with long blonde hair announces her presence to King Blackmoa. Standing before the ornate doors, she prepares to enter the royal chamber. She calls out to the king, asking if he is present inside. The man Yoda freezes, his face a picture of panic at the interruption. The scan of the priceless 100 million broad coin is agonizingly close to completion. Trapped and on the verge of discovery, he desperately wonders what to do. In the hallway, the woman explains she has come to discuss her magic user's examination. Deciding to handle it herself, she is startled by a sudden clatter from within. Her eyes go wide with alarm at the unexpected noise. An elven guard rushes to her side, asking about the sound and the king's safety. The woman looks on, concerned as the guard approaches the door. Inside the opulent bedchamber, Yoda is now visible sitting in the king's bed. In a desperate and bizarre ruse, he sits shirtless in a rose-filled tub, exhaling vapor. The elven guard bursts in, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Yoda maintains his nonchalant facade, though a slight blush colors his cheeks. The guard points a trembling finger, demanding to know who this intruder is. He scolds her for barging into what he declares is the king's private space. Completely flustered, the guard stammers, questioning if she has intruded on a private matter. He shouts that it should be obvious he has a special, secret relationship with the king. The guard, blushing furiously at the scandalous implication, accepts his story and tells him to leave. With a frantic push, she slams the heavy door shut. The mortified guard flees down the long, echoing corridor, panting from embarrassment. Her face is a picture of utter mortification as she runs away. Yoda collapses back into the tub, sighing in relief that his bluff worked. He fumes silently, blaming his boss Kondo for this ridiculous and humiliating situation. In the throne room, the craftsman Kondo stands before a long table, his demonstration complete. He holds up the shield, now bearing a perfect hole, and announces that it is done. King Blackmoa stares in disbelief, wondering how he pierced the shield with one hand. A flashback shows Kondo placing a magnetic chuck on the ornate shield. The hydraulic puncher effortlessly pierces the thick metal with a loud, decisive crunch. Kondo presents the damaged shield to the king, asking for his assessment. The king's face is a mask of pure, uncomprehending astonishment. Seated on his throne, he acknowledges that Kondo skillfully used the unusual tool. Kondo identifies the device as a hydraulic puncher that easily pierces steel plates. The king finds the tool interesting for a craftsman, but his expression darkens. He sneers, stating that Kondo is, at the end of the day, just a laborer. Kondo listens impassively, his face unreadable, as the king continues his condescending speech. The king declares that Kondo is no different from the dwarf slaves toiling in the mines. Kondo asks if the king truly understands the nature of their work. The king poses a rhetorical question about why his subjects must labor. His face becomes a grim mask as he reveals it is because they have sinned. He dismisses what Kondo calls work as nothing more than punishment for being used. He claims this is endless retribution for the sins of their ancestors. The king proclaims his royal family is near divine, a fate that cannot be defied. He dismisses Kondo with a wave of his hand, telling him to leave his sight. A low, unsettling chuckle escapes Kondo's lips. He expresses his relief with a sly, knowing smile. A close-up shows the sharp, imposing points of the king's crown. The king is taken aback by Kondo's unexpected and disrespectful reaction. Pushing up his glasses, Kondo states that the king's caliber is only of that level. An advisor shouts in outrage at Kondo's flagrant insolence. King Blackmoa is stunned into silence by the direct and cutting insult. Kondo declares he feels no pride from a king with such a shallow view of labor. He compares the king to a neglectful corporate leader who would ruin his company. The king's face contorts in a snarl of pure rage at the comparison. Kondo raises a single finger, making a chilling prophecy for the near future. He declares the king's castle and country will be easily breached and destroyed. The king is incandescent with fury, his teeth clenched in a silent scream. Suddenly, Yoda appears at Kondo's side, his timing perfect. Yoda's fist connects squarely with Kondo's jaw in a surprising attack. The older man is sent flying backward from the unexpected blow. Yoda, feigning panic, asks his boss what he's doing. Tears stream down Yoda's face as he begins his well-rehearsed performance. He screams at Kondo, asking how he could say such things to a client. The two men launch into a staged argument in front of the bewildered king. The king watches the chaotic scene, his expression one of utter confusion. Kondo points back at Yoda, continuing the charade with practiced ease. He berates Yoda for his insolence in the king's presence. An advisor yells at them to stop their brawling in the throne room. The king's court looks on, aghast at the unprofessional display. The king finally roars for the guards to throw them out immediately. Back at their own factory, the team debriefs their successful mission. A group of colleagues listens intently to the story of the infiltration. The manager, Murata, admits Yoda got too heated when he hit Kondo. He explains that getting thrown out was all part of their carefully orchestrated plan. Yoda proudly states that Kondo gave Black Moa a stern, necessary lecture. A female colleague, Erica, worries that they just provoked a dangerous enemy. Murata explains that Kondo's tirade was a calculated distraction for Yoda's mission. He adds that Yoda's tears were genuine, a product of his very real fear. Murata praises Yoda, saying an excellent salesman needs guts and the ability to bluff. Yoda, basking in the praise, credits his own impressive acting skills. He fantasizes aloud about making his acting debut in this new world. His gruff colleague, Kondo, yells at him not to get carried away with his success. Erica happily confirms their mission was a success, obtaining the 3D scan data. Their tech expert, Akawa, bursts in, announcing the analysis is complete. A young woman presents a laptop explaining she created the drawings from the data. The team gathers around the laptop to look at the screen. On the screen is a perfect 3D rendering of the dragon coin, a god-tier creation. The master craftsman, Murata, marvels at the intricate cross-hatching on the dragon's scales. The manager, Kondo, turns to Murata, asking if he can actually make it. Murata grins confidently, stating he won't know until he tries, and asks if the plan is to buy out the king. A man with glasses adjusts them, his mind fixed on a promise made to his fallen friend Zack. With grim determination, he declares his intention to buy out every single one of the enslaved dwarves. The story begins in a vast quarry under the title Salesman vs. King with Assassin. Dwarves toil under the hot sun, their bodies straining with the hard labor of mining. Two muscular dwarves grunt with effort as they heave heavy rocks into a growing pile. A young, powerfully built dwarf swings his pickaxe, his face a mask of weary concentration. Sweat drips from his brow as he puts all of his considerable strength into the grueling work. An older, goblin-like dwarf suddenly collapses from exhaustion, crying out to his companion. The young dwarf rushes to his side, chiding him for overworking himself after a recent collapse. The older dwarf, Rose, gasps for the young man to stay away from him. He warns that the guards in the tower will think he is planning an escape. The young dwarf insists that he cannot just leave a comrade to die alone. Rose looks on with pride, remarking that he is truly Zack's son. A man watches from a distance, noting the dwarf's deep loyalty to his comrades. A guard from a high watchtower shouts down, ordering the lazy dwarves to stop slacking. Another guard sneers that they have no home and should be grateful to be enslaved. The young dwarf stands defiant, his fist clenched in silent anger at the guard's taunts. Rose looks at him, urging the young man not to abandon all hope. The young dwarf vows that his father, the master craftsman Zack Milligan, will save them. The scene shifts to the unassuming exterior of the Izumitani manufacturing plant. Inside, the factory chief holds up a 10,000 floored coin from the human realm. He begins to file the coin's edge, shocking his young female colleague. Another man explains the chief can identify any material by its feel, color, and smell. Filings scrape from the coin, which bears an intricate flame-like crest. The chief confirms the coin is made of copper nickel, just like Japanese currency. A portly colleague cheers, realizing they won't have trouble sourcing materials for counterfeiting. The woman asks how they plan to mass-produce the coins in such large numbers. The chief, adjusting his glasses, reveals they will use a powerful press machine. His colleague confirms her understanding of the process, stamping flat metal plates with a mold. The chief wonders with a smile if his underground press machine is still functional. He feels a sense of excitement, remembering its last use for making golf course medals. Kondo notes that the chief treats his machines like living things, always tending to them. The chief confirms he has the schematics and can create the molds with a machining center. A small winged creature explains the plan to feed raw materials into the press on a reel. The chief then holds up a 100 million floored coin, stating it's already complete. His colleagues are stunned by the coin's thickness and ornate decoration, wondering how he made it. He reveals his secret weapon, a wire electrical discharge machine EDM. The sophisticated machine uses an electrical current to cut metal with 2-micron precision. The portly colleague explains this is 1/40th the diameter of a single human hair. The woman clutches her head, her mind reeling at the impossible level of precision. The chief holds the perfectly crafted coin, a testament to their incredible skill. His gaze becomes distant, thinking of the city he must conquer, stating it's up to Yoda now. The scene shifts to Yoda, now in a suit, presenting the magnificent coin. He stands before a grand throne room, a briefcase at his side, ready for his mission. The king on his throne looks down the long hall, intrigued by the visitor. King Blackmoor remarks on the rarity of someone possessing such a valuable coin. He expresses his surprise that anyone other than himself would have a 100 million floored coin. Yoda explains his organization does business across many nations and reveals the coin as a counterfeit. An advisor with a large mustache looks on with a stern, unimpressed expression. The king recalls their last encounter and curtly asks Yoda's business this time. King Blackmoor is enraged, demanding to know what profit he could gain from a counterfeit. Yoda, unfazed, confirms the king's suspicion with a confident smile. He holds up 4 of the counterfeit coins, making his audacious offer. With a sly grin, he asks to rent all the dwarf slaves in the country. The king's mind races, shocked that this man possesses 4 of the coins. He demands to know what Yoda plans to do with the dwarves. Yoda feigns surprise, asking if the king truly doesn't know. He reveals that the dwarves were searching for a massive underground treasure guarded by a dragon. The king scoffs, dismissing the treasure as a mere legend. Yoda insists that according to his information, the treasure is real. He adds that the dwarves had already made significant progress in their excavation. The king accuses Yoda of foolishly ordering the dwarves to dig for the treasure. Yoda, with a cheerful smile, says he has just the thing to help. He pulls a handheld metal detector from his briefcase, presenting it with a flourish. The king dismisses it as more junk and demands to know what it can do. Yoda urges him to watch, kneeling to demonstrate on the counterfeit coins. He holds the device over a coin, which immediately begins to beep loudly. The king is startled, asking if the device makes a sound when near metal. Yoda explains it is a metal detector that works via electromagnetic induction. Unseen by them, 2 assassins with daggers peek from behind a column. Yoda suggests that an enhanced version in the hands of the dwarves would be invaluable. The king acknowledges that a small detector would take too long to find the treasure, but a larger version would be a perfect tool for the job. The king's interest is piqued, and he strokes his chin thoughtfully. A cunning, greedy expression settles on his face as he formulates a plan. He realizes it is more profitable to let Yoda find the treasure before killing him. He grins, imagining seizing both the treasure and the dwarves for himself. He lays out his terms, demanding a hefty price and a report upon finding the treasure. Yoda cheerfully agrees, promising to report back as soon as it's found. He adds that since he is renting the dwarves, he is obligated to report to the king. The king laughs, believing the foolish salesman is unaware he's being played. He presses for a price, mockingly asking if the 400 million floored is all he can offer. Yoda looks up, his expression suddenly serious, asking what the king means. The king taunts him, asking if he can't offer more. He dismisses Yoda as a mere merchant with limited financial power. In response, Yoda clicks open his briefcase with a dramatic flair. The case is revealed to be filled with stacks of the gleaming counterfeit coins. He declares that if it's money the king wants, he can produce an unlimited amount. King Blackmoor's face contorts into a mask of pure, unadulterated avarice. Back in the factory, the coin press thunders away under the watch of the workers. The massive machine clanks and stamps with relentless industrial power. Murata calmly informs his shocked colleague that the 10,000 floored coins are being mass-produced. The machine's powerful stamping mechanism operates with incredible speed. A calculation reveals a staggering production rate of 288,000 coins in an 8-hour day. The female colleague stammers, trying to process the enormous number. Murata continues, stating that this equates to 2.88 billion floored per day. The woman is horrified, exclaiming that they can't possibly make so many. Murata runs his hands through a bin of coins, revealing his plan to buy up all high-value goods. His colleague realizes with horror that this will cause catastrophic hyperinflation. A vision of an angry mob with pitchforks and spears confirms her fear of an impending coup d'etat. A small winged creature peeks from behind a machine, confirming what was just said. The engineer Kondo gently comforts the creature, lamenting that their hard work was destroyed without payment. The creature, Gubkichi, grits its teeth, its expression showing the deep insult this is to all creators. A young woman, Sari, looks on with wide-eyed horror, declaring that this injustice must not be forgiven. Kondo's face becomes a mask of cold fury as he vows to bring utter destruction upon the king and his nation. On a high cliff, Gobkichi surveys a desolate mountainous landscape, signaling the start of a new chapter. The small creature's face is alight with pure excitement and anticipation for what is to come. A man in a suit, Yoda, and a muscular dwarf, Zack, lead a massive procession of their kin, greeted by an enthusiastic Gobkichi. With teary eyes, Gobkichi excitedly announces the return of Kondo and Yoda. Inside their headquarters, Kondo expresses his admiration for Yoda, who has successfully returned with many dwarves. A long, orderly line of freed dwarves stands before the factory, their new sanctuary in this strange world. A horned woman with an eye patch, Cleese, greets Kondo, who praises her for successfully bringing back all the dwarves. A portly man panics, remembering his terrifying encounter with the greedy king who nearly had them killed. Kliss asks if they handed over all 30 of the magnificent 100 million broad coins they had manufactured. Yoda explains his clever strategy, revealing that he decided to rent the entire dwarven workforce instead of attempting a direct buyout. Kondo's attention shifts from the celebration as he turns to look at a specific dwarf in the crowd. With a calm and certain expression, he correctly identifies the muscular dwarf as Zack's son. The dwarf, surprised by the recognition, asks how Kondo could possibly know who he is. Kondo explains that he has the same tall stature and the familiar scent of oil as his father. Yoda points Kondo out to the dwarf, confirming that this is the man who was with his father at the end. The dwarf, his expression somber, asks Kondo to tell him about his father's final moments. Kondo bows his head respectfully, explaining that Zack's father bravely sacrificed himself by acting as a double. An old dwarf advises Zack's son not to become a sacrifice for someone else like his father did. Zack's son's eyes widen slightly as he recalls the name Rose being mentioned in the stories. The rugged warrior Maul confirms that the man named Rose was, in fact, the Dragon Striker. Maul explains that Zack's father, the master craftsman, Gazak Milligan, entrusted his great sword to him in his final moments. He offers the magnificent blade to Zack's son, believing the sword would be happier in his hands. Maul states that he already possesses the ultimate sword, gesturing toward the horned warrior, Kliss. Kliss stands with her own blade, a precious memento of her father that she has entrusted to Maul. Zack's son looks at his father's legendary sword, his expression one of grim and resolute purpose. He gratefully accepts the sentiment, but, as a blacksmith, believes his father would want the sword wielded by a more skilled hand. Maul insists, explaining that the Dragon Striker sword finds its true meaning and purpose in his hands. With a confident smile, Zack's son declares that he will one day forge an even greater sword himself. He promises to trade for his father's sword then, a proposal that Maul finds agreeable and worthwhile. He tells Kondo that his true desire is not a weapon, but the rebuilding of the dwarf kingdom with the fabled dragon's treasure. A firm, powerful handshake between the two men seals their new and momentous pact. Kondo promises his full cooperation, acknowledging Zack as both a benefactor and a fellow technician. Zack's son's face is a mask of grim determination as he prepares for the difficult path ahead. Kondo's thoughts turn to the next phase of his plan, which will depend on his colleagues, Sari and Aikawa. A wooden wagon wheel rattles ominously, signaling the beginning of a dangerous and uncertain journey. 3 horse-drawn wagons, laden with a massive quantity of currency, travel through a dark, foreboding forest. The portly driver, Tsuboi, trembles with fear, certain they are traveling through a dangerous area where they will be attacked. His young companion, Aikawa, is equally terrified, her hands gripping the reins as she questions her own mental fortitude. Tsuboi mutters that Kondo's plan is reckless, convinced that they will surely be discovered and attacked. His fears are instantly realized as a gang of rough-looking bandits emerges from the woods with a cheerful greeting. From the back of the caravan, Sari shouts a warning to the president, confirming that they've run into bandits. The bandit leader sneers, correcting them by stating that they are not bandits, but are simply collecting taxes from travelers. Sari urgently shouts for Aikawa to hurry and enact their part of the plan. A bandit with a strange mask approaches Tsuboi, mockingly asking what suspicious cargo they are carrying through the mountains. Tsuboi sweats profusely, desperately bluffing that they are on an official mission, transporting cash for the human government. The bandits laugh at his story, questioning what crime they could possibly be charged with for stealing the cargo. Aikawa stands up on the wagon, calling out defiantly to the assembled bandits. With a look of fierce resolve on her face, she grips the edge of the canvas cover. In one swift motion, she rips the tarp away, revealing a mountain of glittering silver and gold coins. The coins spill from the wagon, a cascade of unimaginable wealth clattering onto the forest floor. The bandits are frozen in place, their faces masks of pure, stunned disbelief at the sight of the treasure. Sari shouts that her wagon is the same, beginning to pull back her own canvas cover. A second, equally massive pile of currency is unveiled, leaving the bandits utterly speechless. The stunned silence erupts into a frenzy of pure joy as the bandits dive into the piles of money. Sari calls for the others to get on the horse and make their escape while the bandits are distracted. Sari asks Aikawa about their abandoned companions, who confirms they are happily plundering the treasure. Aikawa confirms that she has successfully plundered their own cargo, just as they had planned. With a crack of the reins and a final shout, the group gallops away to safety. The sound of their wagon fades as they leave the dark forest and the ecstatic bandits behind. Having successfully escaped, Sari sighs with relief, though she admits the ordeal was terrifying and not suited for her. Tsuboi questions if their method wasn't a bit too forceful, but Sari laughs it off, saying it was nerve-wracking. Kondo, who had been driving the wagon all along, reveals a crucial detail. The three of them were transporting genuine currency. Back at their headquarters, the team debriefs on their mission to transport what their colleagues believe were counterfeit coins. Kondo reveals the staggering value of the cargo, 300 million broad per wagon for a total of 900 million. With a grim and determined look, Kondo states that this sum is more than enough to trigger hyperinflation in the enemy kingdom. Aikawa expresses her concern, questioning if simply scattering money will be effective, as the general populace might not spend it. She points out that most ordinary people, upon receiving a large sum, would likely save it rather than spend it lavishly. Kondo slams his hand on the table, signaling that he has already accounted for this variable. He explains that in any world, there are always greedy, lawless people who are desperate for money. Aikawa repeats his words, confused about who these greedy, lawless people could possibly be. Kondo's expression hardens as he identifies the group he is counting on as antisocial forces. His colleagues are shocked by the revelation, questioning if such forces even exist in this other world. With a cold, calculating gaze, Kondo confirms their existence and identifies them with a single word: bandits. He explains that the entire ambush was a setup, deliberately sending the wagons through a known bandit territory. Tsuboi's face turns pale with horror as he realizes the true, terrifying genius of the cash transport plan. Kondo elaborates that they intentionally allowed 2 of the wagons to be captured by the bandits. The stolen 600 million broad, he explains, will now be spent with wild abandon, flooding the market and kickstarting the economic collapse. Sari asked what the money from the remaining wagon, the one they escaped with, will be used for. Kondo instructs them to purchase a specific list of materials with the funds they have left. He tells his colleague Murata that another part of his intricate plan will be activated by the time they return. Murata smirks, acknowledging that this might indeed be the case, a hint of the scheme in his eyes. The scene shifts to the imposing, multi-tiered fortress of the human kingdom of Kimo. Inside the royal treasury, a chest is opened, revealing stacks of magnificent, gleaming 100 million broad coins. King Blackmoa caresses one of the coins, his face a picture of pure avarice and lust as he admires its texture. Standing alone in his vast throne room, he asks his scribe if he can hear the voice of the 100 million broad coin. He weeps with joy, believing he has finally obtained the ultimate treasure, a prize that has come to him naturally. He commands his scribe to record his divine oracle for the kingdom's official history. As he holds the coin up to the light, the intricate dragon emblem on its surface begins to crackle with an unnatural energy. The square center of the coin, which had been seamlessly fitted, starts to detach from the main body. The king watches in utter disbelief as the coin he holds begins to break apart in his hands. The small square piece, once the coin's core, falls away with a faint metallic clink. A perfect, gaping hole is now left in the center of the coin, marring the dragon's image. The king's face contorts into a mask of pure, uncomprehending horror, his eyes wide and white. Kneeling in his grand hall, he screams, unable to process how his precious 100 million broad coin could have been broken. His hands tremble as he holds the now worthless coin, a symbol of his utter ruin and the beginning of his kingdom's collapse. A grim-faced minister informs King Blackmoa that all his other coins are ruined. Inside a treasure chest, every coin has its center punched out, revealed as counterfeits. The king screams in denial, insisting they are identical to his genuine currency. A flashback shows his minister suggesting an exchange with a neighboring kingdom. He had noted that the other country's currency management was notoriously strict. The king's mind races, wondering why anyone would do this, even for a single broad. He recalls the smiling peddler who orchestrated the deal, realizing it was a trick. His minister grimly states that it was not just the peddler's work. He explains the coins were perfectly crafted for their centers to fall out. The minister concludes with certainty that this is the work of a master craftsman. He then asks the king if he has forgotten a recent, humiliating incident. The king remembers the supposedly indestructible shield with a perfect hole punched through it. The face of the one who pierced his shield flashes in his mind with dawning horror. A memory shows Kondo holding the punched-out piece, identifying him as the craftsman. King Blackmoa explodes in a fit of rage, vowing he will never forgive them. He orders his men to find their hiding place and inflict the ultimate, agonizing torture. In a quarry, a large group of dwarves gathers joyfully before a mountain cave. Inside, the freed dwarves share a large pot of stew, relieved to finally be eating. Their leader, Murata, thanks Kondo for saving them from harsh labor and starvation. Kondo humbly replies he was just fulfilling a promise to Zack in defeating the king. He holds up one of the counterfeit coins, calling it the reward for their freedom. Kondo officially declares to Murata that the dwarves are now free people. He instructs them to return to their homeland and focus on its restoration. Murata thanks him profusely, promising to repay the debt with a hidden treasure. Kondo, pushing up his glasses, states that treasure is not what he desires. He expresses his sincere wish to one day create things together with the dwarves. At a feast, a colleague marvels at the counterfeit coin, asking how it was made. A gruff craftsman, Murasan, dismisses him, saying he wouldn't understand the explanation. The colleague holds the coin, noting that even the king couldn't see the seam. Kondo reveals the gap is a mere 0.003 millimeters, completely invisible to the eye. When asked how they cut metal so precisely, Murasan answers, "Wire EDM." A diagram shows the process of a wire cutting a square peg from a cylinder. Kondo explains the complex machine can cut even the hardest metals with electricity. The colleague is astounded, questioning if a 0.003 millimeter wire is even possible. Murasan confirms that this is where an incredibly high level of skill is required. Kondo then presents a solid metal cylinder to his colleague, telling him to look. The colleague, seeing only a simple metal rod, is instructed to just watch. A close-up shows the seemingly solid, flawlessly polished metal object. With a smooth push, a perfect square peg emerges, revealing the same trick. Kondo explains it's a sample to showcase their skill, denying a 0.003 millimeter wire exists. A diagram shows a 0.1 millimeter wire is the limit, requiring a 1 millimeter guide hole. The colleague clutches his head in frustration, unable to comprehend the method. Murasan chides him for not understanding, revealing they made two identical pieces. A diagram shows one piece cut from the outside, the other from the inside. Another diagram illustrates the separation of the peg from one and the hole from the other. The final diagram shows the 15,000 millimeter peg fitting into the 15,003 millimeter hole. The colleague is flabbergasted that such a complex technique was used on the coin. He asks Murasan just how many incredible skills he possesses. Murasan jokes that anyone could do it after a year if they were over 100 years old. Kondo explains a weak adhesive was used, ensuring the center would fall out. Murata stands and addresses Kondo, his expression turning serious. He states it's only a matter of time before the king realizes the deception and prepares for war. Kondo confirms this is all part of their plan, the first arrow of their strategy. The scene shifts to the bustling human capital of Hambalkar. A horse-drawn cart pulls up to a large inn, where the group decides to rest. Inside the spacious inn, the group feels safe and secure for the night. A woman feels relieved that their cart, filled with 10,000 broad coins, is safe. Her companion worries that buying supplies will become difficult starting tomorrow. Suddenly, a portly man spots a familiar, rowdy group in the street below. A gang of bandits celebrates wildly, shouting that they successfully tricked their targets. From the inn window, the observers note how much fun the bandits seem to be having. The bandits, unaware the coins are fake, revel in their ill-gotten wealth. The woman at the window remarks that just as Kondo predicted, they are spending freely. A sack of the counterfeit coins is poured out, glittering as they fall. A mustachioed merchant stares in shock at the mountain of currency on his desk. A brutish bandit leader leans in, asking the merchant if he wants the money. The merchant explains that he was suddenly ordered to build a giant castle. He nervously tries to explain that there are procedures, and it will take time to start. The bandit leader cuts him off with a gruff, "Shut up!" He declares that the merchant is the designer, and he is the client. It will be done. The merchant nervously agrees to make the castle his absolute top priority. The bandit leader simply replies that he understands. He then makes an incredible offer. He will pay 100 times the estimate. The merchant is completely stunned, stammering to ask if he's serious. The bandit confirms it, demanding immediate payment to start their giant castle. The bandits then flood the streets, shouting their plans to build a castle and buy up supplies. From the inn window, the women watch the escalating chaos with concern. The portly man joins them, his face a mask of worry. A woman wonders if this means prices are about to go up. She realizes the bandits are buying up everything at ridiculously high prices. Her companion confirms that this will cause scarcity and a rapid price hike. She understands with dawning horror that Kondo's hyperinflation plan is beginning. The scene shifts to the imposing fortress of the human kingdom. In the throne room, advisors present a map, confirming the man responsible for their troubles. Two elven figures report that this man has been interfering with their demon-slaying operations. The king, gripping a coin, seethes with rage, identifying his nemesis as Kondo. A new chapter begins. Attack is the best defense, as Kondo's group stands in a quarry. The dwarf leader, Murata, announces that they must now part ways for a time. He vows to Kondo that they will surely repay the debt they owe him. Kondo wishes for the restoration of the dwarf kingdom and asks them to find a treasure. A vision of a dragon guarding a hoard is shown as Murata explains its location. Murata promises to find the treasure for Kondo's sake, sealing their pact. Kondo thanks him, while a horned woman notes he doesn't seem to want to return home. Kondo's group waves as the dwarves enter the dark tunnel to their homeland. A demon calls out to Kondo, interrupting the farewell. A spy runs down a long hall, shouting that he has a report from the human kingdom. He breathlessly informs a horned noble that the counterfeit coin has been discovered. Kondo confirms that King Blackmoa is now aware of their deception. The demon woman realizes with horror that the king will now launch a serious war. Kondo calmly states that they too will not remain silent in this conflict. Kondo reveals his plan to burn the counterfeit cans, settling a massive debt. A small goblin creature vows that the producer's tears will not be in vain. Cress anxiously asks if victory is possible against the enemy's expected all-out assault. With a confident glint in his eye, Kondo assures her they will undoubtedly win. He declares passionately that the best defense is a preemptive strike, a castle siege. His companions protest, stating the fortress is protected by a powerful magic barrier. Kondo reveals his strategy is a two-pronged attack from above and below ground. Cress questions how they could possibly dig a tunnel with so little time. With a look of grim resolve, Kondo announces the debut of the shield machine. A dynamic view shows the custom-built shield machine, powered by golems, in action. In a meeting, a portly man presents the shield machine's structural diagrams to the team. Ichino's, the programmer, notes that the plans are still rough and need further development. He finds the control system for the machine to be a significant challenge. Ima, the golem user, asks if he really intends to use 3 of her creations. Kondo confirms this, explaining the machine is like a modern subway excavator. A diagram shows the massive scale of a real TBM, which Kondo admits is too big. Their smaller version, he explains, will borrow the strength of golems for propulsion. He notes the immense torque required, necessitating a special gear to amplify power. Murata, the master craftsman, correctly identifies the needed planetary gear system. An illustration shows how the planetary gear converts high-speed rotation into powerful torque. Kondo entrusts the difficult manufacturing task to Murata, who roars in acceptance. Ima approaches Ichino's, stating she expects a significant reward for her help. Her golem's energy source, she explains, is her healing, and she needs care. Ichino's, a man of pure logic, is completely baffled by her abstract requirement. Ima asserts her role as the creator who breathes life into the golems. Ichino's calmly informs her that he has already solved her energy problem. Her eyes widen in shock as she asks if he intends to heal her. He explains that true healing is preventing fatigue through hyper-efficient programming. With a confident grin, he declares this is his chance to showcase his skills. Ima is left completely flustered, realizing he totally misunderstood her meaning. Kondo watches them, smiling at their good chemistry and having high hopes for them. The scene shifts to the bustling human capital of Hanbokar, a large city. Inside a tavern, Sari and Masui are on a mission with their colleague Tsuboi. Tsuboi nervously guards their cargo, certain that thieves will try to steal it. Outside, a wagon loaded with barrels of liquid slime waits in the street. He panics, convinced that a robbery at this stage would be a major disaster. Sari and Masui discuss the scarcity of supplies, glad a vendor could help them. A local farmer stirs a large vat of slime, surprised by the sudden demand. He notes that while his own fertilizer sold well, magic fertilizer is now cheaper. Sari promises to buy the slime at a high price, which is a great help. The farmer asks what they will use the slime for in their magic-free agriculture. Sari launches into a passionate, jargon-filled speech about her healthy food company. The farmer is impressed by her youthful ambition and plans for joint research. He is left utterly confused by her talk of developing a global business. Her colleagues are horrified by her rambling about stocks and the NBA. Tsuboi tries to pay, but his companions tell him to ignore her nonsensical talk. Masui remarks on how surprisingly ditzy President Sari is as she happily eats. Tsuboi looks on, utterly shocked by his boss's bizarre behavior. The tavern erupts in panic as patrons realize supplies are gone and prices are soaring. A hooded figure explains that soon their money will be worthless and they will starve. Tsuboi and Masui recognize the hooded man who is stirring up trouble. Tsuboi excitedly identifies the man as their colleague, the salesman Yoda. The tavern patrons turn on Yoda, accusing him of spreading false rumors. Masui realizes with horror that this must be part of an order from Kondo. Yoda confirms it with a manic grin, explaining Kondo's ruthless strategy. He states that the engineered inflation will inevitably lead to riots. By spreading rumors, they will accelerate the chaos before the kingdom can react. Sari is shocked, realizing this will cause not just chaos, but a civil war. Tsuboi panics, shouting Kondo's name and wondering how they will escape the city. The scene shifts to a lone, rain-swept hut in a desolate area. Inside, a captured dwarf is bound as a figure with tongs approaches him. The muscular dwarf, bruised but defiant, glares at his captors. A black-helmeted knight holds up a handful of 10,000 broad coins. He notes that it's an impossibly large amount for their country to have minted. He demands to know why a common thief would possess such a sum. The dwarf smirks, spitting that money simply makes the world go round. The knight reminds him that counterfeiting their currency is a grave crime. He heats a pair of tongs and a brazier, preparing for a brutal interrogation. He presses the hot tongs to the dwarf's face, demanding to know the source. The dwarf remains silent, knowing he faces execution no matter what he says. The room is littered with the bodies of his comrades, their money spent. A soldier reports to his captain with new information from another captive. He presents a document for the captain to review. The captain learns from the interrogation that the dwarves attacked a cash transport. The document includes a sketch of the portly, buck-toothed man being transported. The captain's eyes widen, realizing this was a coordinated strike, and orders a public interrogation. The chapter begins with Ima meticulously licking the surface of a massive stone golem. Below, the programmer Ichinos wrestles with a complex technical problem at his desk. He's amazed that the entire shield machine tunnel is being dug by golem power alone. A diagram shows the machine, but Ichinos realizes the control program is flawed. In a simple animation, one golem is told not to push too hard on its handle. The other golem understands this means the handle is getting lighter, so it pushes harder. The core problem is that the mute golems cannot communicate to coordinate their actions. Ima worries that forcing them to work will increase the load and break them. Ichinos clutches his head in frustration, trying to find a way to make them dig efficiently. His anguish suddenly transforms into a manic, ecstatic grin of pure programming joy. Ima is creeped out by his strange smiling and asks him what's wrong. He completely ignores her, lost in his work, which only angers her more. She puffs out her cheeks in frustration at being so thoroughly ignored. She furiously demands to know why he isn't listening, saying her golem work is almost done. She glares, thinking to herself that he's completely absorbed and can't see anything else. Ichinos stares at his screen, feeling that something is missing from his solution. A thought strikes him. Is something missing? That's it, he realizes with a jolt. Ima explodes, shouting that there's not enough love, a point he himself once made. With a determined blush, she decides she must be the one to teach him about love. She gently pokes his shoulder to get his attention, her voice soft. Leaning in close, she sultrily asks if he'd like to talk with her about love. Ichinozi stares back, his logical mind completely failing to process her suggestion. Ima is horrified by his blank, confused reaction to her advance. She grabs his shoulder, her attempt at a romantic connection having failed spectacularly. The engineer Kondo sits at his desk, pondering a difficult problem and muttering technical acronyms. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes him as he shouts his realization: Internet of Things. His outburst leaves the horn golem user, Emma, completely startled and confused. He excitedly explains his plan to network the three golems for efficient excavation. Ima, blushing slightly, confirms that a shared consciousness between golems is indeed possible. Overcome with gratitude for the inspiration, Kondo suddenly embraces a surprised Emma. He thanks her profusely, explaining this will help maintain the shield machine's speed. Flustered by the sudden hug, she tells him to stop, her face bright red. Her initial resistance fades as her hand hesitantly rests on his sleeve. Her grip tightens slightly, her protest becoming less forceful. She tells him not to take her words seriously as Ichinos witnesses the awkward moment. Pulling away with a shy apology, she leaves a bewildered Kondo behind. In the factory, a massive gear is lowered by a crane for the machine. The rugged craftsman Murata carefully operates the crane controls from below. The manager greets him warmly, calling out his name with a smile. Murata asks the manager for an estimate on how long the shield machine will take. The manager estimates 1 to 2 weeks, a time frame Murata thinks is tight. The manager confirms the time frame is perfect, allowing other teams to prepare. In town, President Sari is shown procuring necessary supplies for the operation. Meanwhile, Mal and Klez train a horde of goblins for the coming battle. Murata voices his concern about a potential enemy attack during their preparations. The manager confidently tells him not to worry and to focus on his manufacturing. As Murata welds a component, he is overcome with a sense of nostalgia. He reflects on his past of endless failures, now finding purpose in his work. He finds himself feeling more comfortable in this new world of focused craftsmanship. The scarred worker watches, thinking Kondo will bear the responsibility for what happens next. The imposing fortress of the human race stands on a high cliff. Inside, an advisor reports to King Blackmoa about the delayed demon attack. The advisor explains that riots have broken out due to food shortages. The furious king orders the rebels and their entire families to be executed. His advisor is horrified by the king's cruel and drastic measures. The king roars that his command is absolute, second only to the gods. The advisor can only sweat in silent terror at his king's tyranny. Sari's team is shown with their wagons loaded with barrels in the city. They discuss their supply run, noting they've bought many herbs for potions. However, they still haven't acquired the full quantity of potions they need. The president makes a deal with farmers to secure a large supply of liquid slimes. In the market, citizens complain about the impossibly high prices for goods. The president's wanted poster lies trampled in the dirt. From his balcony, King Blackmoa watches as fires rage across his city. His advisor asks how the war can proceed with the riots escalating. He explains that most soldiers are busy suppressing the unrest, making a deployment impossible. The king, confused, demands to know the cause of the widespread riots. The advisor reveals they were tricked into causing hyperinflation by mass-producing currency. The king's face is a mask of horror as he realizes he's fallen into a trap. He looks out at his burning city as his advisor continues his grim report. The advisor reports that an elite enemy unit is now advancing on the castle. The main demon army, a horde of goblins, is also on the march. The king grips the stone railing, his knuckles white with rage and panic. He screams for his mages to raise a barrier to protect his land. Sari's caravan desperately races to escape the now burning, chaotic city. The president panics, realizing they are being targeted after finally escaping the riots. Sari, driving the lead wagon, looks back in alarm at their pursuers. Hooded armed figures emerge from the woods, radiating pure killing intent. One of the ambushers lunges forward, leading the attack. A spear is thrown with deadly accuracy towards the president. The spear impales the wagon floor, narrowly missing the terrified president. The president wails that it's all over, certain they are doomed. Sari grips the reins, shouting that they must not give up, that a divine wind will blow. The attackers pause, momentarily confused by her defiant outburst. Suri's own expression turns to shock as she sees something in the distance. In the distance, a tornado miraculously materializes out of thin air. The ambushers panic, shouting that a tornado is coming right for them. The whirlwind tears through their ranks, tossing the figures into the air. Sari can only watch in stunned silence as the ambush is annihilated. The road is littered with the defeated bodies of their would-be attackers. As the wind dies down, a figure is revealed within the dissipating tornado. The towering werewolf, Sturm, emerges, holding a barrel on his shoulder. He cracks a toothy grin, remarking that it's good to get out sometimes. Deep underground, a massive tunnel is being excavated by a colossal machine. The shield crusher is shown in action, operated by Kondo's team. Emma and Ichinos watch from a platform, confirming the operation has begun. The company president declares that the time of judgment has arrived. On the surface, mages maintain a shimmering hexagonal barrier around a city. Ryan, on a griffin, asks her companion if they can truly win this war. The city is besieged, smoke rising from its towers beyond the barrier. Juna confidently tells her not to worry as the barrier is unbreakable. King Blackmoa watches the battle from his balcony, his city burning. His advisor reports on the demon army's advance, which is faster than expected. The city's defenses are broken by riots, allowing the demons to pass through. The advisor mentions that the dreaded Dragon Striker is among the enemy forces. The Demon King smirks, comparing the defenders to moths drawn to a flame. Deep underground, the shield machine continues its violent drilling. The tunnel begins to shake violently, debris raining down from the ceiling. The president calls out Kondo's name in alarm as the collapse worsens. Kondo and Ima shield their heads as debris falls around them. Kondo panics, realizing the entire tunnel is about to collapse. The president anxiously hopes for reinforcements to arrive soon. His face is a mask of stress as the situation becomes more dire. A truck arrives, its driver announcing she's brought the requested liquid slime. The president's face breaks into a wide, relieved smile. Ima and Ichinos are completely bewildered, asking what the slime is for. Murata tells them to just watch, as the spiral cannon will explain everything. The driver adds that they also have a gift from Sturm. The president orders Murata to start up the cannon immediately. Murata starts a portable generator, preparing to power the device. With a shout, he fires the cannon, its barrel tilting upwards. The cannon fires a high-pressure spray of small, googly-eyed slime creatures. The slime splat against the crumbling rock walls of the shaft. In moments, the entire tunnel is coated in a dripping, gelatinous layer. The horned woman looks up in confusion as googly-eyed slimes are sprayed. The tunnel walls are now completely covered in the dripping, googly-eyed liquid slimes. A close-up on the president's face shows his grim and determined expression. The president pushes up his glasses, confidently announcing that it is now showtime. The young female driver eagerly tells the president she has the requested item. A close-up shot shows a hand firmly unlatching a heavy metallic briefcase. The president climbs onto the truck bed, carrying the mysterious briefcase with him. Kneeling on the truck, the president shouts for everyone to close their eyes. The horned woman and Kondo cover their eyes, nervously questioning the strange command. The president declares with intensity that they will understand when he opens it. A briefcase is opened with a loud snap, revealing a dark, ominous interior. Inside the case, Medusa's serene face is revealed, her hair a mass of snakes. Medusa's eyes snap open, now pure black, unleashing a terrifying silent power. A wave of energy flashes through the tunnel, solidifying the slime-covered walls. A close-up shows the liquid slime instantly petrifying into solid, unyielding stone. The president firmly slams the briefcase containing Medusa's head shut. The president shouts reassuringly, telling his companions it is now safe to look. Kondo and the demon woman stare in utter shock at the transformed tunnel. The tunnel is now a solid stone passage, the liquid slime completely petrified. The demon woman realizes in horror that they used Medusa's petrifying gaze. A heavy metal case is presented with text explaining it contains Medusa. The young woman drives with a confident smile, her portly colleague laughing heartily. The president discusses the legend of Medusa with his two demonic-looking colleagues. A powerful wolf man stands triumphantly in a ruined chamber filled with bones. The horned demon woman smiles confidently, explaining that Sturm brought the special item. The president looks excited, declaring their plan to advance directly under the castle. A large, imposing fortress on a cliff rumbles from an unseen underground force. The horned woman with an eye patch points forward, commanding her forces to attack. A projectile splatters against a hexagonal energy barrier, fired by a goblin army. The hexagonal energy barrier cracks under the impact, shocking the unseen defenders. A magical hexagonal barrier shatters from a powerful, unseen impact. The elf mage stares in disbelief, recognizing the weapon that broke her barrier. A horde of goblins cheers as they operate their large, crude dung cannon. With a confident V sign, the horned demon commander reveals her secret weapon's unique property. Her goblin army charges a line of human mages as she shouts that their magic is powerless. From a high tower, the smug human king notes that everything is proceeding according to his plan. On the ground, the elven mage Juna rallies her comrades, insisting they cannot lose to goblins. The human mages unleash a powerful volley of lightning, striking down several of the advancing goblins. The demon commander coolly identifies the powerful magic user as the Electric Girl. Pointing towards the fray, she gives a sharp command to her elite Gob Kichi squad. A special unit of goblins armed with rocket-like tubes charges forward, ready for battle. Juna's expression shifts to one of alarm as she senses a new, unexpected attack. The goblins unleash a disgusting spray from their tubes, dousing the unsuspecting human mages. One of the mages recoils in disgust, crying out in horror at the foul stench. Another mage clutches his head, realizing with terror that his magical power is gone. Juna watches in disbelief as her powerless comrades collapse in disarray around her. The demon commander, perched on a winged creature, proudly reveals the goblin urine cannon. Juna understands with dawning horror that this weapon strips mages of their power. Taunting her defeated foes, the commander asks what they will do now without their magic. A ball of icy energy forms in her hand as she prepares to freeze them all. The hero Ryan swoops in on a griffin, declaring that such tricks won't work on her. The commander calls for the warrior Mole, who steps forward with his great sword, accepting the challenge. With a powerful slam of her gauntlets, she creates a massive, jagged ramp of ice. Mole sprints up the magical staircase, launching himself into the air towards the hero. In a dramatic mid-air clash, his sword connects with Ryan and her flying mount. Ryan cries out in defeat, realizing she cannot possibly win against a dragon striker. As the hero falls from the sky, Mole lands gracefully on the ground, victorious. The demon commander's celebration is cut short as her expression turns to alarm, sensing a new threat. Mole agrees, warning that this approaching enemy is different and far more powerful. Gazing at the massive human fortress, the commander remarks on the incredible scale of the city. The entire city begins to rumble violently, the ground shaking with an ominous tremor. A colossal shark-headed reptilian monster bursts through the city's walls with explosive force. From a high balcony, King Blackmoa triumphantly commands his son, the dragon striker, to emerge. The warrior Mole realizes with grim certainty that his sword will be useless against this new foe. The king's face contorts in a manic grin as he gloats about his selectively bred creature. The monstrous super steel dragon unleashes a devastating blast from its powerful maw. A hooded mage screams in horror, realizing even their own kind are being devoured by the flames. The great dragon roars, vowing that it will not let them have their way. With a furious shout, the king declares that in war, a light sacrifice is a mere trifle. The title page for Chapter 35 reveals King Blackmoa's trump card as a skeletal dragon flies over a burning city. With insectoid limbs and a bony frame, the terrifying dragon unleashes a powerful blast of fire. An advisor on a balcony identifies the creature as King Blackmoa's selectively bred super dragon. The king smirks with absolute confidence, telling his subordinate to simply watch and see what happens. On the ground, the swordsman Moru stands over his defeated dragon, recognizing this is the enemy's final gambit. The demon race is rendered powerless as the dragon's fiery assault engulfs the entire city. The horned woman Kuresu stares in shock as the ice staircase she created melts away. She understands her ice magic is fundamentally incompatible with the fire-breathing dragon's power. Despair fills her as she realizes their only hope now lies in the dragon striker's sword. Kuresu grips her own sword, its icy power useless against the overwhelming heat of the battle. Seeing her despair, Moru gently tells her not to look so defeated. He introduces himself as the former captain of the dragon strikers, vowing that he will not lose. His tone becomes commanding as he orders Kuresu to quickly create another staircase for him. A new, impossibly long ice staircase erupts from the ground, with Kuresu shouting that it will be a long one. She unleashes her full power, her face a mask of determined concentration as she forms the ramp. Without hesitation, Moru is already sprinting up the newly formed, impossibly steep ice steps. From the ground, his own dragon companion roars in support, watching its master ascend to battle. Moru leaps from the top of the ice ramp, a small figure soaring towards the colossal skeletal dragon. A muscular ally on the ground throws his hands up in triumph, certain that Moru has reached his target. With a brilliant flash of energy, Moru's sword strikes the dragon's back with immense force. Kuresu watches the impact, her mouth agape in awe and shock. The enemy king is equally stunned, his face a mask of disbelief at the powerful attack. Below, the allied dragon roars Moru's name as the warrior is thrown back from the blow. The powerful sword shatters on impact with the dragon's incredibly tough hide. Moru is sent reeling, his face contorted in a pained shout from the recoil. The enemy king gloats, revealing the super dragon's skin is coated to be harder than steel. A flashback shows the dragon as a hatchling, being fed hard iron insects to temper its hide. Kneeling beside the defeated Moru, Kuresu believes this is the end for the demon tribe. The super dragon unleashes a new, even wider torrent of fire as the king orders it to burn them all. Moru realizes he is the target and tells a worried Kuresu to get away from him. A monstrous, shark-headed beast lets out a furious roar, spewing a blast of fiery energy. With a look of intense strain, the swordsman Kuresu spins his greatsword at blinding speed. He forms a shimmering circular shield of steel, deflecting a dragon's energy blast as Cress watches. Cress's face is a mask of shock, sweat beading on her brow from the immense effort. Kurisu's own expression is one of extreme exertion, his eyes wide with the struggle. Deep in a rough-hewn tunnel, Kondo's engineering team stands before their excavation equipment. A close-up shows Kondo looking at his watch with a serious, focused expression. His colleague Serial approaches him in the tunnel, asking what is wrong. Kondo explains their strategy is a simultaneous attack from the surface and underground. Serial points out the long, roundabout route their tunnel takes to the battlefield above. A technician suggests blasting a vertical shaft, but Kondo declares he will go himself. Serial frantically grabs his arm, pleading with him not to go, calling it a suicide mission. The entire tunnel begins to shake as Emma and her colleague look up in alarm. Kondo and Serial are startled by a strange sound, wondering if the enemy has found them. Kondo looks up, his mouth agape in surprise at the commotion from the ceiling. Emma tells her panicking colleague to calm down as he frets about being killed. A brilliant beam of light blasts through the ceiling, striking the tunnel floor with explosive force. Kondo and Serial stare in utter shock at the hole that has appeared above them. A team of powerful bearded dwarves, led by Zack, bursts through the rubble. Zack smiles cheerfully, confirming they are professional diggers who have come to help. When Kondo asks how they knew their location, Zack credits Kondo's own comrades. The elegant horned Schenker arrives, thanking the dwarves and promising them Seiki as a reward. His subordinate eyes him with suspicion, finding his inaction during the war strange. Schenker takes command, telling Kondo and the dwarves to head for the surface. His subordinate is stunned into silence by his sudden, authoritative command. Tsuboi whispers to her that Shenkar is undoubtedly plotting something sinister again. She confronts Tsuboi, declaring his own wickedness is worse, as Kondo watches with a knowing smile. Schenker states that he is simply repaying a debt from a previous time. He reminds a former colleague that they are comrades who work together in the same place. With a serious expression, he warns them to be careful as a dragon has appeared. Kondo and Zack look up, their faces filled with concern at the ominous news. Emerging onto the surface, Kondo's gaze is fixed on the burning city before him. The biomechanical dragon unleashes a massive, devastating torrent of fire from its maw. The blast of fire engulfs Kurisu, who struggles to withstand the raging inferno. Kurisu screams at Cress to lead the demon tribe in a retreat while he holds the dragon off. Cress defiantly shouts back that she could never abandon a comrade in battle. Kurisu smiles grimly, telling her not to worry, accepting his fate as a dragon striker. With tears in her eyes, Cress understands this is his true wish if he is to be killed. Kondo and Zack watch in horror from below, screaming Kurisu's and Cress's names. Kurisu is overwhelmed by the flames, his sword glowing an intense cherry red from the heat. Zack exclaims in alarm that Kurisu cannot possibly withstand such an incredible temperature. Kurisu strains against the fire, gritting his teeth as he admits his arm is at its limit. The dragon rears back, its fiery assault ceasing for a brief, tense moment. Kurisu is left kneeling on the scorched ground, exhausted and badly burned but still alive. The dragon looms over its defeated opponent, its maw open, ready to strike again. A small dark moth flutters into view, hovering just above the dragon's head. The moth rapidly grows into a colossal, beautifully patterned insect with a fuzzy, bearded face. A close-up shows the moth's large, dark, and surprisingly expressive compound eyes. From the moth's perspective, the heroes on the ground wonder what this creature is attacking the dragon. The moth's gaze seems to focus intently on the small group of allies below. Kondo and his companions stare up in disbelief, Kondo murmuring about the giant insect. The moth speaks in a familiar voice, asking them why they look so surprised. Kondo's face breaks into a wide, joyous smile as he declares he knew they would meet again. The chapter title page shows the besieged city, smoke rising from its grand buildings. The giant moth Rose hovers in the air, its magnificent wings beating gently. From the ground, Kondo and Maul watch as Rose confronts the dragon high in the sky. Kondo smiles, recognizing the voice of his dear friend Rose. A new chapter begins, featuring Zack tearfully understanding that forms may change. Riding atop the moth, a dwarf warrior declares he is Zack Milligan, Maul's father. Kondo watches, a wave of profound relief washing over him that his friend is alive. The moth Rose greets Kondo, overjoyed that they could finally see each other again. From the moth's perspective, he announces to the heroes below that they have come to help. Kondo asks Maul how this is possible, as his father was trapped inside the worm. Maul confirms this, amazed his father could have survived in the creature's venomous interior. The moth, Rose, confirms their story, declaring that struggling is what life is all about. A flashback shows Zack crawling through the worm's innards, vowing not to simply fall. The flashback continues, showing Zack diving directly into the worm's brain to seize control. The moth emerges from its chrysalis, its body now inhabited by Zack's consciousness. Kondo and Zack are left stunned by the incredible story of the dive. Rose finds it amusing that he became a silk moth, asking if it's a funny outcome. Rose warns of an attack from behind and declares his plan to immobilize the dragon with thread. Cress looks at Maul with concern as he prepares to join the fight. The dragon attacks with a blast of fire, and Rose skillfully dodges the blast. Maul expresses his fierce desire to cut down the hard-skinned dragon. His greatsword is shown glowing cherry red, rendered useless by the dragon's intense heat. Maul grunts in frustration that the blade has softened and can no longer cut anything. The dragon swoops past, having successfully neutralized its opponent's primary weapon. The dragon unleashes another sweeping torrent of fire across the ravaged battlefield. From his high balcony, the enemy king gloats that the greatsword is now useless. The king laughs maniacally, questioning what they can possibly do with a mere fire arrow. Kondo approaches Maul, who is staring in despair at his ruined blade. Kondo urgently tells Maul to draw the other sword sheath on his back. Maul looks down at the second blade, confused and hesitant about the strange command. Cress shouts at Kondo that the magical ice sword is useless against a fire dragon. Kondo dismisses her concern, insisting she just needs to hurry and draw it. Trusting Kondo's desperate plan, Cress draws the gleaming, magically infused ice sword. Maul looks back at Kondo, his expression questioning what he intends to do. Kondo yells his command, strike the hot blade with the cold one to perform a quenching. Zack, understanding the technical term, realizes what Kondo is planning to do. Maul and Cress stand ready, one sword glowing with immense heat, the other radiating an icy chill. Maul turns to Cress, his face set with determination, and tells her they're doing it. The two warriors face each other, preparing to strike their legendary blades together. With a deafening clang, the two swords collide, erupting in a brilliant shower of sparks. A close-up shows the point of impact, a cloud of steam and energy swirling around the blades. Maul stares in utter amazement as he watches his rapidly cooling sword. Cress exclaims in shock as she witnesses Maul's sword being instantly and rapidly cooled. The dragon striker gleams, its angry red glow gone, now a hard, dark gray color. Maul tests the blade, marveling that it feels much harder and stronger than before. Kondo explains that what they just performed was a metallurgical process known as quenching. A diagram illustrates the principle. Rapidly cooling a heated blade dramatically increases its hardness. Maul and Cress stand ready, the newly tempered dragon striker held high, prepared for battle. The giant moth dwarf praises Kondo's ingenuity, admitting he never saw the possibility. He declares his intention to end the fight by immobilizing the dragon striker. Strong, sticky threads erupt from his maw, completely ensnaring the struggling dragon. The horned warrior Cress tells the swordsman, Maul, she will launch him skyward. With a powerful strike, she creates a massive, jagged pillar of ice from the ground. As Maul sprints up the ramp, she entrusts the final attack entirely to him. She shatters the pillar's base, sending a massive chunk of ice hurtling upwards. Maul is launched like a projectile, soaring through the air towards his trapped target. With a ferocious battle cry, he prepares to bring his greatsword down. His newly tempered blade slices cleanly through the dragon's neck, severing its head. Below, Kondo, Kreese, and their allies watch the successful outcome of their gambit. From his high balcony, King Blackmoa and his advisors stare in stunned silence. The king stammers in disbelief that his invincible super steel dragon has been slain. The monstrous army on the ground recoils in terror at the sight of their fallen champion. Seizing the opportunity, Cress orders her forces to press the attack and finish the battle. A unit of goblins wheels a massive missile-like projectile into firing position. A human soldier despairs, believing that the humans are fated to be killed by the demons. He questions if a hero should simply prepare for a glorious and beautiful death. An elf knight, Juna, grabs his arm, demanding to know why a hero isn't fighting. He screams back that he only participates in battles he is certain he can win. From a high tower, a furious voice calls out to King Blackmoa. The king callously orders his cowardly advisor, Paco, to jump down and fight. He demands Paco buy time for his own escape by sacrificing his life. Paco is horrified by the king's cruel and utterly selfish command. The king dismisses him as a useless slave and turns to flee the battle. On the quiet battlefield, a young woman runs towards the giant moth, calling out, "Father!" She embraces the creature, weeping that their reunion is a true miracle. The moth dwarf asks if she is hungry, offering her some izumatani curry. The cowardly king stalks down a corridor, seeking a hidden room to ensure his survival. He peeks cautiously around a door, paranoid but confident in his escape plan. Believing he is safe in the secret underground chamber, he prepares to hide. He curses the demon tribe, vowing to survive and bide his time for revenge. His arrogance is fueled by his belief in his own inherent value as the king. He declares that the one with the most value is the one who deserves to live. He stands alone in his vast treasury, surrounded by chests overflowing with gold. A deep, ominous rumbling begins to shake the very foundations of the room. The king's face freezes, his eyes widening in a dawning, abject terror. The massive circular vault door at the far end of the chamber explodes inwards. His expression contorts into a mask of pure, uncomprehending shock and horror. The colossal drill head of a tunnel-boring machine smashes into the treasury. The king stands frozen, his last hope for escape violently torn away from him. A man in a work uniform calmly steps through the breach in the shattered wall. He announces his arrival, identifying himself as a worker who has come to call. King Blackmoa stares, utterly speechless at the impossible, devastating intrusion. The man, Kondo, questions if the king is calling him a mere laborer. A new chapter begins as Kondo and his team stand ready for the final confrontation. The king demands to know who they are, calling them insolent for entering his castle. Kondo calmly asks if the king has forgotten their previous, fateful meeting. A jolt of recognition flashes across the king's horrified, enraged face. He remembers the craftsman who punched a clean hole in his priceless shield. Kondo points at the king, promising his castle and country will soon be destroyed. His colleagues watch as he clarifies that they are not laborers, but are in fact technicians. The king accuses them of siding with the demon race in this conflict. An elegant, long-haired demon, Schenker, confirms the king's accusation is correct. Schenker declares that the king has lost and the demons will now rule the country. The king sputters in rage, completely unable to accept his sudden and total defeat. He clutches a treasure chest, insisting that everything in the room rightfully belongs to him. He screams in defiance, refusing to be ruled by the lowly demon race. Kneeling before his horde, he repeats his desperate claim of absolute ownership. Kondo asks the king if he understands that he is the sole cause of his own downfall. He lectures the monarch on his arrogance in underestimating the workers who supported him. The king retorts that he is of a different class entirely, chosen by destiny. He insists that he is on a completely different level from a mere laborer. Kondo holds up a single scorched can of food, reminding the king of his actions. He speaks of the pride and effort that went into making each and every can. The king dismisses this sentiment, questioning what a mere goblin could possibly achieve. A goblin nods, agreeing that they were only using the tools they were given. The king accuses them of simply being skilled with their strange, unfamiliar tools. Kondo crushes the can, stating only those with superior genes should pass them on. The sudden, violent motion punctuates his lecture on the true nature of worth. His team of technicians stands behind him, a silent and formidable show of force. Schenker is taken aback by Kondo's sudden and uncharacteristic aggression. He expresses his profound hatred for elitists who rely on lineage over skill. He declares the king has no room for rehabilitation and sentences him to death. A new voice rings out, stating that an execution will not be necessary. An old man in a toga, Paco, steps forward to intervene in the proceedings. The king's hope for rescue is instantly ignited, believing his guards have arrived. Paco reveals that all the soldiers and mages have deserted their former king. The king slumps to the floor, the weight of his utter abandonment crushing him. Paco declares that the king is now just a powerless old man, not worth killing. A female colleague asks what should be done with the defeated monarch now. Paco offers himself for public execution, taking responsibility for the kingdom's fall. He states that the blame for letting the king get to this point is his alone. Schenker's sister suggests they release the king in exchange for sparing Paco's life. Schenker rejects the idea, warning that a freed king would only cause more trouble. Kondo calmly tells Shenkar that his own plan will surely work. He explains that the king will be exiled, as he would not be understood here. He tells the stunned king to go to another country and start his life over. Kondo extends a hand in a gesture of unexpected grace and opportunity. He offers the defeated king a job, a chance to learn a real, honest skill. He promises that if the king returns, he will be hired at Izumatani Manufacturing. Kondo's colleagues are flabbergasted by his offer, questioning his sanity. Kondo asks Paco to remain in the castle as a representative of the human race. The king sits broken and defeated, his face shadowed with utter humiliation. Paco looks on, his own expression one of stunned and weary disbelief. The city, once a symbol of tyranny, now stands ready for a new era. The decapitated body of the great dragon lies on the now quiet battlefield. Cress Mall and a small cheerful creature stand amidst the aftermath of the war. From a high tower, a group of people look down at the scene below. Kondo and his colleagues cheer, their long, arduous battle finally at an end. In the grand echoing throne room, the victorious team surveys their new domain. The portly worker, Tsuboi, gleefully tries out the empty throne, marveling at it. He daydreams aloud about one day occupying it and building his own harem. The demoness Lilith disgustedly remarks that he's definitely thinking of something lewd. Ichino's, a young technician, considers this as Lilith suggests a private development room. She leans in very close, her face inches from his, getting his full attention. Lilith teasingly asks what he thinks about them being alone in the castle. Ichinos becomes flustered, his mind racing for an appropriate response to her flirtation. He asks if she means getting a bedroom, and she coyly confirms it. She playfully tells him not to make her say such embarrassing things aloud. He panics, stating the castle probably lacks internet, which infuriates the demoness. On a high balcony, the group discusses the immense task of post-war cleanup. The horned nobleman, Shenkar, notes there will be backlash from the human populace. Serial confronts Kondo, demanding to know how he'll fix the hyperinflation he caused. Kondo looks weary as she asks if he even has a solid plan. He admits that as a technician, he has no idea how to solve it. Serial is horrified, realizing he acted without considering the economic consequences. Sari Kajikawa calmly suggests denomination as the solution, baffling her colleague. She explains they will unify currency, exchanging 100 human coins for 1 demon coin. Shenkar and Kondo are stunned by her brilliance as she asks if they underestimated her. Kondo entrusts economic matters to President Sari, turning to a more important task. He gestures to the battlefield below, pointing out the many wounded soldiers. He declares they must protect the injured, and Sari asks how it can be done. Kondo announces his plan to create a workers' compensation system and pay reparations. Suri and Tsuboi smile, moved by his compassionate and forward-thinking leadership. Far across the sea, 2 large, griffin-like birds soar through the clouds. They fly towards a magnificent, white-walled kingdom built on a seaside cliff. A guard on a palace balcony spots something approaching through his binoculars. A small, simple boat carrying King Blackmoa and a child rows across the water. Inside the palace, King Peiji XI joyfully plays with his young daughters. He gently tells one of his children that playtime is over, he has work to do. The king sets his daughter down, his warm expression shifting to one of duty. An armored guard enters, announcing that King Peiji has an unexpected visitor. King Peiji turns, his expression becoming cold and dismissive as he asks who it is. The visitor in the boat identifies himself as King Blackmoa of the Liver Kingdom. Blackmoa, his face grim, states that he has come to speak with King Peiji. A new chapter begins, showing Blackmoa entering the cold, imposing throne room. An officer reports to King Peiji that the construction of warships is delayed. He explains there are material shortages and trade issues causing the problem. King Peiji expresses his frustration, wanting to eliminate the pirates as soon as possible. He decides to personally visit the production site to motivate the workers. A guard announces the arrival of the exiled King Blackmoa to the court. King Peiji leans back smugly, telling Blackmoa he has been kept waiting. He boasts about the many troubles of his maritime nation, feigning importance. Blackmoa dryly remarks on how prosperous Peiji's kingdom appears to be. Peiji condescendingly asks what business the exiled king has with him. Before stating his purpose, Blackmoa notes he heard Peiji's castle was recently attacked. Peiji is momentarily thrown, surprised by how well-informed Blackmoa is. He explains that his own country has a long-distance communication network. Blackmoa proposes an alliance to reclaim his lost kingdom from their mutual foe. Peiji scoffs at the idea, asking why he should help a failed king. His expression is cruel as he dismisses the notion of a potential alliance. Blackmoa insists that with their combined power, they could defeat their enemies. Peiji looks on with a calculating, disdainful gaze, coldly considering the proposal. Blackmoa argues that harboring him would tarnish Peiji's reputation among other nations. Peiji coldly dismisses the threat, telling Blackmoa to leave his court at once. The king's hand trembles with barely suppressed rage as he rejects the plea. Blackmoa reminds Peiji of all the support he provided him in his youth. Peiji cruelly retorts that Blackmoa only had value back then when he was useful. He sneers that Blackmoa is now just a filthy old man with nowhere to go. Blackmoa roars in defiance, insisting he is still the rightful king of his land. Peiji screams that his strong nation does not accept losers like him. He points a trembling finger, declaring Blackmoa lower than a goblin or a kobold. He orders his guards to throw the old king out of his country. As he's dragged away, Black Moa makes one final, desperate warning about their common enemy. The throne room doors slam shut, sealing King Black Moa's fate. Page sighs, annoyed by the encounter, but his thoughts turn to a new problem. He contemplates whether to make the powerful Izumitani Works Group an enemy or an ally. An overview shows the castle, now a sprawling industrial complex run by the new faction. A group of dwarves gathers as an older one warmly greets a younger man. The young dwarf, Maul, tells the older one he and his moth father will go on ahead. The older dwarf agrees, asking Maul to thank Kondo for their newfound freedom. Maul, riding the giant moth, tells his father not to worry about anything. The moth assures him that they will certainly meet again someday in the future. It declares that as technicians, they are bound to reunite at another worksite. In the castle, the Izumitani team holds a planning meeting around a long table. Sari Kajikawa begins to assign roles for the post-war cleanup and economic recovery. She asks Shenkar, a university graduate, to handle the complex denomination plan. The one-eyed Crest questions if a peaceful end to the riots is even possible. A hand is raised seeking permission to speak from the company president. Kondo suggests a system of joint rule between humans and demons to ensure peace. The old human king, Paco, agrees to remain as a representative for his people. Tsuboi announces their plan to convert the castle into a golem-run warehouse. Kondo and his colleague look on with confident, slightly smug expressions. Ichinos explains that the system will require the power of Lilith and her golems. A diagram shows their three-point logistics network connecting the castle, factory, and office. Kondo declares that this makes their main office the new logistics center. Suri turns her attention to the portly Tsuboi, who seems to be next in line. He eagerly asks if he can be the head of the new logistics center. Sari instead assigns him to be the factory manager at the canning plant. He agrees with a goofy, slightly disappointed look on his face. He grumbles to himself that his dreams of a castle harem are now dashed. Sari calls out to Kondo, reminding him of a more important task. She confirms their transport device needs dragon's tears as fuel to return home. Cress asks if they can get it from the defeated Super Steel Dragon. Kondo confirms that Maul is already on site attempting to collect the substance. A scene shows Maul climbing on the massive dead dragon's body. He is shown boiling something in a large pot over a roaring fire. He lifts the lid, steam billowing from the simmering contents inside. He begins to grind a crystalline substance in the pot with a pestle. A rugged man with long dark hair named Maul stares with a serious, determined expression. He holds up a small vial of white powder, observing that he still has a long way to go. Sitting by a campfire, he reflects that the best time to gather this substance is after a dragon gives birth. Maul thinks of Kondo, acknowledging that he and his friends are still unable to return to their world. He wonders with a strange smile why he feels a sense of happiness about their predicament. The scene shifts to the forbidding, spiky landscape of the deep forest in Demon Territory. A dark, ominous cave entrance is set into a rocky, desolate cliffside. Inside, the defeated King Black Moa sits alone, his posture one of utter despair. A close-up reveals his aged, weary face, filled with grim resignation and sorrow. He reflects that after being driven from his country, this desolate cave is all he has left. The old king recalls his youth when he defeated the demon army and made his name here. He sits hunched over on a rock, a pathetic shadow of his former, glorious self. He looks at his trembling hand, lamenting his failing sight and lack of physical strength. Suddenly, a pair of small bare feet land softly on the rocky ground before him. A small winged creature with a backpack cheerfully asks the old man what he is doing. Black Moa identifies the creature as a goblin, noting its presence is not unusual in this demon territory. The goblin holds out a can of food, offering it to the suspicious-looking old king. It beams with a wide smile, explaining that he must be hungry and that the food is delicious. Black Moa, unable to see clearly, gruffly tells it to deliver a message to its master instead. The goblin's cheerful face falls, questioning who he thinks he is to refuse its charity. Drawing himself up on his stone seat, Black Moa declares that he is the king, calling the creature insolent. Holding the can, the goblin asks if the king's courage was something he created himself. The king falters, admitting that no, it is different from something that is made. The goblin explains that it made the food inside the can with its amazing friends. It enthusiastically says they will build a machine so everyone can always eat this delicious food. The word friends echoes in Black Moa's mind, a concept he seems to have long forgotten. The goblin proudly declares that its amazing friends are capable of making anything at all. A flicker of respect appears on Black Moa's face as he calls the creature excellent. He vows that when he is reborn as a king, he will make it his subordinate. The little goblin looks on with pure, unadulterated joy, holding its precious can of food. His final vow made, the old king pitches forward, his strength finally giving out. King Blackmoa collapses face first onto the rocky ground, his journey seemingly at an end. In a grand hall, a victory party celebrates the fall of the human castle in the Liver Kingdom. A massive clawed hand raises a brimming wooden stein of ale in a triumphant toast. The Wolfman Sturm roars that with Blackmoa defeated, they should all drink and eat well tonight. A bizarre platter of demon cuisine is presented, featuring monstrous creatures and strange fungi. A human woman complains about the lack of fruit, expressing her desire for salmon or tuna. The horned woman Cleese explains that fish is rare and encourages her to try the delicious insect instead. The bespectacled Muramura recoils in disgust at the thought of eating such a creature. Another woman presents a bottle of strong demon liquor to a skeptical-looking Kles. Kles declares that a drink after a hard day's work is the absolute best reward. Her companion recoils in terror, seeing Kles's monstrous reflection in a large sumo wrestling bowl. A man named Ada shouts out for their colleague Yoda to join the celebration. Yoda is on a table, stripped down, dancing wildly with a cone on his head. Ada cheers him on, explaining that for the sake of their clients, they must go all out. Separated from the revelry, the warrior Kurisu sits dejectedly amidst empty sake bottles. He reveals his prosthetic arm was damaged by dragonfire and no longer works properly. A demoness, Emasa, watches a portly man approach her, asking if he is all right. The man's lecherous advance causes her to scream in pure horror and disgust. He creepily calls her Emma-chan and offers her a drink, leaning in far too close. The portly man declares that he was undoubtedly the MVP of their last mission. With a blissful expression, he insists that he deserves a special reward from Emasa. Emasa screams in a demonic language, her fangs bared in absolute fury. Two golems suddenly seize the surprised man, who demands to know what's happening. His body begins to swell into a massive, grotesque sphere as he cries for help. Emasa kicks the inflated man, calling him a fool as he bounces around the room. The older Muramura watches the chaos with a smile, remarking on the energy of youth. He leaves the party, wondering where the inflated man has floated off to. Muramura finds a quiet, sterile hallway to sit and enjoy his coffee in peace. He takes a sip from his cup, his expression one of calm contentment after the noise. A man with spiky hair, Kondo, appears in a doorway, addressing Muramura by name. Muramura smiles, acknowledging that he knew Kondo would be here seeking a quiet place. Kondo comments on the noise and Muramura agrees, finding it poignant when it's his own machines. Muramura compares Kondo to a child complaining about a toy he had to give away. Kondo asks if he's being honest, and Muramura confirms that's how it is with machinery. He explains that a creator always worries about flaws, like a parent telling a child to show their belly. Kondo takes a sip of his drink, calling Muramura a finicky and troublesome guy. Muramura simply smiles, accepting the lighthearted jab with a look of serene grace. He reveals his true reason for being there. He heard the Blue Kingdom has very little seafood. Looking at the canning machines, he states they can be used for fish, not just fruit. Kondo listens intently to his colleague's idea, taking a thoughtful sip from his cup. Muramura proposes they go to the neighboring maritime nation and bring back their abundant seafood. His expression hardens as he states there is something he wants Muramura to make there. His hand tightens around his paper cup, his knuckles white with determination. A sly grin spreads across Kondo's face as he asks if he means an ultrasonic fish finder. Muramura smiles back, his own ambitious plan now set in motion. At the Blue Kingdom's palace, a grand banquet is held for refugees on a seaside balcony. The tables are laden with an amazing spread of seafood, a magnificent and lavish welcome. The guests express their gratitude, saying it was worth fleeing the defeated Liver Kingdom. An elegant elf woman, Rhea, notes the luxury but feels sorry for leaving someone behind. One of the guests expresses their heartfelt thanks to King Page for his hospitality. In a private chamber, King Page XI studies a smooth, egg-like object with a serious expression. A report details the actions of Izumitani Works, who collapsed the Liver Kingdom's economy. The king mutters the name of the mysterious company, his expression deeply troubled. He nervously wipes the smooth, egg-like object with a cloth, clearly unsettled by the report. His finger traces the object's surface, a symbol of the unknown power he now faces. His refined advisor, Weiser, enters and informs him it is time for his address. Back at the banquet, the refugees continue to enjoy the lavish meal on the balcony. King Page appears on a dais to address the assembled guests and welcome them. He gestures to the crowd, asking if they have enjoyed the fine cuisine of his nation. He boasts of his country's maritime resources and the prosperity they bring to his people. He declares that their most important resource, however, is the magic users among them. He asks them to use their skills to heal, fight, and communicate for his country. Weiser watches from the side, a subtle, knowing smile on his face. The king's expression turns sly as he offers to help them learn new communication magic. He spreads his arms wide, promising them preferential treatment in his kingdom. The communication mages are ecstatic at the news, but Ria's suspicion grows deeper. The king welcomes them as others in the crowd discuss learning new magical skills. Weiser watches the scene unfold, his expression cool, calculating and predatory. King Page beams, basking in the applause, his manipulative plan proceeding perfectly. Hooded mages proceed down a grand column-lined corridor, their steps echoing softly. The mages express their delight and gratitude for a special gathering held just for them. A young woman with long hair and pointed ears, Juna, watches them from a doorway with suspicion. Their refined guide, Weiser, gestures for the group to follow him into the next chamber. They enter a vast room, stopping in awe before a colossal, ancient tree glowing with magical orbs. The mages marvel at the great tree, feeling an immense and powerful wave of energy emanating from it. From a hidden alcove, another woman gasps in shock, recognizing the legendary structure. King Page addresses the mages, revealing his country's revolutionary communication network, Magalink. He holds up a smooth crystal, explaining that it allows for the exchange of information from anywhere. All of this information, he continues, is collected and processed by the Great Tree. The mages are astonished, realizing this system allows for mass communication, unlike their own magic. Weiser steps forward, his calm demeanor suggesting there is more to this story. He explains that the tree was developed by an ancient sorcerer, but became a mere legend. Weiser proudly announces that King Page resurrected the legendary tree after thousands of years. The king looks on with self-satisfaction, declaring his actions are for the creation of a better world. Juna, still watching in secret, is horrified that the legendary phantom great brain tree actually exists. King Page, with a confident smile, asks the mages if they would like to see what it can do. He holds the crystal aloft, preparing to demonstrate the incredible power of the network. A projection appears in the air, displaying the Stomach Country news with various headlines. The mages stare in stunned silence, wondering what this amazing display could possibly be. The king explains that this is a compilation of information from reporters scattered across his country. Weiser smiles, noting that his explanation is not yet complete. A diagram illustrates the network's architecture, with crystals connecting to various base stations. The network is shown to extend even to remote underground locations. It links cities, seas, and even secret realms, all feeding information back to the Great Tree. A confused mage asks why their crystals must connect to a base station to function. Weiser points forward, a knowing, almost sinister smile on his face. He reveals two large, box-like objects covered in intricate, circuit-like patterns. These, he explains, are the base stations scheduled for delivery to their locations tomorrow. A mage asks what's inside, noting that only magic users should be able to communicate. King Page smirks coldly, asking the mages if they still don't understand why they are here. The scene focuses on the grim reality hidden within one of the base stations. Two elderly mages are bound and gagged, their bodies being used as living batteries for the network. A close-up shows one of the captives, his eyes vacant and drool escaping his gagged mouth. A woman from the group recoils, her face a mask of pure horror at the sight. King Page asks with chilling sincerity if this isn't a form of good treatment for them. In a full color, the two captive mages sit in the eerie, glowing chamber. The visiting mages express their horror at the cruelty of using people as mere tools. Weiser calmly confirms that the network is built upon the cooperation of these mages. King Page proudly gestures to the great brain tree, calling it a great brain that chews information. Juna peeks from a doorway, disgusted by the king's joyous expression. She whispers to herself, her voice filled with revulsion, "What a cruel and terrible king he is." A hand holds one of the beautiful, multifaceted crystal terminals that access the network. Weiser explains that he developed these terminals, the only way to use the information network. One of the visiting mages demands to know how he, a fellow magic user, could do such a thing. Weiser smiles coldly, stating that their value has already been determined. The king announces that the detention squad will arrive shortly to take them to the base. The visiting mages look on with growing dread and a flicker of defiance. King Page declares that they will become the cornerstones of his new creation. A mage whispers in terror that the king is completely insane. One of the captives asks if they will be worked to death in this place. Weiser reassures them with a chillingly pleasant and untroubled smile. He explains they will be fed, but their consciousness will eventually fade, leaving them as living conduits. The king congratulates Weiser, who admits he struggled to perfect the consciousness-erasing magic. A man from the group erupts in fury, shouting that this is unforgivable and telling everyone to run. Juna's faces a mask of panic as she realizes the true nature of their invitation. She leaps away just as a phalanx of armored guards rushes down the long corridor. The royal guards, spears leveled, completely block their only escape route. The king condescendingly asks the defiant mages what they have done to their fallen comrades. He insists that they should be grateful for the purpose he has so graciously given them. He explains that his country accepts the weak and provides them with work. A woman cries out in fear as a guard presses a weapon against her. The king's face becomes a shadowed mask of malice as he calls them foolish. The mages are brutally subdued by the royal guards, their resistance crushed. King Page declares that with this sacrifice, the world will become a better place. He invites them to build the future together, overlooking his grand seaside kingdom. The scene shifts to the unassuming Izumatani manufacturing plant, Kimono-kuni branch office. Inside, a technician is meticulously soldering a complex circuit board with a steady hand. The members of the Izumatani team are busy at work in their modern-looking workshop. A horned woman, Kondo, asks her colleague Shenkar if he's truly serious about going fishing. Shenkar explains that since they have a canning factory, they should also make canned fish. Kondo warns him that he doesn't understand the true dangers of the local sea. Shenkar dismisses her concerns, proposing they use a new ultrasonic fish finder he's developing. A spiky-haired man, Tsuboi, examines the small round sonar device with a focused expression. Tsuboi explains that the device's sensitive electronics can detect fish schools even in deep water. Kondo is unfamiliar with the technology, asking what it is and how it works. Tsuboi explains that with the monitor, they can see what's in the water without leaving port. Shenkar details the science of sonar, explaining how it uses ultrasonic waves to map the depths. He confidently tells Kondo that with sonar, even the most dangerous seas will be safe. Kondo vehemently disagrees, insisting that such a level of safety is simply not enough. She explains that the seas are filled with monstrous creatures and other unknown terrors. A female colleague, Aoi, adds that they had wanted the powerful swordsman Maul to come for protection. However, Maul's advanced prosthetic arm has broken, making it impossible for him to join them. Kondo suggests they should delay the voyage until the prosthetic arm is repaired. Shenkar insists they must strike while the iron is hot and seize the opportunity now. Kondo is stunned by his colleague's uncharacteristic eagerness and impatience. Shenkar reminds her that she attended university in the region and can use her magic to navigate. Kondo takes charge, declaring she will handle it and will also fix the prosthetic herself. Shenkar, his confidence restored, states that he has already made extensive preparations for the voyage. At the docks, a large sailing vessel waits, its sail unfurled and ready for departure. A portly man, Yoda, and a young boy carefully board the ship via a wooden ladder. Kondo complains that this is the only sailboat they have available for the journey. Tsuboi, now dressed in a business suit, casually exhales vapor from a modern device. Yoda tells Tsuboi he's lucky to have been chosen for this delicious business trip. Tsuboi smiles, agreeing that being in sales is a relaxing and easy job. Yoda's expression suddenly turns lecherous, his face beaded with sweat. He fantasizes aloud about meeting beautiful mermaids and setting up drinking parties with them. Tsuboi gives a perfunctory thumbs up, dismissing Yoda as a lecherous old man. The factory chief entrusts the factory to Tsuboi's care in his absence. Kondo lets out a weary sigh, thoroughly unimpressed by the chaotic send-off. Waving from the dock, a cheerful young woman, a stout man, and a stern colleague bid farewell. From their departing boat, Kondo and a companion wave back, being wished a safe journey. Aboard the ship, Kondo is surprised to discover the small winged Gobkichi has stowed away. The small vessel sails across the open sea, cutting a steady path through the waves. Below deck, the horned nobleman Shenkar confronts Kondo, revealing he has something important to discuss. Kondo expresses his confusion, as he believes Shenkar's maritime nation was a peaceful one. Shenkar confirms it was once peaceful, but explains that strange phenomena have recently begun to occur. He reveals that mages have been disappearing one after another, causing great concern. Kondo finds this news deeply unsettling, while Shenkar adds that the king is rumored to be involved. The revelation that the king himself is a suspect leaves Kondo visibly shocked and worried. Suddenly, a man named Yoda shouts that the sonar has detected something, possibly a school of fish. An excited Kondo suggests they mark the location, but Yoda's expression remains one of concern. The sonar screen shows that the object is not fish, but a single large box-like shape. The group stares at the screen, noting it doesn't seem to be a living creature or simple debris. Underwater, an ornate box with a maze-like lid rests on the seabed, its purpose unknown. On the surface, a thick, unnatural fog begins to roll in across the calm water. Their ship is quickly enveloped by the dense, disorienting mist, reducing visibility to zero. Schenker's face clouds with worry, sensing the immediate danger the fog presents to their voyage. He understands that the fog obscures their vision, making them vulnerable to a surprise attack. A bead of sweat traces his temple as he realizes an enemy could easily sneak up on them. Hearing a faint sound, Schenker tenses, asking Kondo if he can hear what's approaching. Schenker's senses confirm his fears, and he urgently warns the others that something is coming. Kondo's own expression hardens with focus as he prepares for the unseen threat. A massive, tattered-sailed ship bursts through the fog, a voice identifying it as a pirate vessel. The pirate captain, a red-haired woman, smiles confidently, flanked by her monstrous crew. Schenker and Yoda cry out in panic, realizing the pirates are real and not just a legend. The larger pirate ship pulls alongside their smaller vessel, its crew preparing to board. Captain Jimin points, declaring she will be taking all the cargo from King Page's transport unit. Kondo yells for them to wait, desperately trying to de-escalate the sudden confrontation. A group of screeching goblin pirates begins to swing across on ropes to board their ship. The two ships are now locked together on the churning sea, the boarding imminent. Captain Jimin's expression is one of fierce determination as she leads the attack. Suddenly, a colossal, sucker-covered tentacle erupts from the sea, smashing the pirate ship's deck. The title page reveals the chaos of a double encounter between pirates and a sea monster. Captain Jimin stares in horror, exclaiming at the terrible timing of the monster's appearance. The monstrous spin kraken reveals its full, terrifying form, emerging from the waves. Kondo and Schenker shout in alarm, recognizing the extreme danger of their situation. The kraken's attack throws both ships into disarray as a new, greater threat emerges. Yoda and Gobkichi cry out in terror, certain they are about to be killed. On the pirate ship, the kraken's thrashing sends the crew tumbling, their weapons scattering. Captain Jimin frantically tries to rally her panicked crew, shouting their names. Her fish-like crewmen acknowledge her command, ready to follow her orders. She yells for them to get back, warning that it's too dangerous to engage the beast. Schenker sees Kondo moving with purpose and asks where he is going, telling him to be careful. Schenker warns him not to get caught in the kraken's powerful tentacles. Yoda, cowering on the deck, asks what happens if one is caught by a tentacle. A slick, powerful tentacle snakes across the deck with terrifying speed. It wraps around one of the fishmen, Mi, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The crewman is dragged over the railing and pulled underwater with a violent splash. A different tentacle begins to spin rapidly, forming a deadly, drill-like point. The captured crewman is shown being crushed by the immense pressure of the tentacle. His face is a mask of pure terror in his final agonizing moments. Captain Jimin cries out his name, apologizing for being unable to save him. The kraken's head surfaces, its mouth moving as if chewing its victim. The creature seems unfazed, its cold eyes scanning for its next meal. The captain remarks in horror that the beast barely moved after eating her crewman. A sphere of crackling energy materializes in Shenkar's outstretched hand. He declares that the creature devours even motionless prey in its final moments. Declaring it a kill-or-be-killed situation, Schenker unleashes his magical blast. The concentrated bolt of power streaks across the deck and strikes the kraken. The explosion is impressive, but the monster is completely unharmed by the attack. Schenker stares in disbelief, realizing his powerful magic was completely ineffective. A crewman cries out to the captain, suggesting they must retreat as their magic is useless. A tentacle slithers across the deck, a voice shouting a warning. With a sudden lurch, the tentacle wraps around Captain Jimin, yanking her off her feet. She realizes with a jolt of shock that she let her guard down. Another of the kraken's tentacles begins to spin into a deadly drill. Her crew cries out her name as she dangles helplessly in the monster's grip. She struggles, refusing to accept her fate in such a place. Kondo watches her plight, knowing he cannot let her die here. He rushes forward, brandishing a strange, humming blade, and leaps toward the tentacle. His face is a mask of intense concentration as he prepares to strike. The blade slices cleanly through the thick tentacle with a high-pitched hum. The kraken recoils in pain from the unexpected and effective attack. Kondo's expression is one of grim satisfaction as his weapon proves its worth. Jimin falls heavily to the deck, saved from the kraken's clutches. Her crew stares in disbelief, wondering what kind of sword could do that. Jimin, pushing herself up, demands to know what the weapon is. The Kraken, wounded, retreats beneath the waves, leaving the two ships behind. Yoda and Gobkichi cheer, celebrating that the monster has been driven away. The severed tip of the strange sword clatters to the wooden deck. Jimin muses that only a dragon striker's blade should be able to cut a Kraken's leg. Her eyes are wide with shock as she demands to know what kind of weapon it is. Kondo holds the blade for her to see, identifying it as an ultrasonic cutter. The pirate crew murmurs in confusion, unfamiliar with the term. He explains that the blade's high-frequency vibrations make it easy to cut its target. Yoda realizes with excitement that this was the other device Kondo was building besides the sonar. The pirate crew, still suspicious, demands to know who this strange man is. Pushing up his glasses, Kondo formally introduces himself as a technician from Japan. Jimin questions why he, their attacker, would save her life. Kondo admits his true motive was to test his new sword, though avoiding damage was also a factor. Hearing this audacious reason, Jimin throws her head back in surprise. She bursts into laughter, declaring him to be an incredibly interesting person. Yoda remarks to Shenkar that they've made a strange ally, and Shenkar agrees. The two ships, no longer in conflict, sail together on the calm sea. In the captain's cabin, Jimin formally thanks her saviors, apologizing for her earlier hostility. She remarks on the strange fate that has united them with Black Mo's party against King Page. Kondo and Shenkar agree that it is indeed a strange and fateful turn of events. Shenkar then cuts to the chase, asking Jimin why she became a pirate. He notes that her country is rumored to be prosperous, with a high level of satisfaction among its people. The pirate captain, Zack, and her two Cobalt Kin crew members listen with serious expressions. A fish-like crewman with sharp teeth vehemently objects to a previous statement. His female companion agrees, insisting that reality is the opposite of appearances. Captain Zack silences her crew, announcing that she will explain their situation herself. She declares they are the revolutionary group Red Wake, fighting King Page's oppression. The Horned Nobleman, Shenkar, understands their motive, while the technician Kondo reflects on past exploitation. Zack explains that her crew is wrongly seen as inferior, capable only of simple labor. With fierce intensity, she insists they are highly skilled sailors who can read the elements. Kondo listens to her passionate defense. His own past experiences are stirring within him. The story flashes back to a pizza restaurant sign in modern-day Japan. A younger Kondo sits uncomfortably at a lively mixer with his colleagues. A woman at the table asks if he works in a factory, calling it tedious work. He tries to explain the varied and skilled nature of his job at their small company. She smiles dismissively, admitting she doesn't understand but couldn't handle such repetitive work. As the group leaves for another venue, Kondo remains behind, feeling alienated. In the present, Shenkar notices Kondo's distress and asks him what is wrong. Kondo clenches his fist, declaring that Zack is a kind and excellent person. Zack is surprised by his sudden, passionate defense of her and her cause. With a look of grim determination, Kondo states that no such thing as simple labor exists. His interest in the stomach country ignites, and he vows that they will go there. A new chapter begins titled Yoda's Kitchen on the Ship, as their vessel sails onward. In the ship's cabin, Shenkar questions Kondo's sudden change of plans. Kondo, his expression hard, states that as a technician, he cannot forgive this injustice. A Cobalt Kin crew member confirms that it is her people who are being oppressed. A small, winged familiar wisely observes that prejudice is a form of information manipulation. The portly salesman, Yoda, looks surprised by the turn of events. Shenkar asks Yoda if this is what his homeland, the modern world, was like. Yoda explains that his factory's bankruptcy was only part of a more complex reality. With a steely gaze, he insists that many profitable and fulfilling enterprises still exist there. Kondo tells Zack that he must go to correct the false perceptions about her people. The rest of the pirate crew looks on as Shenkar sighs, sensing more trouble ahead. A gentle, knowing smile spreads across Zack's face as she recognizes a kindred spirit. Her energy returns as she slams her hands on the table and calls for a feast. With a wide, joyful grin, she declares they will have a party to mark the occasion. Their grand sailing ship cuts through the waves under a bright, clear sky. The ship's mess hall is filled with the crew, celebrating with food and drink. Kondo playfully begins to tickle one of the tough-looking Cobalt Kin crew members. The crewman squirms and begs him to stop, laughing uncontrollably at the attack. With a grin, Kondo remarks that Cobalt Kin are just as weak to tickling as humans. The tickled crewman playfully gets his revenge on a laughing Kondo. Shenkar sips his wine, wondering where all of Kondo's earlier righteous anger has gone. In the galley, the regular cook announces that she is in charge of the meal. Yoda asks what kind of ingredients they have, hoping they aren't too bizarre. A spread of fresh fish, chicken, eggs, and vegetables is laid out. Yoda is impressed, and the cook explains that as a trading nation, they get many foods. She admits, however, that she isn't a skilled chef and can only make simple dishes. Yoda's eyes land on an unused rotisserie, calling it a waste not to use it. A spark of inspiration ignites, a determined and clever look on his face. He puffs out his chest, ready to take charge of the kitchen. With a dramatic flourish, he declares that he, Yoda-chan, will be the chef. Shenker is shocked, but Yoda insists a great salesman must know fine cuisine. The crew is surprised, but Kondo looks on, intrigued by Yoda's hidden talent. Yoda turns to Kondo, asking for a favor for something other than cooking. With a clever smile, he announces his intention to use a certain item. A hand holds a steaming cup of what appears to be coffee or tea. Zack asks her crew if they are really going to cook the kraken they caught. Taking a sip from her mug, she reflects on a nostalgic memory. A high-tech blade hums with power, ready to be used. Yoda uses an ultrasonic cutter, effortlessly slicing through the tough kraken meat. Shenker struggles to cut his own piece with a normal knife, yelling in frustration. The tough, fibrous meat resists his blade, and he grows tired from the effort. Yoda explains he's breaking down the fibers before marinating the meat in fruit juice. He turns his attention to a large pot of bubbling broth, checking its progress. Taking a small taste, his eyes widen in satisfaction. He declares that shellfish make a delicious broth in any world. Yoda then asks his small winged familiar, Gobkichi, if the egg yolks are ready. Gobkichi confirms they are almost done, gesturing to a bowl of separated yolks. Kondo announces to a surprised Yoda that the tool he requested is complete. He presents a custom-made whisk attached to a power drill, noting its difficulty. Yoda thanks him enthusiastically, ready to put the new device to use. Shenker is tasked with using the power whisk, looking thoroughly unimpressed. He complains about being used and tells Kondo to do it himself. Kondo simply offers a quiet apology for the imposition. He is busy on the floor, absorbed in modifying a complex electronic device. Shenker explodes in fury, screaming that what Kondo is doing is not cooking. A large cauldron bubbles over a fire, its contents steaming invitingly. Zack and her crew peer into the pot, wondering what is being made. In the mess hall, Yoda announces that the white soup is ready. He cheerfully presents a bowl to the crew, encouraging them to eat. Zack and a young crewmate look at the strange dish with apprehension. She identifies the ingredients as milk and shellfish, a surprising combination. With some hesitation, she takes a spoonful and brings it to her lips. Her eyes fly open in astonishment as she declares it to be delicious. She marvels at how perfectly the milk and shellfish complement each other. With delight, she recognizes the tender meat as the fabled kraken. Yoda and Kondo look on proudly as Yoda explains the perfect collaboration of flavors. Zack poetically describes the dish as healing a kraken's wounds in a sea of milk. Yoda praises her excellent expression, but says the dish has a different name. He dramatically points, naming it Whimsical Otherworld Clam Yoda Chowder. With a grin, he announces that his performance as chef is not yet over. A crew member panics, realizing the rotisserie will burn if no one is turning it. Kondo calmly smiles and tells them to look over at the device. A massive piece of kraken meat rotates smoothly over the embers by itself. Zack and her crewmates stare in disbelief, wondering how it's turning automatically. Kondo explains he modified it with a device brought from their company. He reveals the electronic controller, programmed to alternate rotation speeds for perfect cooking. He declares that the meat should be about ready to serve. Yoda ladles a creamy yellow sauce over the roasted kraken, completing the dish. Kondo explains to Zack that in his world, this sauce is called mayonnaise. He demonstrates the power whisk, explaining it emulsifies the yolks faster than by hand. An angry Shenkar, clutching a small hooded creature, insists he was the one who created the recipe and wants proper credit. Aboard a ship, the pirate captain Zack takes a thoughtful bite of food. Her eyes suddenly fly open in shock, the fork dropping from her hand. Overwhelmed by a powerful emotion, she covers her face with her gloved hands. Her two monstrous crewmates, a fishman and a sharp-toothed girl, look on in confusion. The men from Izumitani Manufacturing, Kondo and Yoda, are equally bewildered by her reaction. As tears stream through her fingers, a voice asks what is wrong with her. She lowers her hand slightly, whispering that the taste is exactly the same. A memory shows a plate of food, identical to the last meal he ever cooked for her. In the past, a young man presents her with a dish of kraken topped with his original sauce. A younger, unscarred Zack is visibly amazed by the incredible flavor. She exclaims that the sauce is delicious, and he reveals he used frequency magic to make it. In the present, Kondo asks what she means by the last time. The memory continues with a smiling Zack beginning to introduce her lover. A close-up identifies her lover as Suno, a mage who was abducted by King Page. The new chapter begins with Zack weeping as her companions watch with concern. Kondo, shocked by the revelation, asks if her lover was truly taken by the country. Schenker and Yoda grimly confirm that the rumors of his abduction are true. Zack's sorrow hardens into a burning resolve as she declares his name is Suno. A flashback shows Suno, an excellent communications mage, sharing a happy moment with her. He excitedly tells her that King Page has summoned him for a secret special mission. She looks at him with concern, questioning the secrecy of the meeting. He reassures her not to worry, explaining that he will be very busy from now on. Despite his promise, he never returned from the Stomach Country's castle. After his disappearance, she began to hear unsettling rumors. An official confirmed that a communications mage had been abducted by the state. She realized with dawning horror that Suno might have been the one taken. As a military officer, she used her position to confirm the horrifying truth. The tyrannical King Page declared that questioning his authority was an act of treason. Branded a wanted woman, she was forced to flee, her face on posters everywhere. The king's soldiers began to patrol the streets, hunting for any dissenters. She was rescued from the desolate shores by a small boat of Cobalt-kin refugees. Back in the present, Schenker concludes that this is how she became a pirate. Zack declares that she is gathering allies and vows to one day rescue Suno. Kondo, pinching the bridge of his nose, understands the gravity of the situation. He vows that they will not forgive this injustice and will find her lover. With a new shared purpose, their ship sets sail for the Stomach Country. Zack and her crew wave farewell, telling the others to be careful since they are wanted. Kondo and his companions wave back, urging her not to push her luck. With grim expressions, Kondo and Schenker watch the other ship depart. Their own vessel cuts through the waves, heading toward their destination. The lookout spots land, announcing that they have arrived. Kondo looks on with trepidation, realizing this is the infamous Stomach Country. A colossal statue of a portly, seated King Page dominates the bustling harbor. Yoda quips about the king's narcissism, while Shenkar notes it looks different than before. The city's main streets are filled with prosperous-looking buildings and busy markets. Kondo remarks that it seems to be a rich country, though Shenkar is suspicious. They observe that this apparent prosperity is only for the middle class. Deeper in the city, the Cobalt tribe is used for grueling manual labor. An overseer's angry shout about a lazy Cobalt worker catches their attention. They witness the overseer brutally kicking the fallen worker to the ground. Schenker holds back their goblin companion, Gobkichi, who wants to intervene. He warns Gobkichi not to cause trouble, reminding him they are in enemy territory. The terrified Cobalt worker apologizes, begging the goblin not to approach. Kondo tells the abusive man to stand up, noticing a strange label on his back. He suspects that this oppressive social order is maintained by information manipulation. From a high balcony, King Page is delivering one of his routine, charismatic speeches. He proclaims that his nation offers a fair chance for success to every citizen. Two men in the crowd point to a group of well-dressed kobolds as proof. The king declares that those who neglect their efforts will end up just like them. He then masterfully redirects the crowd's anger, blaming pirates for their problems. The king vows that these violent thieves who steal without working will not be tolerated. He swears to annihilate the pirates, whipping the crowd into a patriotic frenzy. Amidst the cheering, Kondo tells Shenkar they should change locations. Schenker notes how the public's dissatisfaction is being skillfully focused on a common enemy. A man holds a strange orb, asking the cheering crowd where they are going. A cartoonish propaganda image depicts the king giving bread to a crying kobold. The group arrives at a local adventurers guild hall to gather information. Inside, Schenker asks Kondo how he could possibly know of such a place. Kondo explains it's a place for adventurers to find quests, like a Hello Work office. Schenker is completely baffled by the modern world term. Yoda realizes this is the perfect place to learn about Zack's missing lover. Schenker looks annoyed at Yoda's conveniently timed suggestion. Two female adventurers, an elf mage and a human warrior, appear in the hall. Schenker erupts in fury, recognizing them as their old enemies, the hero and her companion. The adventurers are confused, demanding to know what is going on. Kondo calmly diffuses the situation, explaining that they just look similar to people they know. He offers them a steaming mug of coffee to calm everyone down. The elf recognizes the drink, and the two groups sit down to talk. Kondo asks them to tell him what they know about the mages who are disappearing. The elf explains that communications mages are captured and taken to a secret base. Yoda and Gobkichi are terrified by this grim news, their faces pale with fear. Kondo asks for clarification about this system that the mages are forced into. The guild door is kicked open as a soldier shouts, "Military police!" A squad of armored soldiers identifies them as the troublesome members of Izumatani Manufacturing. Schenker and another companion are shocked by the sudden arrival of the military police. The commander coldly orders them to come along without resistance. They are taken to a desolate penal colony carved into a sheer cliff face. Inside an open-air cell, the group looks out at their grim surroundings. Kondo and Shenkar stare in disbelief at their sudden imprisonment. Yoda panics, demanding to know why they have been arrested and thrown in a cage. From outside the cell, Zack tells them she's grateful for their attempt to escape. Kondo wonders how their pursuers could have possibly known who they were. He looks past the bars and realizes with dawning horror that he understands. King Page and Suno appear, addressing Kondo directly. Kondo and his companions shout the king's name in shock and anger. Kondo demands to know the reason for their capture. The king smugly states he can't allow them to destroy his mining equipment. Gripping the bars, Kondo asks how he could have possibly obtained that information. A refined man holds up a glowing crystal, revealing that it told him everything. With a look of shock, the technician Kondo questions the existence of the internet. In a rocky landscape, King Page demands to know the intruder's purpose, asking if they seek a reward. From behind bars, Page states he has plenty of money and wants their technical skills instead. Leaning forward with a smug grin, King Page reveals his true price, the management rights to Izumatani Manufacturing. He then extends a surprising offer to Shenkar, inviting her to be the new reform chief. Kondo calmly states that if the king accepts his terms, they will be allowed to leave this place. Shenkar is stunned by the offer of becoming reform chief, realizing the salary would be incredible. The king reassures them that the other employees can simply continue their work as usual. Shenkar's face twists with greed, seeing a golden opportunity for a high salary and immense power. Kondo, however, sees the trap in the offer, his expression hardening with suspicion. He declares that technology enriches people and is not a mere tool for the king's power. Kondo explodes with fury, vowing to show the king his lifelong grudge as Shenkar vehemently refuses the conditions. A new chapter begins, introducing the stubborn and unforgiving penal colony of the Aono Kuni. King Page remarks on Kondo's stubbornness to his advisor. The advisor, Weiser, coolly suggests that he could simply let Kondo's group go free. Now imprisoned, Weiser declares he cannot trust them, though Shenkar insists she understands their situation. In a flashback, Weiser sees the wealthy elite looking down upon the toiling citizens and kobolds. He complains to the king about the injustice of the intruder's fine clothes and luxurious lifestyle. He sees that only those with privilege are allowed to fatten their own bellies. Weiser questions why Kondo's group alone possesses advanced communication devices. He calls it a waste, lamenting that if they worked for him, their own meager wages would rise. Inside the cell, Kondo points a finger, calling out to the small creature, Gobkichi. The little goblin defiantly points back, shouting that he doesn't need them. Gobkichi yells at them, calling them bad people and telling them to get lost. Kondo smiles warmly, patting the creature's head and praising him for speaking his mind so well. Schenker desperately pleads with Weiser through the bars, asking what he plans to do. She fumes internally, realizing this was a chance to scout him, but now she might die here. Kondo scoffs at Weiser, dismissing him as a mere mayonnaise maker and an unsuitable candidate. Schenker begs him to negotiate more, warning they'll either freeze or starve to death. From their high cliffside prison, Kondo and Shenkar gaze down at the desolate landscape. The king decides to make things quick, announcing they will be executed at sunrise for treason. Kondo confirms to his horrified companions that it will be a public execution. Schenker frantically tries to get Kondo's attention, telling him to wait. Kondo roars that he would rather choose death than submit to Weiser's authority. With a cold glare, Kondo makes a final, chilling threat regarding his companions. He warns that their internet system will be destroyed, and they will suffer the same fate as King Blackmoa. Weiser questions him, asking if he is referring to the Great Braintree Internet. As the officials depart, Kondo wishes they don't change their minds and bids them farewell. The remaining guard tells the prisoners to be quiet, saying he will be watching them. Kondo grips the bars of the cell, his expression grim and determined. Schenker and the portly man look at Kondo, asking what he plans to do now. She despairs, believing they should have obeyed, as even her magic can't break the cage. Kondo stands resolute, stating that this is not what he said when he first arrived here. He reveals with a confident smile that there is indeed a way to escape. Schenker panics, asking how, warning that they will be executed on the spot if caught. Kondo calmly explains that an escape is possible because the guard holds a Roman-style key. A detailed diagram illustrates the complex mechanism of the ancient Roman lock they must pick. The portly man asks if Kondo can make a key, noting their tools are all on the ship. Kondo confidently reveals a knife he had concealed, stating that he has the necessary tool. Schenker and her companion point out that there are no materials in the empty cell. Kondo and his group look out from their high prison towards the sheer cliff face. With a calm expression, Kondo states that their hope is located over there. He and Shenkar look down the cliff at a gnarled tree branch far below. Schenker recoils in horror, realizing he expects them to retrieve that very branch. Kondo explains that the branch is their only material to fashion a key. Schenker asks who could possibly retrieve it, wondering which of them is nimble enough. A small, determined foot steps forward on the stone floor. The small goblin, Gubkichi, volunteers, declaring that he will be the one to go. He announces with courage that he will go to save everyone. Kondo and the portly man smile, encouraged by the creature's bravery. In a perilous human chain, the group lowers Gubkichi down the cliff face. The portly man shouts down anxiously, asking if Gubkichi can reach the branch. Gubkichi strains, grunting that he needs to get just a little closer. The gnarled branch is just inches from his outstretched, clawed hand. Kondo yells instructions to the portly man, telling him to hold his legs tighter. Gubkichi grits his teeth, telling himself that he can do it if he just tries his hardest. With a final desperate surge of effort, he lunges for the branch. His companions all shout his name as his fingers finally close around the wood. Gubkichi cries out in triumph, having successfully grabbed the branch. Kondo tells Schenker to hold on for a moment, while she yells at him not to let go. She panics, screaming that they will all fall if he lets go now. Back in the cell, Kondo suddenly begins to take off his pants, shocking his companion. Schenker is horrified, thinking he's giving up and abandoning her at a time like this. Kondo calmly remarks that he should have done this from the very beginning. He holds up his trousers, explaining that pants and a belt can serve as a rope. Schenker is left utterly flabbergasted by his bizarre but effective solution. The wind howls around the cliffside prison, a low, mournful sound. Back inside, Kondo begins to work on the lock as Shenkar watches him. He meticulously details the lock's specifications, 16 millimeters deep, with 5 rows of 2 3-millimeter pins. Schenker asks how he knows how to insert the pins, but Kondo simply states that he is a technician. The portly man and Gubkichi diligently whittle down the main body of the key. Holding the nearly finished key, he explains they must now drill the holes for the pins. A diagram shows how he will use a small, awl-like tool to create the precise holes. The portly man wonders where they could find such a sharp tool, but Kondo confirms he has one. He presents the severed tip of Shenkar's horn, causing her to scream for him to stop. The group wrestles with Shenkar, trying to explain that her horn will grow back. The commotion alerts the guard, who yells at them to be quiet. They quickly feign a harmless squabble, with Kondo pretending someone isn't feeling well. The guard grumbles that they can't sleep, but dismisses any chance of escape. Kondo uses the horn tip to painstakingly drill the holes into the wooden key. With the key complete, he tells his companions that it is time to act, as the guard is asleep. Outside, the first light of dawn begins to break over the cliff face. In the long, torch-lit corridor, the guard dozes in his chair. He is fast asleep, snoring loudly with his mouth agape, drool escaping his lips. Kondo carefully inserts the makeshift key into the lock. The group watches with bated breath, their faces tense with anticipation. Schenker sees the sunlight and urges Kondo to hurry before the sun rises. Kondo's face is beaded with sweat as something goes terribly wrong. A sharp snapping sound echoes and Schenker asks what just happened. The broken tip of the wooden key clatters uselessly to the stone floor. With a sharp crack, the makeshift wooden key snaps in two. A vampire-like man panics, screaming that they are completely out of time. Kondo, his face tense, realizes their desperate escape plan has just failed. In his castle, King Page decides the prisoners will be executed for their insolence. He declares this will be their final morning and orders the guard to open the cell. The portly, pointed-eared guard mutters the king's name, his face pale with fear. King Page and his advisor, Wiser, look on with cold, impassive expressions. Through the bars of the cell, an empty chamber is revealed, with a voice stating no one is there. The king's face contorts into a mask of pure, uncomprehending rage. He furiously bellows for his men to find the fugitives and not let them escape. The cell's lock is shown open, the sound of its release echoing. The guard, now imprisoned himself, screams in disbelief that they made a key. On a title page, the king declares that insolence in his presence is a grave crime. The broken, handmade key lies on the floor as a voice begs King Page for forgiveness. Wiser examines the key, dismissing it as the work of an amateur compared to a magic user. The king watches his advisor, remarking on the nature of their technical skill. Weiser wonders if the king has taken an interest in them, seeing the potential danger. The king furiously orders Weiser to alert everyone with a water crystal to find them. He commands that the fugitives be captured alive, his order echoing over the prison. Kondo's skilled hands are shown, a testament to his meticulous craftsmanship. The desperate group of fugitives races through the narrow alleys of a port city. The portly man asks Kondo if his hands are all right after picking the lock. Kondo explains that even with a broken key, the rest was a matter of sheer grit. He recalls his past experiences in a high-stakes, life-or-death semiconductor factory. The horned woman, Shenkar, warns that their time for bravado is over. A net has been cast. She urges them to hurry to their ship before they are cornered by the king's forces. In his throne room, King Page stares into a crystal ball, his face etched with worry. His wife and children approach, the queen asking him what is wrong. She gently chides him for wearing such a frightening face in front of their children. The king is startled, his stressed expression caught in the light. He apologizes to his family, admitting that he has been unable to sleep lately. A flashback shows the king and Weiser before the glowing great brain tree. The king had hoped the tree would bring prosperity and happiness to all his people. Weiser, however, reveals that the tree has issued a dire prophecy. The prophecy foretells the complete destruction of their country within 10 years. The king asks why this would happen, having made such a good country for his people. Weiser explains it's due to a lack of unity, offering to change their future with his system. The king's memory shows his desperate, all-consuming desire to improve his country. In the present, he demands to know if Weiser has found Kondo's group. The queen looks on with a sad, resigned expression, understanding the weight of his burden. Weiser reports that they haven't been found, but their ship is being watched at the port. The king agrees and orders Weiser to prepare that thing to capture them without fail. A small, single-masted boat sails into the harbor, its arrival quiet and unassuming. On board, the fugitives cheer, believing they have successfully escaped their pursuers. Kondo smiles, crediting their escape to the timely help of an unseen ally. They wave back to their Cobalt tribe allies on the pier, who arrange their secret passage. Kondo vows to return and help the comrades they were forced to leave behind. The group is grateful their allies transferred their precious supplies and equipment to the boat. As two of the men laugh, Schenker walks away with a grim, foreboding look. A deep, ominous rumbling sound echoes across the water as a shape appears on the horizon. Schenker's eyes go wide with alarm as she turns to face the approaching threat. Kondo looks back over his shoulder, his earlier relief vanishing into dread. He sees the horned woman, Shenkar, standing with her back to him under the rain. The colossal warship Painkiller crests the waves, Kondo realizing it is over. The massive paddle wheeler is shown in its full, intimidating glory. Weiser smirks from the deck, stating their resistance means they will be eliminated. Kondo and Shenkar stare up in terror at the overwhelming show of force. The group panics as Kondo realizes the ship is preparing a volley of fire. A massive spear-like projectile is loaded into a catapult on the warship. Weiser leans over the railing with a triumphant, condescending look. He declares that what the country needs is a wise magic user like himself. He sneers that Kondo is just an amateur technician who relies on his hands. The fugitives, Shenkar, the portly man, and Gobkichi recoil in terror. Weiser tells Kondo to despair at his own powerlessness and prepare to be erased. A volley of projectiles screams through the rain-swept air toward the small boat. Shenkar desperately unleashes a torrent of fire in a last-ditch defense. Her magic rushes to meet the incoming attack, a futile gesture against its power. The projectile plows through the flames completely undeterred. The sharp metallic tip of the projectile closes in on its target. The projectile strikes the boat with devastating, explosive force. A massive explosion engulfs the small vessel completely. The boat is annihilated, its wooden frame splintering into nothingness. The fugitives are sent flying into the churning, chaotic waves. Weiser watches the destruction with a gleeful smile, bidding the artisans farewell. The boat sinks beneath the waves as the warship sails on, leaving them for dead. Kondo is plunged into the cold, dark depths of the sea. He sinks deeper, his glasses askew, his body limp and bruised. A voice echoes in his mind, asking him what he is doing. A memory surfaces of his mentor, the president, standing before him. The president's face is shadowed, his expression stern and unforgiving. He asks if Kondo has forgotten his words, his core lesson. Kondo, in the memory, admits that it's over, the opponent is too big. The president roars that it doesn't matter if the enemy is a major corporation. Kondo yells back that a professional sees it through, even if they know they'll lose. His hand, battered but determined, reaches for the surface. His face is a mask of defiance, fighting against the crushing water. The word professional solidifies his resolve as he floats in the abyss. Fueled by his experiences, he refuses to be erased as a mere amateur. His hand breaks through the churning surface of the waves. He gasps for air, his arm raised in a desperate plea for survival. He manages to grab onto a piece of floating wreckage, shouting for his friends. He screams that they must live, for Izumotani Seisakusho is not finished. On a desolate beach, the wreckage of a ship is scattered across the sand. Kondo lies face down in the wet sand, motionless and defeated. A pair of black boots steps into the frame, stopping beside his still form. A woman with fiery red hair, dressed as a pirate captain, looks down with concern. She kneels beside Kondo, calling his name and urging him to pull himself together. He lets out a weak groan, his body battered and exhausted. The pirate captain, Kurosu, murmurs that he's alive but in a dangerous state. Kondo, barely conscious, manages to whisper the name of a companion, Jimin. With a look of concern, the pirate captain Kurosu asks about the other three. A voice from a magnificent sailing ship tells her not to worry. Her rescued companions wave from the deck, explaining they were saved during the storm. Kondo, the man found on the beach, manages a faint, relieved smile. Hearing that his friends are safe, he finally succumbs to unconsciousness. The story provides context, showing the unassuming main office of Izumotani Seisakusho. A flashback shows two of Kondo's colleagues loading a van with supplies. A motley crew of pirates and demi-humans is seen pulling a heavy cart. The group comes into view, revealing they are transporting a large cannon. From a high angle, they are seen approaching the factory carrying Kondo on a stretcher. Two of Kondo's colleagues, a man and a woman, watch the procession with shocked faces. The crew carefully carries Kondo's limp form towards the building. The scene shifts to a clean, modern hallway inside the factory. A woman named Jimin bows, formally thanking Kurosu for her help. Jimin gratefully admits that without Kurosu's intervention, they would not have survived. Lying in an infirmary bed, Kondo recalls being attacked by the Ao no Kuni. Kurosu explains that since they helped her before, she was simply returning the favor. She stands watch over Kondo's bed, a horned man beside her. Kurosu recounts their bad luck, explaining their emergency cobalt ship was lost. In a flashback, a crewmate spots a signal flare in the stormy rain. Their own vessel is shown being torn apart by the violent sea. Three of Kondo's companions struggle in the storm, but Kondo himself is missing. Jimin explains they kept searching the coast as the horned man muses about his broken horn. A stern man with spiky hair, Muro, sits vigil by Kondo's bedside. Muro marvels at Kondo's incredible life force for surviving such a ferocious storm. A look of immense pride crosses his face as he acknowledges this is what he expects from his apprentice. Jimin tells Kurosu that despite the use of recovery magic, Kondo remains in a delicate state. Muro speaks to the unconscious Kondo, telling him he must get back to the modern world. Kondo, still unconscious, whispers defiantly that he is not going to die. The scene shifts to the enemy's location, the imposing port city of Sabasu. In a scrying device, the image of King Page appears, his expression stern. The king's advisor, Weiser, holds the device and asks if the news is true. With a smug smile, Weiser reports that Kondo's group resisted and their ship was sunk. King Page closes his eyes, accepting the report with grim satisfaction. Weiser's hand closes around the crystal ball, his mission complete. He stands at the port, reflecting on the successful elimination of his rivals. Weiser scoffs at the idea that an amateur technician could ever challenge a magic user. The scene shifts to a lively town square filled with various demi-human races. A band of goblins plays cheerful music, celebrating their newfound freedom. An alliance of pirates, demons, and humans gathers at a tavern to discuss their next move. Kurosu angrily details the king's use of information control to exploit the Cobalt tribe. The demoness Cleese agrees, admitting Kondo's group opened her eyes to their own past mistakes. She glances over at a group of goblins enjoying themselves in the tavern. Kurosu notes with surprise that the goblins are acting freely, a recent and hopeful change. A portly man boasts to Kurosu about implementing new labor laws for the goblins. A goblin beside him offers to share more good news if she's interested. A blur of motion shows a sword being drawn with incredible speed. Kurosu holds her cutlass to the portly man's throat, silencing his boorish advance. She threatens to feed his lowly head to a kraken. The man falls back in terror as the tavern patrons panic. Cleese tells Kurosu to stop, revealing that she has a missing fiancé. The horned man, Schenker, explains they made a promise to find the communications mage. Kurosu looks surprised by this new information. Jimin raises her mug with a determined smile, declaring that they will cooperate. Kurusu smiles, her resolve hardened by the new alliance. Back in the quiet infirmary, Moro continues his vigil over the sleeping Kondo. He looks down at his apprentice with a concerned and thoughtful expression. A flashback shows Moro observing a younger Kondo at work in the factory. Moro recalls telling Kondo that their company makes everything but earns nothing. The younger Kondo adjusts his glasses, listening intently to his new boss. Kondo explains that the ability to make anything is precisely why he joined the company. Moro, impressed by his spirit, calls him an interesting fellow. He smiles, promising to teach Kondo everything he knows. In the present, Kondo begins to stir, groaning softly in his sleep. Moro leans in close, calling his name as he awakens. Kondo, barely conscious, whispers Moro's name. Moro asks if he's okay, reassuring him that he's alive. Kondo weakly recounts being called an amateur, a technician who should just rely on tools. Moro listens, his expression hardening at the insult. Kondo's hand finds Moro's, desperately asking if they are truly professionals. He grips Moro's hand, seeking validation after his ordeal. Moro gently tells him not to talk anymore. He stands, his decision made, his face set with determination. Moro walks through the vast secret workshop filled with ambitious projects. His footsteps echo as he moves with a new resolute purpose. He thinks with simmering fury about the insult to his precious apprentice. Moro realizes that insulting Kondo is the same as insulting him directly. He stands before a massive, shrouded object, vowing not to lose to a powerful nation. His hand closes around the edge of the heavy tarp. With a powerful motion, he rips the cover away from the object. His face is a mask of cold resolve as he declares they have their own secret weapon. The massive skeletal mold for an FRP boat is revealed. Moro vows to build a super high-speed patrol boat for his apprentice's sake.